Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, and true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please. This Honourable House now resume its sitting. The call of the roll.
Mr. Charles, Mr. Whittle, Mr. Semuda, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Mr. Shaw, Dr. Chan, Mr. Montague, Ms. Grange, Mr. Henry, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Hutchinson, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Ford, Mr. Green, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Main, Mr. R. Scott, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Mr. Dayton Campbell, not here, Mr. Leslie Campbell, Mr. Pernell Patro Charles Jr., Mr. Clark, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, no. Miss Daly, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Dr. Guy, Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson. Okay. Miss Hannah. Mr. Hales. Mrs. Holness. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Mm. Mr. Kellier. Dr. McNeil. Miss Nita. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Dr. Phillips. Mr. Pickersgill. Mr. Redman. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Stewart. Reverend Thwaites. Mrs. Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Wright.
Mr. Speaker, the House will recall that at the last sitting, I brought to the attention of this Honourable House the passing of two former cabinet ministers, former Minister Honourable Shahini Robinson and former Minister Dr. Neville Gallimore, both of whom served with absolute distinction in the service of the country. In addition, I made note of the fact and brought to the attention of this Honourable House that we also saw the passing of Councillor Milton Brown, former Mayor of Maypen and Jamaica Labour Party Councillor for the Mineral Heights Division in Clarendon, former Councillor Hugh Perry, Mansion Hill Division in Portland, and former Councillor and I believe Deputy Mayor Gillings, Audley Gilpin. Mr. Speaker, in addition to those distinguished persons mentioned, I want to reiterate the significant role played by former Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and the Minister with responsibility for that ministry will give a tribute to her as well as to the former ministers and colleagues of us all. Mr. Speaker, it is hoped that we will be able to contribute to the memory of these great Jamaicans first, and then I will ask that you indulge me to recommend that we proceed to public business, where we will deal with the report by the chairman of the PAAC. This will enable us to, at a later stage in the sitting, suspend the... You keep putting up your hands, I don't know what you mean. We will then be in a position to take the matter that will be presented by the Minister of Finance. So we have a full day ahead of us, Mr. Speaker. But very important, last night a number of us gathered at the home of our Deputy House Leader. 10 of us. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, it's always a wonderful experience when Labourites all gather together. And last night, we outdid ourselves, but it ended on a sad note because the Minister of State in Mega JC advised us that he had just learned that his brother, one of his favorite brothers, passed in New York. So we did not end on a happy note, but our condolences were made, and everybody has since extended to him our deepest sympathies because he expressed the extent to which this brother was very helpful to him in his formative years and his development. So, my brother, our deepest sympathies on the passing of your brother. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted not to extend this process of tributes, but I just wanted to make mention of one factor. The fact that we all must pause to admire the courage and spirit of the late Minister Shahini Robinson. When unexpectedly, but because of her commitment to the process of governance and the taking of her responsibility seriously, she came here in a state of ill health and presented her budget presentation in this House. We must never forget that. And we must never forget in this House that this was a lady who never had to shout. I cannot recall a single presentation that I have heard either in Parliament or outside of Parliament where in order to get her message across, she had to shout. And it is something that I am recommending to the leader of the opposition, that he take a leaf out of the book of Shahini Robinson when he permits, or it's done without his permission. Anybody steps out of line. But she was a total example of what a member of Parliament should be. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate to this House, for those newcomers who weren't there at the time, when in the words of the member from Northern Clarendon, when we met on election day, he said to me, "Boy, you pull a good one on us." We introduced for the first time the wearing of your party colors on election day. We flooded the constituency with green, confounded the opposition, and went on to win a very well-deserved election. That was a landmark occasion for not only the constituency, but for the entire political process. And she must be recalled for that. So, Mr. Speaker, I am now going to invite, or ask that you invite, the Prime Minister to make his tribute to the late Minister Shahini Robinson.
Members, before I ask the Prime Minister to proceed, I wish to recognize the sister, niece, and other members of former Minister Robinson's family. Where you're welcome. Prime Minister, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House Leader pointed out, there are two former members of this House who we will pay tribute to. And we have two members of municipal councils who have passed, and a permanent secretary, which would have served both administrations, who also passed within this period. I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, that I will speak first on former Minister Neville Gallimore, and then former Minister Shahini Robinson, and then I will have a few words to say about former Deputy Mayor Audley Gilpin, former Mayor Milton Brown, and former Permanent Secretary Alison McLean. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to two members of this House who have transitioned. They both passed within 24 hours of each other. On Thursday, May 28, 2020, we lost Dr. Neville Gallimore as we celebrated the 90th birthday of our former Prime Minister, Edward Seaga. And then just after midday, the following day, came news of the passing of Shahini Robinson. They both made sterling contributions to the development of Jamaica, the parish of St. Anne, and at different times served the Ministry of Social Security. Born January 21, 1939 in Bethany, St. Anne, Neville Eden Gallimore was destined for service. His father, a Butnut Gallimore, and there is a popular story behind that, which I'm sure some other member will tell, but I would not recommend it to anyone else. Yeah, so you're with a name like a Butnut, you must appear first on the ballot. AA. So his father, Butnut Gallimore, served in the political process and was Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Anne. It could have been the legacy laid by his father that fanned Neville's own desire to enter politics. But it was clear from an early stage that Neville had a burning desire to serve. Before entering politics, Dr. Gallimore studied and trained in Mexico as a doctor. And when he returned to Jamaica, he took up the legacy of his father. He would have witnessed the evolution of the Jamaican independent state and had a vision shared with our great leaders, such as Sir Alexander Bustamante, Hugh Shearer, and Edward Seaga. And he would have been a part of that general thrust towards building a prosperous Jamaica. Dr. Gallimore was first elected Member of Parliament for the constituency of Southwest St. Anne in 1967, becoming, at the time, the youngest member of the Jamaican Parliament. That title would later then pass on to former Prime Minister Golding. With his youthful energy and sharp mind, he was given responsibility as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 1969 to 1972. When the Jamaica Labour Party returned to government in the 80s, he was appointed Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade between 1980 and 1984. He was appointed to the Cabinet as Minister of Social Security from 1984 to 1986. He was later assigned the responsibility as Minister of Education from 1986 to 1989. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Gallimore served Jamaica with distinction. He had a passion for his God, his people, and his politics. Indeed, the record will show his famous quote, "God first, country, then politics." This appropriately and accurately described his conduct during his long and illustrious career in politics. Dr. Gallimore was a part of the Jamaican political landscape from the 1960s and undoubtedly would have helped to shape policy and institutional reform in modern Jamaica. We remember his impactful stewardship and in particular critical programs such as the National Food Stamp Program and the National Assessment Program. These were realized under his watch as he steered the institutional changes that formed critical components of the social system and indeed our education system. Dr. Gallimore also took deep interest in Caribbean matters, Caribbean affairs, and he was actively involved in resolving the Grenada crisis. And he took, obviously from his foreign affairs experience, he took a lead interest in advising the government on policies to deal with Haiti. His service to Southwest St. Anne continued even after his retirement from politics. Dr. Gallimore took great pleasure in helping people and positively touched thousands of lives. He displayed genuine interest in the welfare of his community and went to great lengths to help the people. This was recognized by the people of Southwest St. Anne, where he served for over 30 years. He was devoted to the education of the people and helped countless young people to get education, many times with financial contributions from his personal resources. He helped to establish the Abukir Institute in St. Anne and worked closely with all the schools in the constituency. He also established the Gallimore Scholarship Fund at the Northern Caribbean University and served as a member of the NCU board. He was a faithful and devout Sabbath keeper, being an active member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and of course, unlike some people, he never attended any political functions on Sabbath throughout his years, and that is accurately so. Yes, sunset. Dr. Gallimore had a long and distinguished career in politics. However, history does not record him as being involved in any of the machinations associated with the endeavor. He is recalled by several of his contemporaries as an honest and principled man. I am told by a witness that when the votes were being cast for the Jamaica Labour Party leadership during the transition from Bustamante, Dr. Gallimore actually supported Clem Tavares over Hugh Shearer. But after the votes were cast, he immediately went to Hugh Shearer, who won, and pledged his full support and remained faithful to his pledge. Lessons to be learned in that. I can attest to this as well, as history repeated itself. When I ran for leader of the party, Dr. Gallimore did not support me. However, after the race and the matter was settled, I received a call from Dr. Gallimore congratulating me and committing his full support. In fact, that call was followed up by an invitation to his farm, and I believe you were there with me, Marissa. And we toured his farm and went through, and I remember that day so well because he showed me something which I've never seen before. He had a, you saw that? He had a mongoose and a rat and a cat all in the same cage living peacefully together. I'll leave it at that. But I also got from him, he was such a proud farmer. He was such a proud farmer. He gave me some trees and he gave me a whole host of fruits, things that I am still now growing at my home. But, Mr. Speaker, he was quite a character because he would always want to challenge me to a game of table tennis. And I used to play table tennis with his son, Andrew Gallimore, at least once a week at his home. And his father would come, Neville would come and say, I'll challenge you. We never actually got to play. I believe we played once, but out of respect, I won't say what the score was. So, but Mr. Speaker, his legacy also inspired his son, Andrew Gallimore, to enter representational politics. And Andrew served 2 terms in the constituency of West Rural St. Andrew. Dr. Gallimore's personal advice was always do what you're supposed to do when you are supposed to do it, even when you don't feel like doing it. And I believe that that is good advice, especially in these difficult times. And so, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica has indeed lost a servant, a political elder, a patriot, an astute and willing Trojan in the national political field. A hard worker was left an indelible mark on our great island. The Parliament and the people of Jamaica mourn his passing. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Mr. Speaker, I am personally grieving the passing of the member for Northeast St. Anne, Shahini Robinson. She was not just a minister or a political representative. She was more than a political colleague. She was more like my sister and friend. I went to see her only a few days before she passed. It was a very emotional time, and it is still very emotional. But I'm comforted that she's now in the arms of God, and there is no more pain. Shahini was born on July 4, 1953, after her education at Immaculate High School, and then later at Miami-Dade College in Florida, where she pursued a degree and a diploma in marketing and public relations. Mr. Speaker, she came to public prominence in 2001, pulling off the impossible task of taking what was then a safe PNP seat of Northeast St. Anne and securing it for the Jamaica Labour Party. The rest, as they say, is history. She has never lost the seat. Shahini Robinson, like myself, entered politics at a time when the Jamaica Labour Party was at its lowest ebb, having only won 8 seats in the 1997 general elections. And I was seat number 8. Yeah, so it was 7, and then I came in and made it 8, 1997. It was also, and for those who were in Parliament at the time, it was also a period of great frustration with the political system generally. Her moment came with the unexpected resignation of Danny Melville, former Member of Parliament. Danny Melville, a well-known businessman, resigned with very profound words. And I recall the letter, and I, from time to time, refer to it because the frustration that he felt as a Member of Parliament still exists today. And these words, I'm sure members of Parliament will relate to it. He said, "My role as a Member of Parliament seems to be defined as an attender of funerals, coordinator of patronage, and a symbol of tribalism. I find that I can no longer be part of a system that glorifies mediocrity and denigrates any vision of excellence." Those were heavy words. And, anyone who has served and has hit upon the frustration of the public bureaucracy in getting things done, the demands that are made of you, would harbor such thoughts, though we don't all express them. But it does raise the point, what is the role of the Member of Parliament? How can we overcome this and actually make real change in the lives of the people we represent? And obviously, at the time when the former Member of Parliament made the decision, he had to be true to himself. So I recall that there were many contenders for the seat, including veteran politicians. However, Mr. Siaga decided to go with a nationally unknown candidate at the time, and someone who did not fit the bill of a conventional politician. Her unassuming and humble demeanor and her endearing smile belied the talawa of Nanny and the deep love and genuine motherly care of Mother Teresa. While the entire political party mobilized against the entire machinery of the opposing parties, and for those who do not recall, there were 3 political parties contesting: the Jamaica Labour Party, the PNP, and the NDM. It was truly a national election, though it was a constituency election. I remember standing by the roadside and seeing vehicle after vehicle after vehicle of then ministers of government rolling into Ocherios on a daily basis. The entire political organization of the nation was mobilized. Not quite, but that was as if it were a national election. However, it was the fresh and endearing personality of Shahini that won the day. She defeated the PNP's Carol Jackson and went on to transform Northeast St. Ann into a seat which still votes for the Jamaica Labour Party today. It was a glorious day. Even before the ballots were counted, the people sensed the victory. The route from Ocherios to St. Ann's Bay was lined with celebrating supporters. Not a pot was left with a cover, and scarcely a tree was left with a branch. We'll never forget that day. I recall making my way through the thick crowd to congratulate her. Like all new entrants, she was nervous and she wondered what she would say to the people. I shared with her my thoughts, that she should say that she was humbled by the opportunity to serve and the vote of confidence given to her to represent the people, and that she should pledge to stay with the people and serve them faithfully and respectfully. I was consulting with persons who were there as to whether or not she actually addressed the crowd. I don't have that recollection, but we seem to have settled on that she did not address the crowd at the time. It became very unwieldy. It was just too huge a gathering. That might have been part of it as well. And so she didn't address the crowd. But, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you, as others will, that almost 20 years later, she would have dutifully fulfilled the pledge of serving her people, staying with them. So Shahine threw herself into representational politics unreservedly. She threw herself into the constituency, and the people of the constituency have become a part of her extended family. We recognize her family members who are here. I'm sure I will not be the only one to say this, but it is as if Shahine had a photographic memory, that if she read your name, or if you told her her name, or your name, she would never forget it. I have had the opportunity to walk with her, to tour the town of St. Anne's Bay with her and Ocherius, and she would know everyone by name. The taximan passing and saying, "Hi, Miss Shiny, hi, Mommy," and she would say, "What go on, so and so, what go on?" She knows everybody by name. And then, of course, she would then tell you their story. Oh, you know, this one mother so, and that one live over so. She took constituency organization and constituency representation seriously. Her mantra was, if we are going to be good politicians, that's how we have to know our people. She lived her sage words and would often say, if you don't go into politics to serve, it doesn't make any sense. You have to want to serve the people to make a difference in the lives of the people. Shahine truly inspired me with her belief that if you go through life and you are not helping people, then life is not worth living. And she would also say it's a sin to say no when you can say yes. And I've witnessed that firsthand, Mr. Speaker. I've witnessed it in not just the care and love for her constituents, but the care and love for her family in taking care of her brother, who was also my friend, who passed, Peter Fukuri. And Mr. Speaker, we will, I'm sure, all speak about Shahine's performance as a minister and as a person, as a constituency representative and as a person, but we haven't said much, Mr. Speaker, about her performance as a minister. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to see Shahine perform, because that's what it was, at the ILO. And, Mr. Speaker, she was well respected in that fraternity. I had the opportunity to address the ILO, and she accompanied me, and she was well regarded amongst labor ministers internationally and by the ILO directly. Mr. Speaker, she worked very closely with the trade union movement, and her approach, her conciliatory style, her soft words, her understanding posture would have contributed, Mr. Speaker, to maintaining the industrial harmony and peace which Jamaica has enjoyed for more than a decade. Mr. Speaker, whilst the government's disposition was always to increase the benefit to Park, Shahini must have had a special sway over the very clinical mind of the Minister of Finance, because in almost every budget we were able to secure substantial increases in the PATH program. And I know that that was something that Minister Robinson was always championing. Mr. Speaker, we may not recall that Minister Robinson served first as Minister of State in the office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for developing the CDF. And so she was the first minister in charge of that and put that program together, the Constituency Development Fund, and she stayed very close to that. She was also Minister of State in the Ministry of Local Government, and then I had the privilege of appointing her in the cabinet as Minister of Transport and Works. She, of course, was the first woman to hold that position. And then I had the privilege again to name her the Minister of Labour and Social Security. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore with great sadness, personally, and expressing this sadness on behalf of the nation, as we pay tribute to our dear sister and friend, Shahini Robinson. Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly recognize our colleagues in the political arena, though they may not have been members of this House, but they too have served. We recall Audley Gilpin, who worked very hard in the parish of Hanover. He was deputy mayor at one point in time, and indeed represented the Jamaica Labour Party as candidate for Western Hanover. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the passing as well of former Mayor Brown, who served the Clarendon Municipal Corporation, and he served as mayor for many years, and I believe as well that he was also president of the Association of Local Government Authorities, ALGA, for almost 20 years, well, more than 20 years he served as president of that, and he was councillor for the Mineralites Division, and I believe he served from 1998, president of ALGA. Oh, right, he was a member for 20 years, yes. Thank you for that correction. And then, of course, I had the opportunity to work with Alison McLean, who served as Chief Executive Officer of the Child Development Agency, and at the time, I was Minister of Education. And we had a very good working relationship, dealing with issues to do with children. And then, of course, she served as Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports. Mr. Speaker, this year has been a rough year, and we now contend with the passing of these Jamaicans who have served our country well, who have served through the Parliament, through local government, and through the civil service. The Parliament acknowledges their service. The Parliament commemorates their life and work. And we pass our commendation and our respect to their families. And we ask that the House notes their passing, both with letters and a moment of silence. May their soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on them.
Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm certain I reflect the sentiments of all in the House and certainly of those on this side in paying tribute, positive tribute, to the two stalwarts of the Jamaican Parliament who left us in late May. They were drawn from different decades, 20 years apart, in fact, at the point of their birth. But each gave distinguished service to their country, their communities, and have established a record that generations coming would do well to study and in many respects emulate. Neville Gallimore, child of the 30s, who would have seen in his formative years the formation of the modern Jamaican state, and chose to enter politics and spent 30 years as a member of this House. He was part of a political dynasty. In fact, the name Gallimore became synonymous with Southwest St. Anne, and for a time seemed almost invincible until Glenville Shaw, Powersaw, brought that career to an end. And then another Gallimore, obviously influenced by both grandfather and father, came to serve, but not in St. Anne, but in St. Andrew, and served also in this House. We have noticed his ministerial service in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Social Security. But I think and I remember he also served for part of the time, if my memory is correct, as leader of opposition business in the House. And it is in those encounters, having been myself at the time leader of government business, that we were able to establish our personal rapport. I think on the personal level, what was most striking to me was, despite the fact that he was what you might call a hard-scrabble politician, he always was able to maintain good relations across the House, everyone. In a time when oftentimes the boundaries of probity and the limits of proper conduct get stretched, it is good to have examples like his, so that ultimately we can remember that service is the watchword of real political contribution. In much the same vein, I think it is worthwhile to recognize this quality in Shahini Robinson. She came to politics more than 30 years after Neville Gallimore did. And the scene had changed significantly. As we have heard, she was a formidable politician. She gave service to her community. She gave service, and her St. Anne community, I mean. She, like he, Gallimore, was a child of St. Anne. Her influence extended beyond Northeast St. Anne. Her family came out of Southeast, and she was influential across the entire parish. But what struck me most of all about Shani Robinson was this quality of goodwill that she extended to all. She did it in her personal relations. Her personal relationships were not restricted to people of her own political affiliation. She extended it. And her political outreach in her community was driven by a sense of service to community. I would go on occasion to funerals of the most celebrated and distinguished members of the People's National Party in St. Anne. And Shahini Robinson would be there, paying her tribute, accepted by all, and recognized as being of her own affiliation, but accepted as part of the community of that parish, the communities of that parish. And in the parliament, she was able in her own inimitable style, to maintain good relations with everyone. And my great concern now is who will restrain the member from Southwest, St. Catherine, because she was a very positive influence on him. And I would like, in passing, to extend our sympathies and condolences to you on the passing of your brother. It's a hard blow to take in a time like this. But Shaheen's passing reflects the possibilities that exist for politics, the possibilities that exist for the parliament, that we can always remember that despite differences, we can express them respectfully to each other. That despite the interests which diverge and which separate us, we can pursue these interests in keeping with the highest traditions of respect for each other and for the country and the parliament which we serve. Her example is worthy of emulation across the generations. And I would want to take the opportunity to extend our best wishes and condolences to the families of both members, and to say that we will treasure their contribution, because in the end, whatever differences we had, there is no doubt that they were driven out of concern for their fellow citizens, and that we should recognize that. I extend also the condolences of this side and the loss of the other members from the municipal council and elsewhere, and no doubt more extensive tributes will be paid elsewhere. But I'd like to take a moment, just on a personal basis, to pay a tribute to Alison Anderson McLean. It was an untimely passing, but She first came to my attention as a young graduate student completing her work at the University of the West Indies. Tremendous potential, having returned from overseas. And in fact, the gain of the public sector was really the loss of the academic community. She had and has a tremendous mind and a wide-ranging set of interests and a very sharp mind and a capacity. But her love of children, her love of the cause of children, really set her apart in a very distinct way. And we ought to be mindful as a country that while the lights and the attention gets paid to those in the parliament in ministerial position and representative capacities, but that there is a swathe of public servants in the civil service and in the public entities who give selfless service and who in fact keep the country moving. Alison Anderson McKean was one such, and I pay tribute to her on behalf of all of us. Mr. Speaker, I join with the Prime Minister in asking that proper communication be made to the families of all, and that we do appropriately recognize the service of these stalwarts. I thank you.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to join the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition and my colleagues in, first of all, with respect to Dr. Neville Gallimore, I consider him one of the persons who embraced me when I entered active politics and was a kind of a teacher to me. In every sense, Dr. Gallimore was a good man who served the people of Southwest St. Anne with distinction for many years. He had a calm temperament. He had a great sense of humor. He loved representational politics, which of course was bequeathed in part to him by his father, Arbuthnot, who also, as we know, was a member of Parliament in that same seat. Dr. Gallimore performed excellently in his various portfolios outside of being a dedicated member of Parliament. He did it with energy, he did it with distinction. And we give God thanks for his life and his example of selfless service to the people of his constituency and Jamaica. Shahini Robinson, Mr. Speaker, at the time of the by-election in St. Anne in 2001, I was deputy leader of the Jamaica Labour Party and was charged by the then leader, Mr. Seaga, with the responsibility of assessing who would be the most suitable candidate to put forward. The popular view was to put someone who had a high national profile, given the historical pro-PNP nature of the seat. My analysis concluded, Mr. Speaker, that Shahini Robinson was our best bet in that by-election. and she did not disappoint us, certainly not in the JLP anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, with 19 years of service to the people of Northeast St. Ann, and as minister to the people of Jamaica, Shahini showed us that she was not just a good politician, but more importantly, she was a good political representative. And I think it's important that we make that distinction between being a good politician and being a good political representative. She was a loyal and faithful servant of the people. I end, Mr. Speaker, with my short tribute by saying that Shahini reminds me of that verse in the book of Micah, chapter 6, verse 8. It says, "He has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." That was Shahini Robinson. May her soul rest in peace.
Let me that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for inviting me to add my voice to the tributes to the various persons. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to start with our colleague and Deputy House Leader from Southwest St. Catherine, who last night lost his brother suddenly. And I don't even know if he has fully comprehended the magnitude of the loss. But we want to say to our brother and colleague that we stand with you during this period of bereavement, and we are all, both sides of the aisle, are only a phone call away if you need us. And we know that the public sees the rough outside of you, but members of this House and your constituents in Old Harbour see the heart of gold that you have. And we want to say to him that if he feels like crying, then cry. And if he feels like bawling, then bawl, because mourning is a personal thing. There is no college degree, no college course, no mourning 101. Mourning is a private thing. And we ask and remind the member from Southwest St. Catherine that tears is a language that God understands. Mr. Speaker, the former member from Western St. Mary is now a deacon in the Roman Catholic Church. Huh? No, sir, I'm a member of the United Church of Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, like your General Secretary. I attend regularly, but not your church. No. I'm only a communicant member. Mr. Speaker, as a former mayor, it would be remiss of me not to pay tribute to my colleague Milton Brown, as we served in the same class of mayors. Interestingly, Milton at the time was the president of ALGA, the Association of Local Government Authorities. I was the vice president and also the president of CALGA, which is the Caribbean Association of Local Government Authorities. Equally, I was also the chairman of the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. And Milton, the member, Mr. Speaker, please protect me from the slightly older honorable gentleman from central Manchester. Milton was that mayor who reorganized traffic in the town of Maypen, built out a bus park utilizing parish council lands, and always, and had to put up a number of, I wouldn't call it fight, but a number of things to get the roundabout beautified along with sections of Maypen. He was very passionate about that, and he sought to merge local governance with agriculture, because he too was an ardent farmer himself. Mr. Speaker, Audley Gilpin, I had the pleasure, when I was Minister of State with responsibility for local government, of appointing him, because we served as councillors and he had retired, appointing him a member of the Parish Council Services Commission. And he acquitted himself well. And the various officers who were confirmed, because he had a passion that people shouldn't be acting so long in post. And one of the things he insisted on was to ensure that persons who were acting in posts where there were clear vacancies, there was an accelerated program of having them confirmed in their posts. Audley Gilpin came from a very humble background. His father was a tradesman. And by dint of hard work, Mr. Speaker, he rose to be one of Jamaica's largest importers of building materials and had the largest hardware in the town of Lucy. That did not stop him from assisting others. And he looked at people's needs and he helped. Audley Gilpin believed in education and he believed in assisting persons to acquire same. Hugh Perry, another colleague who was a colleague of my father, was a councillor for many years for the Mansion Hill Division. And when I attended college in Portland, his house became my house away from St. Mary. He's well loved and remembered by the people of Mansion Hill, but he's also well known to the people of Jamaica for his work in the football fraternity and also his work with the lay magistrates. Mr. Speaker, may their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, let me move to Neville Gallimore. To best describe him, one would say he was a family man, but the members of his church would say he's a churchman. And the members of his community would say he's a farmer and a social worker. And the member of his political organization would say he's a solid laborite. But whichever description that you would choose for Neville, he was most of all a humble Jamaican who had Jamaica's interests at heart at all times. Mr. Speaker, myself and Dr. Gallimore had many conversations about his farm, and I journeyed there many times and took others there because he was always experimenting with his farm. And he planted a lot of exotic plants. And he had a plant that the fruit tastes like ice cream. Prime Minister, I'm sure he gave you some of that. And he, what's the name of it? Sapote, yes. And he had another one that when you eat it, no matter how sour the lime is, once you eat that, then you eat the lime, you don't even taste the sourness. He had a lot of exotic plants, and with my training in agriculture, we had some time together, and he was experimenting with lychee. No. He was experimenting with lychee, and lychee is one of the plants that I have an interest in, because what has happened in Jamaica is that the planting stock is getting old, so therefore the plants reproduce like every 5 or 6 years. In addition, he had a lot of animals. He had a mini zoo. And as the Prime Minister recounted his experiments with animals, and he always claimed that a lot of behavior is learned, not inbred, but learned based on the environment and how we treat people. So he clearly believed in the Jamaican people, and he believed passionately in education. And he not only paid lip service to his belief, Neville Gallimore, Mr. Speaker, paid for the education of over 40 young people from primary school right through to university. And he never did it for praise. He did it because he had a passion to helping people. Mr. Speaker, he helped many along the way. He not only those 40 plus, but helped many others. And many persons today will tell you that without the assistance of Dr. Gallimore, they could not be where they are today. We will surely miss him, and he has a place in our hearts. And we ask that perpetual light continues to shine upon him. Mr. Speaker, I now move to pay tribute to Shahini Elizabeth Fakure Robinson, a sister and a friend. I met her long before politics. I met her when she was at the Eagle Group of companies, and so was I in Ocho Rios. We developed a solid relationship from then, although before that she was involved in tourism and in banking elsewhere. And Mr. Speaker, she too was a farmer. She was a coffee farmer, and we would have long conversations about which chemical to use and the challenges that she was having on the farm and all of that. She was a fun-loving, pleasant, energetic, caring woman. Mr. Speaker, family and church was at the top of her priorities. The people in Claremont will tell you, and her sister and nieces and members of the family who is here, that her passion and her service to the Anglican community is legendary. She tithed regularly, and she always tried to be present in church. Not playing any role, just being present. It was in this church she was christened. She got married, and I believe it is in this church the family will say their goodbyes in celebrating her life. To her nieces and nephews, one would never know because she treated them as her own children. But Mr. Speaker, it is often said that the true measure of a person is not how they treat their own, but how they treat others. And Shahini Elizabeth extended her love and care and compassion to many persons. This is manifested in how she treated Bull and Kreng, because she grew them, nurtured them, and they still live in her household. And she never saw them as anything less than her own children. Mr. Speaker, her sister Rosie, many times, and many of us would believe that Rosie was the older one, as the sterner one, but it was not so. And Shiny would always tell us that the only person, if you know Shiny, you know that she walks very fast. And the only person that makes her slow down is Rosie. And Rosie will tell you there's a story behind it, but I won't get into that. But they were very close. But Mr. Speaker, in all of this, we cannot pay a tribute to Shahini Robinson without mentioning Tyrone Robinson, her friend and campaign manager. Her extended family of Northeast St. Anne will miss her and miss that energy, because when you meet Shahini, she consumes you and you become a part of her. As a sister and a friend and as a caring person, a person who always tried to help the poor, who extended herself in so many ways. She was always available to young persons. She was always willing to help the party when called upon and even when not called upon. She was legendary and well known for her work in by-elections. She was one of the first to turn up and one of the last to leave. She mentored others. She extended her love to everybody, and persons from both sides of the fence have good things to say about Shahini Elizabeth. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that the God that made her and the Son that saved her and the Holy Ghost that sanctified her will meet her and grant her eternal rest. May her soul rest in peace.
Dr. Chang.
arrangement is the Speaker. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, members of the Honorable House, in this evening, it's my privilege to pay tribute to a number of our colleagues. But first, I also want to recognize the passing of a number of other elected officials who were colleagues of mine in a different forum. And as General Secretary of the party, I had the privilege of working with them. Particularly Mr. Audley Gilpin from Lucy, who served as Deputy Mayor and Councillor for the Lucy Division, but also as a member of the Municipal Services Commission on several occasions. He served at the national level and carried out, represented rural Jamaica with confidence and well in examining the working of the parish council authority and ensure that there was always a voice for those of us who are from the far west. Audley was a successful businessman, but gave of his time to serving his community. He served in the Jamaica Labour Party, in fact, for well over 30 years, between the Parish Council Division, active in as a constituency manager, and of course, and the Local Government Authority Services Commission. He will be missed in the parish of Hanover. I'll have to mention, of course, Councillors Milton Brown, who was Mayor of the Clarendon Parish Council and also leader of the ALGA and an active member for many years serving his community, and Mr. Hugh Perrin from the Portland Parish Council. We miss two members of this Honourable House has left us in this. Dr. Neville Gallimore, Neville Eden Gallimore, who passed on the 28th of May after serving from 31 years in the Honourable House as Member of Parliament and served in the executive as a Minister of State and a full Minister of the Cabinet. He coincidentally passed on the 28th of May, which is the same day as we celebrated the passing of the former leader, and it was also the former leader's birthday, a gentleman who served all his time in Parliament with, both as a colleague from 1967 until 1974, and then as leader of the party. Dr. Gallimore was not only loyal, but worked very hard in working with the party leader to maintain the dynamism and strength of the Jamaica Labour Party. He was the youngest member of Parliament in 1967. Unusual at the time, about 38 or 39, but succeeded his father. Since then, several have come at a much earlier stage. But Neville came in then, so by 1980, when we had a new generation of MPs, especially from this side, Neville was one of those who was available to give us some guidance and some training and some work in parliamentary process and protocol. Personally, as one who was one of the young ones coming straight from the University of the West Indies, literally, after 2 years graduation, still having some what we may call a little bit of healthy disdain for what we consider at the time colonial practices. I had to get some guidance in what was then the parliamentary procedures and protocol. The 70s in the University of the West Indies, whatever your philosophy was at the time when we had a lot of liking for what was seen by then as colonial trappings. One will recall at the time when they burnt the red gold as a symbol of the colonial era, and that the university wanted new colors and new symbols for its graduates. But Neville was himself not only making himself available, he was a consummate diplomat. He served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he was able to, as I said, quietly get you to move in a certain direction in the parliamentary process. He was a devoted Seventh-day Adventist, and because of that, and we became good friends, I had the privilege of actually traveling with Neville on many of the official foreign affairs trips, because I would have to go with him in order to represent the government on the Sabbath. To Costa Rica, to Mexico, remember witnessing the first bullfight, because the other member was not able to go to this kind of event. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of course, he had studied in the Seventh-day Adventist Pacific Union College,
And he served his ministry with distinction and was particular value in working with the Latin American countries. He spoke and could think in Spanish literally. He was fluent in Spanish, and it was vital to maintaining and developing linkages with the Latin American countries, in particular Central and South America. That's how I ended up with him on several occasions in Costa Rica, Mexico, and Argentina, because he, as I said, would do all these formal trips, but he indicated from early on he did nothing on Saturday, and therefore he had to have some accompaniment. I had the privilege later of working with him when he was deputy leader for Era 4. At that time, Era 4 included the parish of St. Anne and stopped in Hanover. And we had a good time working together. But pretty soon, the Montego Bay, the Republican clan, exercised their leverage and indicated that they did not wish to have St. Anne as part of the West. And the boundary was changed to restore the Cornwall County region. But we had a good time working together. He was committed not only to his work as a member of Parliament and to serving the people of this country, but as a key part of the political operatives. During that time, of course, he made an effort to teach me some of the inner workings of the party machinery, and which served me well later on. His friends, in fact, in the leadership race were not my side at the time, but I have to say and confess it was Neville who taught me the runnings of internal party elections. He was extremely capable at it in his own quiet way, and I won't mention which election I learned most in, but here indicated how best to ensure that whatever your candidate was, and you had to enroll in the secretariat, you had to ensure that it went the right way. He was an interesting personality. He was easy to get on with, but he also had an extremely quiet and effective approach to his constituents. Among them, of course, he had a very sharp eye for the pretty ladies. But I remember when we were out on some occasions, a sharp eye for a beautiful woman, which is that there are many in Jamaica. You would find that if Mr. Siaga, the party leader, was around, the leader would look, if we were nearby and said, either with a Percy or then late Percy Broderick or Bruce was there. Percy, you have to get someone to follow him and hold up our end. This gentleman have a very good way. He always open the front door but never know where to go. That was the nature of the gentleman. He served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with competence and kept a vibrant relationship with our Latin American partners and friends. Later served in the Ministry of Social Security, where he served with distinction, had the privilege of introducing the food stamp program, which was maybe the beginning of our social safety net for the less privileged, and he carried out effectively on then Prime Minister Edward Siaga. Later on, he went to the Ministry of Education, which was new to him, but again, he not only introduced Jamaica's University Council, but started the process to phase out the then common entrance into the National Assessment and later GSAT program. It was initiated then and completed later government. Never was deeply committed to providing opportunities for the people he served, to serve them well. One of his peculiarities, and I conclude, is that when he went to his home, there was always 15 to 20 children. And while we all understand and do back to school and do scholarship, never literally took the kids home. There was a set he gave the usual back to school and supported. But he literally grew up about 20 kids. Literally had them in his home, they stayed there, and he sent them to school. In fact, in his latter years, in his few months, he went to California to do a palliative medical treatment, which wasn't available in Jamaica. He went there at the behest of one of those who had done very well and was a practicing surgeon in California. He was a good man. He served his people well. He was sincere. And the remark he was never contentious. You were able to work with all parties. We will miss him, and the political system will miss him. He has certainly left a legacy for us that we can examine and that we should emulate and work with. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetually shine. My friend, Sister Shahini, I got to know Mrs. Shaheen Robertson a little bit later, in the by-election of 2001. I did meet her at the conference room as well, because I was always active in the internal party operator. I had an interesting meeting there. And I think one of those internal elections of considerable interest. But I will not go into that. I had already learned the trick, so to speak, from Neville. But it was good to meet Shahini there. But I met her in that by-election, in which she was victorious in what was then considered a very safe and strong People's National Party seat. She was this attractive, small, but very energetic, dynamic lady. In fact, I remember meeting her first with the chairman of the party, then Dr. Ken Ball, and he said to me, no, this little lady is going to do it. Didn't know her, but we decided to go and work with her. I had the privilege of literally moving an entire team from my constituency, led by then Councillor Eroy Clark, who spent time in the Hotel Notorious, but he ended up being very much a part of St. Anne. Many have adopted Shahini, but Shahini adopted St. James and took my good friend Eroy under her wings, which is why today he has become. You would have preferred that. You would have preferred that, but he came home under those secured Central St. James, so, having learned very well from Ms. Robinson, who was not only an energetic, dynamic, and active politician, she was always willing to help others. A remarkable feature of Shahini. She gave herself to her constituency, she gave herself to her colleagues, and to all who work in representation politics. She was an outstanding example, and indeed the very now well-known expression is very true and sincere of Shahini. She was a phenomenal woman. Shahini gave energy to wherever she went, whether it was in the long, energetic walks to every house, or when she hit the stage to a Cape Town or a Buju Banton in her own style. That was Shahini. But the election of that 201 had greater meaning than just giving us one more seat in the House. Supported on a daily basis by the party leader, Shahini took a victory from it was considered a strong, safe PNP seat. But it's not the one seat we gained that it meant. I think for those in politics and student politics, I think you'll learn from as you go along. But Shaheen's victory removed a shawl over the institutional face of the Jamaica Labour Party. After several defeats, there was almost a victimhood mentality setting on the Labour Party. And Shaheen removed it in a very classical way. He kind of was getting a feel that victory in a challenge seat was not possible. And we couldn't win, and Mr. Sarah couldn't win. But after Shaheen's election, the psyche of the party changed. They were not successful in the 1997 election, but from then on there was a new mood, a new energy, and a willingness to get on this road and in fact campaign with confidence and efficiently. And she was always there to assist and to guide. And the younger members of the party, I think, got a new wind, which manifested itself in the victory, even though by a normal margin in the 2007 election. But the spirit of that time have continued to imbue this party. And that's what will live long for Shahini, because that for those of us who were there and understood the politics of the day, Shahini's victory, her style, her approach, and her commitment really imbued a new energy and a new philosophy into the Jamaica Labour Party, which has made it a complete change around. Today manifested in the confidence which this party shows under the leadership of Andrew Michael Holmes, who she supported not only actively, but was loyal and creative in working with the current Prime Minister, politically as well as in the ministries in which she served. I had the privilege of serving her in several ministries. In fact, the irony of 2020, early 2011, when the then Prime Minister resigned and handed pretty much all of the Prime Minister's office into my ministry, I had what was a ministry of everything. That was a ministry of everything. It included the Department of Local Government, because the government had then made it, a department, and Shahini served there and went on to assume responsibility under this Prime Minister as Minister of Works and Construction. I have to say, colleagues, for me it was a privilege to have not only to have served and campaigned with Shahini Robinson, to have worked with her, an outstanding individual Jamaican, and as I said, a phenomenal woman. Walk good, my sister. May light perpetual shine upon you. We'll meet again across the river. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quite a few persons have spoken already of those who have passed. I want to just briefly add my own sympathies and condolences in the passing of Neville Gallimore, Shahini Robinson, and our local government representatives and Ms. McLean. It's only few of us in the House now would have served with both, and fewer would have served with Neville Gallimore. My first term in the House was his last term. And as was said by others, and particularly of the opposition, Neville was one of the warmest persons that one could encounter. He was pleasant all the time, and he was a jovial person. And at all times, he was respectful. At all times. I personally was a bit shocked when I heard of his passing, because just earlier this year, he and I met up in St. Anne on a property, and we were walking through the bushes and climbing the hill to a location that he was showing me. I couldn't keep up with Neville. He cut a piece of stick and gave me to help navigate my way up the hill. And he was telling me of his age then. We met a couple times thereafter. Once in Mandeville, and spent a few hours well together, sharing with me the things that he was engaged in, and that new and expansive life that he was pursuing at that stage of his life. Never would I thought that I would have heard the news of his passing. After he left representational politics and his son Andrew came to this House representing West Rural St. Andrew, what was significant is that Neville was always here in the House when Andrew is going to make any presentation. He was always supportive of his son. And when he came to this House, he brought a liveliness of spirit that is sometimes absent here. So in a personal way, and not just in a collegiate way, I really miss Neville. The last time we spoke on the telephone, we were to speak again, and that never happened. And so I'm personally saddened of his passing. I have been speaking with Andrew since then to convey to the family my passing, my condolences at his passing. Shahini, like others have said, I too participated in that by-election in Northeast St. Anne. Never forget. I remember the morning after the election coming back through Ocherios. I remember the night of the election. I thought we didn't have any highway. It was a very intensely contested by-election. And, you know, especially some of the newer political players need to learn a bit from some of those before. That even in the heat of battle, after the heat of battle, you never forget that you're all colleagues when you come to this house. And as was mentioned before, that pleasantness of Shahini, that gentleness of Shahini, none of us who have shared with her can ever forget it. Those are the legacies which I think we must try to preserve in this house and to reflect them in the communities that we represent. I visited our constituency a couple of times. And in fact, our personal assistant in the constituency, I told her I'm going to relocate her to South St. Catherine. No, because of the personality, it was warm and deserving to be elsewhere. But I mentioned that to say the kind of atmosphere that Shahini had around her. When I go down there, she's always looking out for me when I go into the constituency and tell me that Shahini says she must take care of me when I'm there. Like the leader of the opposition, I've been to funeral of strong comrade in the constituency, and only to find that Shahini is a close friend of the family and is there. No divisiveness, no tribalism in the community. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, after we have served and we leave, the people in the constituency are going to remain there after us. And the legacy of our conduct and our behavior to each other tells a true story about who we really are. And we must never forget that. We are not going to be members of parliament forever. But while we serve, make sure that the character that we demonstrate, make sure how we interact with each other is something that others can speak of, feel comfortable about, and seek to replicate. That's how we grow the politics. And all of us who are here today have the opportunity to do it. You will never have it when you have left. We are not MPs forever. We won't be MPs forever. And so I'm happy for the opportunity to have served in this house with Shahini. Let me also extend condolences to our former local government representative. Milton Brown in particular, I happen to have known personally. He studied engineering in Trinidad with my brother during their time, and that had sort of established another kind of layer of relationship between him and myself. Very respectful, very warm person he was. Miss Alison McLean, as was said of her, I dealt with her while I was in the Ministry of Finance and while I was in the Ministry of Education during my tenure. And I can attest to her deep commitment to young people and her deep commitment to this country. Always willing to lend an idea as to how we can make things better for our young people and how we can move this country forward. Her passing too was a shock to me. Alice is a relatively young person in the whole scheme of things. And not having heard of any illness of hers, it was indeed a surprise to hear of her passing. In her short period, in her professional life, and no doubt in her wider social interaction, she has made an impact on those who she has encountered. She has made an impact on me too. And Jamaica is better for the contributions that she has made. May her soul rest in peace and light shine perpetually on them all. Thank you.
Mr. Daly. And then Ms. Grange. Mr. Daly.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and family members of my friend, my sister, former Minister Shaini Robinson, and family members of the late Dr. Gallimore, and family members of our two former councillors who have passed, and family members who are watching or listening of Miss Alison McLean. I would like to say how very pleased I am that the House last week agreed that we would have postponed the tributes until this week, because the way in which the business of the House went on last week, it would have been inappropriate so late in the night to pay tribute to especially these two persons, former Minister Gallimore and former Minister Shaini Robinson. Because, quite frankly, having served, that's basically all we get. A tribute paid here and a minute of silence. And I felt it was appropriate to delay the tributes where time would have been spent to do it appropriately. And may I say, no amount of time that is spent to pay tribute to Shahini and to Neville in particular can be time rushed. In fact, they deserve the time we spent to pay tribute to them. I knew Shahini before she entered politics. Before she decided to go into politics, I met Shahini early 90s while I was Minister of State in the Ministry of Labour and Social Security through a mutual friend who said he was going to come to today, Mr. Kirk McNally. And on a regular basis, we would spend some time at the ministry. I was thrown at the Hero Circle, just to discuss everything, talk, have lunch. Never thought she was going to enter politics. And in fact, when she decided that she was going to enter politics, I said to her, I wonder if you can manage. She said, yes, I'm going. Mr. Siaga's asked me to run after Danny Melville resigned, and I'm going to take it up. And I think those of us who were down there experienced something that I don't think we've ever seen before or after. In fact, at 3 o'clock on the day of the election, I called the person from my side who was responsible for the election. And I said, how is it? I was assigned to a place called Beechertown, where me and you and your brother and David Panton came down with his helicopter there, and Mr. Siaga passed through. So I called her, and I said, I called the person who was responsible for our side. And I said, how is it going? He said, boy, Daddy, it's 3-1. 3-1 victory. So I called Shahini for us afterwards and said, sister, you see, I tell you, you shouldn't run. He said, I said, you're losing him. She said, I saw you think me win already. So confident was her and the work she was doing each day with the people that it would have been the envy of many of those who are in representational politics. She loved the people and she defended and worked for them well. When she became the Minister of Labour and Social Security, it was Dr. Fenton Ferguson who was the then spokesperson, and then I became the spokesperson for Labour on the opposition side. And one might wonder How come there has not been any fuss between us on policy issues? Because we consulted. On any major issue that the Minister of Labour at the time, Honourable Shina Robinson, was going to pursue, and she felt she needed the support of the opposition, she would call me and we would meet for consultation. And in fact, that's the way a lot of ministries, I know in tourism, it happens regularly. That's how I believe it should go for us to have smooth work in the Parliament. She was a beautiful soul and someone who nobody could hate. Everyone would have loved Shaini just by meeting her. She was a fighter to the last end. She was a quiet warrior. I experienced some low times. 2018, I lost one brother who was close to the family of Shaini, in fact, very close to Peter. And when Basil died, Shaini called me every single day to find out what was happening or was it going, etc., etc. Then another brother died last year again, 2019, and she would reach out to me, reach out to say, how is everything going? She was just a warm, wonderful person who we will all miss. She fought the cancer to the very last end, and that is how strong she was. And I say to all of us here, it is something that we all need to ensure that we live a good life. There's one famous politician that used to say, if you want a big friend, live good. I will miss her, and we all will pay the appropriate respect. I hope that when their funeral comes around, that at least more than 50 of us might be accommodated. She was a wonderful soul. She was a warrior. Neville Gallimore will be remembered for a couple of things that I served here with him. When there was upheavals in Haiti, he was dispatched by his government to persuade, do we say, call him Baby Doc, to persuade Duvalier to exit. And I remember discussing with him on other occasions, how did he do it? And he said to me, I called Lloyds of London and I took out a £1 million insurance on myself and I went into Haiti because I wasn't sure I was coming back. That's what he told me. But he went there, respected by both sides, both parties, and Duvalier at the time left for France, and there was peaceful transition in Haiti. I also remember him saying to me, after his defeat, he said, Dali, if you have never experienced defeat in politics, you will never be able to enjoy the joys of victory. That's what he said. Experiencing defeat humbles you and helps you more to enjoy it. He didn't run back again afterwards, but I'm sure those words still remain in our minds. Milton Brown became mayor of Maypen when, after the 2003 elections, local elections, both sides drew 11-11 in the council. I was in charge of the parish at the time. Mike was in charge of the parish for his party. I was in charge for my party. And we had a negotiated settlement because the JLP had gotten a couple more votes than the PNP. And we said, okay, 11-11, let's give Milton Brown the mayorship and we will take the deputy mayor. And I think we did well, Mike, peacefully, and our side supported and rallied with Milton Brown and went and nominated him as mayor. Somebody I know for many years, and I extend my sympathies and condolences to his family. I didn't know Gilpin, but I'm sure he served well. I didn't know him to talk to, and I also extend my sympathies to his family. I'm going to ask the House to indulge me for 1 minute to say something about us. In the last couple of years, we have lost 4 members of parliament, ministers, who have departed us in the line of duty. Roger Clark died as a minister. Dr. Green died as a sitting member of parliament. Dr. Bloomfield died as a sitting member of parliament. And now our sister Shiny dies as a sitting minister. And in the way in which things are arranged here, if you were a cabinet minister, you are given an official funeral. Those were the cabinet rules. At one time, I hope they still maintain. But there's basically nothing else except the 1 minute of silence that we will get. And that is why I always say, when we are paying tribute to a former colleague in this house, that we must serve that 1 minute. Shiny served for 19 years, almost approaching the 20th year. There was a prime minister who said after serving 20 years, we must be given a little thing called CD. She's short of that, and I am hoping that that honor will be bestowed upon her, even though she's short of the 20 years. But more profoundly, sometimes we are classified as self-employed, and sometimes we are classified as public servants, and sometimes we are classified as contractors when negotiations come around. When you die in service in certain organizations and institutions, there are some benefits that your family receive. This is the only profession, being a member of parliament, that you die in the line of duty, you die in service, and nothing you benefit from, your family benefit from your employers. Nothing. We are victims, as my colleague gave me those words when we arrived. I told him I'm going to speak about it, and I hope that my colleagues indulge me. We are victims of public contempt. Nothing. Roger Clark family received nothing. Dr. Green family received nothing. Dr. Bloomfield family received nothing. Having served the people. We have a pension plan here, but there's no death benefit that goes to our family. Your own arrangements have to be made, and people enter public life. Many of us, and most of us, I would dare say, not for personal aggrandizement and personal riches, but it's to serve the people of this country. And in many instances, we have seen many ministers who have served on both sides, that on occasions, we have to buy their own medication for them. I don't think it's right. I don't think it is right for serving the people of Jamaica and laying down every single day. This is the greatest sacrifice that one can make. From 5 o'clock, your phone is ringing straight through, and you're out there helping the people. And when you die, you can't even get the full minute of silence. Some people are absent, and some people feel that we are wasting time to pay the tribute. And there's nothing that your family receive in terms of benefit. So if you didn't make arrangement for yourself, all you will get, if it's an official funeral, is the flag folded and handed to your wife or to your husband. To the family of Shahini, be strong. She was good. She was loved. And we are here to support you. To the family of Dr. Gallimore, be strong. You have served 31 years, the people, and we are here to support you as you go through your time of grief. May God have mercy on their souls, and may their souls rest in eternal peace.
Ms. Green.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to, first, Alison McLean, who was the first permanent secretary for the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. Mr. Speaker, we have exceptional dedicated, and efficient people working in the public service. Alison McLean was one of them. She served through to 2017, when she joined UN Women as representative of the Multi-Country Office for the Caribbean. But, Mr. Speaker, it was as if she never left. When I see her, I'd refer to her as PS. She continued to work closely with me and the ministry on our gender initiatives aimed at bringing about equality and equity for vulnerable women. In partnership with her, we developed the No Excuse for Abuse campaign to eliminate gender-based violence. And just a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, I was happy to share with her at the launch of the Spotlight Initiative to eliminate violence against women and girls. Again, Mr. Speaker, she was instrumental in developing the Jamaica Spotlight Initiative program. I enjoyed working with Alison. We both shared a passion for women's empowerment. She was efficient, she was effective, she was creative, and she was dedicated. And, Mr. Speaker, she had an embracing smile and personality. And I want to tell you even more. When we would go to events, and we went to all kinds of events, from church to the dance halls, I'd be looking for my permanent secretary, and somebody would say, look around the corner there. And when I look, she around the corner, a proper piece of dance, dancehall style. She was a real person, a natural person. During her tenure as permanent secretary, she guided the gender division in the development of the National Strategic Action Plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Jamaica. Before joining the ministry, Mrs. McLean worked as Chief Technical Director in the Office of the Prime Minister. She also served as a Special Advocate for Children in the United States and as the Chief Executive Officer for the Child Development Agency in Jamaica. She also spent nearly 2 decades lecturing at the University of the West Indies on international relations and negotiations. And I would run into many UWI graduates who would say to me that Alison was their lecturer. So, Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to Alison Anderson McLean, a woman who was responsive, resolute, resourceful, diligent, and a dedicated public servant. I express sincerest condolences to her family and friends. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I need to remind you of the emotional pain of the past 3 weeks, characterized by feelings of sorrow that descended upon us, both as a government and as a party, and as individuals, with the deaths of our stalwarts within quick succession. I will mention 2 in the interest of time: Shahini Robinson and Dr. Neville Gallimore. They have been indelibly etched into the heart and soul of our political institution and, of course, our people and our country. I will first focus on the attributes of the late Dr. Neville Eden Gallimore, a committed politician and former government minister who approached the business of this honorable house with purpose and meaning. To me, he was a gentle giant, both physically and intellectually. He was certainly a giant as a politician and member of parliament. And as a minister, he served in many capacities with responsibility for many portfolios. He gave us of his many skills to the development of this country and its people. When he spoke, Mr. Speaker, it was always with respect and humility, and a level of deference for his colleagues, which was both exemplary and refreshing. You could not confront Neville with an issue, however serious and threatening, without him responding with a smile and a gracious attitude, which you could not help but admire and reflect. I had the privilege of working with him on numerous occasions and on several projects, including the trip to Haiti, and at least 2 trips to Costa Rica, where we have a strong Jamaican diaspora. I will always recall his motto, which was, God first, Jamaica second, and my party third. Never was a devout Seventh-day Adventist, and was never available on his Sabbath for anything but church. At times he was criticized for that, but he stood steadfastly in this position, and he was unapologetic about it. He was also a very disciplined person in other ways, and I would want us to take special note that he told me, and I observed, I do not eat between meals, and I do not eat out. That was Neville's position. When he was first elected to Parliament in 1967, he was actually the youngest member of the Jamaican Parliament at that time. He served as Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Minister of Social Security, and Minister of Education. In those days, Mr. Seaga made sure you start as Parliamentary Secretary before you become Minister. You then go to Minister of State, then you go to Cabinet Minister. That was the grooming in those days that you would have as a Member of Parliament moving into a ministerial position. As Minister of Social Security, he was responsible for the introduction of the food stamp program, which gave respite to hundreds and thousands of poor Jamaicans. That, Mr. Speaker, along with other initiatives to widen the social safety net, set the foundation for the ever-expanding social intervention programs that exist in the country today. As Minister of Education, he implemented the National Assessment Program, which was the precursor to the GSAT examinations, leveling the playing field for primary-age students across the country. Neville also founded the University Council of Jamaica. The seeds he had sown as a minister has grown into a tree which has spread its branches right across the education landscape. He also gave us his son, Andrew, who served as Member of Parliament for West Rural St. Andrew between 2007 and 2012, as well as a junior minister at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And we must also not forget that Neville's father, Gideon Arbuthnot Gallimore, also served as Member of Parliament, and Neville Gallimore succeeded his father as a Member of Parliament for that constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Dr. Gallimore for his service to the political life of this country. He served his party well, and he instilled in others the beliefs that he held firmly in terms of his religion, his family, his politics, and his country. About 2 weeks or so, 2.5 weeks before he passed, I got a message from Member of Parliament, Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, and she said, Neville wants to talk to you, and she also wants to speak to Ed Bartlett. He also wants to speak to Ed Bartlett because he's leaving and he wants to speak to those who he had worked closely with. And I called Neville, and Neville kept me on the phone for 1 hour. And he said, I am so privileged because I know I'm going, but I'm ready to go. And I've had the honor, God has spared me long enough to hear my tributes. So all my tributes, I'm getting them now, not after I'm gone. I'm ready to go. And so he did everything he wanted to do and was just waiting for the day to come. I wish to express my deepest sympathies to his family, and I will continue to keep them in my prayers. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I never thought I would have to do this one, even when it became imminent. The reality was still too hard to imagine. And now that it has come to pass, the pain is even harder to bear. I know it's hard for me. I know for many of my colleagues here. I know it's hard for the family. I know it's hard for the Ministry of Social Security. And I know it's hard for her constituents. Today, I stand to share with this honorable House on this sorrowful occasion when we pay tribute to the life and service of my dear sister and friend, the Honorable Shahini Robinson, Member of Parliament, Minister of Labour and Social Security, distinguished daughter of St. Anne, and a phenomenal Jamaican woman. Mr. Speaker, this House has lost one of its most luminous stars. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica has lost one of her most ardent and compassionate women in leadership. Mr. Speaker, the people of Northeast St. Anne especially mourn the loss of a woman who not only became family, but was mother to many, aunt to numerous others, and ultimately comforter and provider for so many more. This is how Shahini Robinson defined her politics. It was about the dedicated and consummate foot soldier traversing the nook and cranny of the constituency in her bid to bring hope and prosperity to all her constituents and to Jamaica, which she loved dearly. Shahini Robinson came to Parliament in 2001 on the back of one of the most historic upsets in modern Jamaican politics. That side will never forget. Her quiet and unassuming nature belied the fierce determination and organizational acumen that saw her rise to political success. When she arrived, I welcomed her most heartily as my little sister, as I was the only woman on the opposition benches at that time. Interestingly enough, we were sitting in the second row, and in the middle, between Shahini and myself, was our present Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. We gave him a hard time, of course. I was to his right and Shahini was to his left. But we journeyed together, and today we're happy that we are on this side, but we are sad that Shahini is gone. I was really happy to welcome her because I was always a strong advocate for more women in politics. And so while no one can fill Shahini's shoes, I'm hoping that soon we will have another woman in Parliament and more to fill her space. Women in politics bring a certain dedication, commitment, stick-to-ivity, and a caring, very caring demeanor that even the men who serve and serve with their heart and soul just don't have that touch. And so today I say to the women in Parliament, please applaud Shahini Robinson for being here with us and for sharing and caring. Shahini did not have ambition to enter politics, representational politics. She saw herself as a social worker. She was asked to supervise the constituency, and when the opportunity came for someone to contest the election, she was selected. She was not at the top of the list, but she was selected. She was 9% in the polls as being recognized in the constituency. But Shahini she pounded the pavement, she went to every house, she get to know everybody, and she prevailed. And she won street and lane. So I can say that Shahini became a force to reckon with. Gentle but fierce, soft-spoken but fiery. Don't let Shahini pepper you. Don't let her. Right? Many in here on our side have gotten it from her. And when she finished pepper you, she hug you up. Amen. That was Shahini. So for her, there is a saying, there's no place like home. For Shahini, there was no place like Northeast St. Anne. Shahini became a model representative of the people. She paraded the constituency regularly and got involved in every development project. Don't go into Shahini's constituency without talking to her about a project. In fact, if you pass through and stop at a function, the phone is going to ring and she say, how are you coming here to a function and you don't call me and tell me? That was Shahini. And among the projects that we shared a common interest in was the Seville Great House and Heritage Park, where four cultures meet: the Spanish, the British, the African, and the Taino. And Shahini was fixated on its potential as a beacon of cultural tourism. And as such, she worked with me and the Jamaica National Heritage Trust in reinventing and strengthening the attraction. And every year she looked forward to hosting the Emancipation Jubilee there on July 31 as a personal tribute to our African ancestors. For her, our ancestors must be given due respect and reverence for the sacrifices they made so that we today can stand proud as Jamaicans. Shahini boasted that she represented the parish of Marcus Messiah Garvey, Bob Marley, and Burning Spear. In her ministerial role, she was gifted with a compassionate heart, resilient spirit, deep respect for labor and decent work as a hard worker herself, an unwavering commitment to social engineering, which forms the basis of our Jamaican society. She was a tower of strength in labor relations and negotiations, including ensuring that Jamaicans continue to benefit from overseas employment programs, whether as farm workers or work and travel students. She welcomed her Caribbean family as she oversaw the free movement of Caribbean workers. The staff of that ministry knew of her dedication to the task and unflinching belief in the importance of our portfolio in ensuring that Jamaica's poor and vulnerable would be taken care of, whether through PATH, or poor relief, or funeral grants, or through the National Insurance Scheme. So today I pay tribute to a woman of substance, a trailblazer, a dedicated public servant. She was a quiet storm that would not be daunted by challenges as she sought to get the work done and achieve her targets. Mr. Speaker, it was always a pleasure to work with Shahini on Labor Day and during Workers' Week. So, Speaker, Shahini was special, very, very special. In our constituency, she knew everybody by name, real name and alias. That's how much she related to her constituents. And we shared many times together. We went to church together. We went to dance hall together. We went to concerts together. We went to funerals together. We traveled the road together. And, Mr. Speaker, I shall surely miss her. It is with a deep pain in my heart that I salute my dear sister and friend. Though not long enough, I thank God for the time He gave her to us. I thank God for her modeling of grace, commitment, and resilience so that many young women who saw her could aspire to political leadership. Shahini, you have been a phenomenal Jamaican woman. Nani would indeed be pleased with your stewardship. Caring person. I spoke to Shahini, and while she was on her bed, she was asking me about someone who she and her sister was trying to assist to get a kidney transplant. She wasn't worried about herself. She cared enough about this person. I said, Shani, are you okay? She said, yes, I'm fine, man. I just wanted to look after that person. And when I saw her on Wednesday, I said to her, Shaini, I promise you I'm going to get that job done. And she held her hand like this out to me. I put my hand in her hand. And she said, okay. She said, and she closed her eyes. Today I say, walk with my sister and friend. Your work now completed speaks of you. Your constituency reflects your spirit. Your personality becomes you. And I, your sister and friend, will never forget you. May God's perpetual light shine upon you, my sister, and bring you to the place of divine rest as you shine among the stars above. We love you.
Comments? So Warmington and then Dr. Guy.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief because I don't think I have the strength to endure for a long period of time. I just want to stand to recognize the work and worth of Neville and Shahini. I remember Neville when he won election in 1967, and then Neville and David Lindo served as parliamentary secretary with, I think it was Bob Lightburn. And both are from St. Anne, and both were committed to the people in those constituencies. Shahini more so, as she operated just as I did. She worked relentlessly for the people of Northeast St. Anne. I met Cheney in the first by-election in 2001 when I went to the nomination and I saw this beautiful lady. She was riding in the sunroof with Mr. Siaga in the Piero, and her eyes locked then. And the next morning I was in my office in Old Harbour and the phone rang. It was Mr. Siaga. And he said, "Everett, where are you?" I said, "I'm in Old Harbour." I said, "Doing what in my office?" He said, "You ought to be up here." I said, "Mr. Leader, everybody know that I'm controversial and bad luck follow me. I don't want the company and that pretty lady lose the election because of me." And he said, "Look, man," and he used some very choice language and said, "Get yourself up here." When I got there, he introduced me to Shani, and she said she wanted me to take charge of exchange. And that relationship of friendship we developed then has never ceased. We work for each other, we work with each other, we live for each other. I have concern, I could call on her. She had concern, she would call on me. And people always wonder, how come we have such a close relationship? We developed that friendship, that deep inner bonding for each other. And it happened that when I came here 2002, we sat together on that side beside each other. We came on this side in 2007, we sat together beside each other. Went back on that side in 2011, we sat beside each other. We came back on this side in 2016, and we sat beside each other. Ever since we met, we're inseparable until the time of our death. That love that we have for each other, that commitment that we have for each other is something that sustained me over this time. And I would say that to me, Shiny was the wind beneath my wings. I believe she was an angel sent by God. She demonstrated that throughout her life. And unfortunately, within 12 days, that death strike. The issue is that while I'm mourning for her, I lost my brother within 12 days. And Shahini and Delroy was the two closest things to my heart. And I'll miss them.
Dr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. Whereas I did not have the opportunity to meet Dr. Gallimore, I met his son who came with me in the batch of 2002. But I want to speak specifically, Mr. Speaker, in paying tribute to the late Honorable Shiny Robinson, who I met coming here in 2002. And Mr. Speaker, the same warmth that she greeted me in 2002 was the same warmth I gather that she had for everyone in the Parliament. Her warm smile, her pleasing and pleasant personality was what endeared her to everyone across the political divide. Yes, she was political, but as was said before, she was never tribal in her operations as a parliamentarian and as a minister. And is one who I had to say to the Minister of State the other day when I said to him about some additional cards, I said, Shiny would have given it to me. And you know, Mr. Speaker, in her last presentation in the Parliament, I had a discussion with her. And she said, Chomaris, you know I don't have no more. And the following week, there was a package here with some additional cards. We had a special relationship, the both of us. In fact, I was saying to her sister a while ago, there was a time when she said that we are cousins because some distant relative is married to some relative of mine. So she said we are cousins. And that even fused us closer together, Mr. Speaker. But there were times I remember, and the member from Eastern St. Thomas will also remember, that Shiny would really just come across on this side in 2007 to 11. And we had our lively banter and discussions and, you know, that sort of thing. There wasn't anything tribal about it. It was just members of parliament sitting together, having a good time. And Mr. Speaker, those are the memories that I want to cherish of this wonderful lady who I had the opportunity to have met in my life journey and in this political life. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say a few words in the memory of Alison Anderson McLean, who I met her when she came as an undergraduate student at University of the West Indies in the late 70s. Even though she belonged to Taylor Hall, it was her advocacy that caused her to have this long-lasting, lifelong friendship with a group of us from Chancellor Hall. And yes, and Mr. Speaker, it was evident from then that her passion, as was said by the Honourable Minister, her passion for children and her passion for the care of children led her to a very exemplary public life and public service. On a special note, I want to extend my apologies to her, my condolences to her family, and to say, may her soul rest in peace. She was a wonderful soul, and indeed, we will miss her, as we do the other members who have passed on. Thank you.
Mr. Mike Henry, then Mr. Mackenzie, then Ms. Philibert. Mike Henry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to pay tribute to two colleagues, and indeed sitting here year after year and looking on both sides of the House, from both sides of the aisle, I could almost point to a chair in which I've seen all the persons come and serve for the last 45 years. But paying this tribute today, I do so to Shahini Robinson and Neville Gallimore together. There's a classic tragic irony in the passing so close together of my dear friends and colleagues, Dr. Neville Gallimore and Mrs. Shahini Robinson. Tragedy? Yes, as all Jamaica mourns the loss of individuals such as these two. Two persons were rare finds along the road of life, finds which when lost leaves a void that we know we cannot fill, but with which we struggle to reconcile. Irony, yes. It was Neville who played a major role in Shahini's decision to enter the political arena, where he had served for so many years, and now together they have left this life only days apart. I remember his discussion with me, citing certain indications of strong personal touch as a political operative that belonged in the heart and minds and the work of Shahini. Classic, yes, in the true sense of the word classic. Unique, special, of great value, and yes, full of class. Neville and Shahini were classic in all these ways. Neville was as much at ease with his animals as he was with the people. Kings or paupers, rich or poor, of one ilk or the other, he shared his skills, his intellect, and his faith in his every word and deed in all walks of life. And if I should ever give a proper guidance to anyone in the political world, they both shared their humanitarianism at all and every sense of the way. Shahini was classic in jeans or Chanel, as she quietly but steadfastly made her mark in what many will see as predominantly a man's world. To her, all with whom she came in contact, either immediately, they became family or were scheduled for adoption at the next possible opportunity by the constituent, teammate, or opposition. I will share the long memory of what I saw her achieve, because indeed I remember the times, because those of us who have survived 17 years in opposition, serving in this parliament, will recognize how difficult life must become. But I mentioned the fact that how many of us recognize the times when flooding of Ocho Rios was almost a common happening. And I remember the times when I became the Minister of Transport and Works, that she sought to solve that problem. And I think I can say to her memory, you won't see Ocho Rios flooding for a long time to come. I remember how she shared my passion for doing concrete roads and the concreting of the Fern Gully Road. Because these are the issues that sometimes we forget. Because if I can go back to Bustamante days, I will quote her for a political guidance. If you have a mile of road to do a 3/4 mile. The people remember you did the 3/4 mile and ask you why you don't finish that 1/4 mile. Because if you do the whole 3/4 mile and finish, then they're going to come to you for water, roads, and everything else and forget that you ever did anything in the road. So I'll miss my friends and colleagues for all the gifts of themselves. Gifts that they generously and abundantly shared. My life, our lives, and their beloved Jamaica are better for the time they spent with us. Our future will be better as we honor them by adhering to the principles and values which they embrace. And again, I emphasize humanitarianism and service. To Neville, vaya con Dios mi amigo. To Shaini, walk good, my friend. And to her family and friends, I'll say, she will live in the heart of those of us who really knew her intimately. We really knew what she meant and what she aimed for and what she achieved. And with a shining example of what is good representation in the era of political service for which we all have served and will continue to serve. May her soul rest in peace and life perpetual kind.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join the chorus of members of this Honorable House who have extended themselves in paying tributes to two outstanding parliamentarians and in extension acknowledging the work of 3 local government practitioners. Former Mayor Milton Brown, who served with distinction in the Clarendon Parish Council, then Clarendon Municipal Corporation, served as mayor, council, and president of the Association of Local Government. Someone who I had a very close working relationship with because we, as Minister Montague said, became mayors in the same class in 2003, and we developed a very close working relationship. It was just a couple of months ago when we worked together in the by-election in Clarendon. I had some extensive conversation with Milton, and one of the discussions we had that Milton was looking for another term as councillor. He has done his job and he has been rewarded in the best way possible, and I want to extend to his family and to his division my sincere condolences and that of the local government fraternity. Former Deputy Mayor Gilpin, again, was a strong, dedicated champion of local government, played his part, might not be known on the national scale as a Milton Brown, but in his own rights contributed to the improvement of local government in the Hanover Parish Council at the time, And again, I want to extend to his family. Joe Perry in Portland is someone I've known from a little boy. He's somebody who was a part of what was known then as the Youth Development Agency, YDA, which was transformed later to the Social Development Commission. Not only in the field of social work and political endeavors, but also in the field of sports, not just in football, but cricket. And he was a strong advocate for cricket in rural Jamaica. And again, I want to extend my personal condolences on his passing. I believe if I say that I can speak without fear of contradiction, and probably only Minister Grange could rival me on that, to say that I've known and worked with Dr. Neville Gallimore longer than almost everybody in this honorable house. I knew Dr. Gallimore from the early days of the 60s, from I was a boy, going with Mr. Seaga to visit the Gallimores in St. Anne. I did call MP Main and said something to him, but I think I'm going to beat him to it, because we have spoken about Neville's father being the Member of Parliament and Neville following in the footsteps of his father. But I wonder how many of us knew in this house that his mother was a councillor in the same constituency that her husband was the MP and the son became the Member of Parliament. And Dr. Gallimore, in his own way, was one of those members in the Labour Party who showed an interest in young people. And I benefited a lot from his counseling, and a lot of what the Labour Party was able to accomplish in the parish of St. Anne. That foundation was laid by Dr. Neville Gallimore, and I today want to pay my personal tribute and to extend to him, to his family, our deepest condolences on his passing. Mr. Speaker, I met Shaini Robinson about 1 week before the by-election. I couldn't call her name properly because it was a funny name to call. So instead of going to say Shaini Robinson, when I was about to introduce her on the platform, I would say Shaheen and drag it. Mr. Speaker, here is a woman who, in my brief tribute to her today, want to highlight her as perhaps one of the most dominant female political figure that this country has seen since 1944. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, against the backdrop of someone who came into the political arena without any experience at all, Mr. Speaker. I remember the morning of her nomination. Not even a green shirt she had in our closet. We had to find a green shirt the morning of her nomination to put on to Shaini. Mr. Speaker, I spent almost 5 weeks in the parish, living in Ocherius, because I had responsibility for our area council for the Ocherius division. And what I discovered from working with Shaini is that she listens and listens attentively. And everything that she was told to do, she did so. But what was amazing about it, Mr. Speaker, she brought her own personality to that campaign, outside of what the Labour Party brought to the campaign, Shaini as an individual, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why I want to liken Shaini to being this most potent female politician that we have had since 1944. Shaini is the third female to be made Minister of Local Government. And she is the only one of the two of the three that comes from rural Jamaica. Madam Rosalian was the first female Minister of Local Government. And she also, Mr. Speaker, was the Minister of Social Welfare, the late Madam Rose Leon. The Most Honorable Portia Simpson-Miller became Minister of Local Government, the second female Minister of Local Government. And she also, Mr. Speaker, was the Minister of Labour and Social Security. So they had changed, they had removed social welfare and had security, social security. And Minister Robinson, despite not serving any extensive period as the Minister of Local Government, became the third Minister of Local Government and the third female Minister of Labour and Social Security. Her rise, Mr. Speaker, to that position is not ordinary. Positions like those are left for persons who have served long and faithful. It is because of the individual that she was and the potential that she displayed why such an honor and privilege was bestowed on Minister Shaini Robinson. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say in closing that we have lost a woman of virtue. No words will ever be sufficient enough to say to her family, because words are just words for the moment. But we need to ensure that Shaini's legacy, the work that she has done, the contribution that she has made, because I shared many hours with her as the Minister of Local Government that has responsibility for poor relief, and there are aspects of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security that we have to interact on a daily basis. This was a woman of compassion, a caring woman, an understanding Jamaican. And I want to say to her family who is present in this honorable house this afternoon, and to the wider constituents that she loves so much, weeping may endure at night, but joy cometh in the morning. She has fought a good fight. She has kept the faith. And I am quite sure that the crown that she will wear is one that she richly deserves. May God protect her, give her the rest that she so richly deserves. I thank you.
Philibert. Marissa. And then Ms. Daly, prepare yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of Shaini Robinson, I think of the words, gone far too soon. Mr. Speaker, it is in the book of Corinthians that the good Lord said, my grace is sufficient for you, and my power is made perfect in weakness. My own understanding of these words is that at some time in our life, we have to endure pain and sorrow and suffering. And for us as a party, as a government, as a people, it is our time now. So we have to accept it, we have to deal with it, and know for sure that the good Lord will see us through. And so at this time, I ask for God's grace as we endure the loss of our colleague, Shahini Robinson. It is a loss to the Jamaica Labour Party, to whom she was loyal to the very end. It is a loss to her constituents, who she served and loved without reserve. To her family and close friends, who she loved and who loved her dearly, who must now face the future without her. I join, therefore, with everyone in this house and the wider Jamaica to extend my love and prayers as we all take one day at a time. Mr. Speaker, Shahini committed her entire life to politics and to the service of the people of Jamaica, and so we salute her this evening. She had the ability to bring a certain type of energy into any political meeting that she was a part of. She was a pretty woman with a charming and engaging smile. And this evening, and for a long time, we are all brokenhearted and we're crushed in spirit to have lost Shahini at such an early age. Mr. Speaker, and as I speak of the loss of Shahini, I also pay tribute to Dr. Neville Gallimore, who in fact ushered me into the political arena and who was close to Shahini. He always said to me, I just spoke to number one, so now I'm speaking to number two. And when he said that, I know he had just spoken to Shahini. The last time I spoke with Shahini was about a little over 2 weeks ago when Dr. Gallimore was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and was about to leave the island. And we spoke. And little did I know that I would be mourning the loss of both persons at this time. In Dr. Gallimore, I had a friend to the very end. I spoke to Doctor this Saturday night before he passed on the Thursday. And in him, I had the best political teacher I could ever have. Doc was very philosophical about life and accepted his illness. He thanked God for giving him a good, long, and successful life. And as he said, it was like going to his own funeral because he got a chance to speak to most persons who he held dear. And as I think of both Jamaicans, the words of an unknown writer come to mind. And it says, time was when these two airplanes were new, and they flew to great heights in the sky. But now they're older and rusty, and we seem to be questioning why. Friends, I do believe, as I'm sure you all believe, that our separation is temporary, as we will be reunited, and as the scriptures say, at a time when tears will be banished forever. May the souls of these two great Jamaicans who served their country long and well rest in peace, and light perpetual ever shine upon them. Thank you.
Mr. Daly, and then Mr. May.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in a very sad mood. I rise to pay tribute first as a local government practitioner for 3 local government practitioners who have worked and served local government very well. But I speak more so about former Mayor Milton Brown, who I had the opportunity to work with when I was Deputy Mayor of the St. Catherine Parish Council, and also a member of the local government authority. I know that they have given selfless contribution to this country, but more so to the parishes that they served. And sometimes we tend to forget about the local practitioners, because sometimes we believe that there is not a lot of work at the local level. But I must tell you, you have to be committed to serve at a local level. So may their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I did not know Dr. Gallimore personally, but I know of his work and his contribution to this country and in extension to this parliament. And I just want to say to his family, service above self is sometimes not recognized in life, but in death, people recognize the kind of service, because sometimes you are not, you cannot be replaced. So many times the tributes is after death, and sometimes it is so sad that we have to do it after death. But nonetheless, I want to say to his family, may you all, to his family, that we are with you and we have you in our prayers. Mr. Speaker, it is so many tributes, and I don't want to be long, so I'm just trying to cut across. But I would like to pay tribute now to a Jamaican. And I will start by saying, as Jamaicans, we are known to make our marks around the world. We are dynamic and fierce, strong and resilient. We break barriers and set boundaries. These are some of the things we can say about Miss Alison Anderson McLean. I worked with her on the Children's Services Board, and I must tell you, words cannot express the kind of love and passion that she has for the less fortunate children and the most vulnerable. She was the UN Women's Representative for the Multi-Country Office in the Caribbean. She has served Jamaica well in several government offices. She was a former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Entertainment, Gender, Sports, and a project manager for the modernization of the Children's Services Division in the Ministry of Health. She was also former head of the Child Development Agency, and she worked assiduously to ensure that we get the most vulnerable in proper care. Today, I want to salute Miss Alice McLean. I want to say to her family that she has served her country well. She has served her ministries well, her agencies well, and she has served the world at large. May her soul rest in peace and life perpetual shine upon her. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be very long, because to speak about a former minister and friend and colleague in this parliament would take a very, very long time. And while some of the things have been expressed about her good nature, sometimes they are worth repeating. But I won't be long. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to pay tribute to a former colleague, parliamentarian and friend, Ms. Shaini Robinson. I knew Ms. Robinson just for a short while since I was elected in 2011. While I knew of her work and her worth, I got to know her better during the period we served in the various committees. She was loyal to the cause of duties, and she placed her country above self. She was very soft-spoken, but she was not one that you could push over. Mistress Robinson, in her quiet way, made a very great contribution to her constituency, her country, her family, and Jamaica at large. I have always admired the way in which she had never carried any big fanfare, but she was very effective on the ground. Mistress Robinson has fought a good fight. She has kept the faith. She has finished the race. I know that her space is secured in paradise. Rest in peace, my friend and sister. May the light that so shine continue to shine upon you perpetually. God bless you.
Mr. Main, then Mrs. Ford, and then Mr. Whittle.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the sentiments as expressed by colleagues on either side as we pay tribute to some of Jamaica's finest servants. And Mr. Speaker, as I said in another space, if there are two persons who would have guided my transition and development in representational politics, then it would have had to be Neville Gallimore and Shaini Robinson. It is Shaini Robinson who had introduced me to the leadership of the Jamaica Labour Party as a potential candidate for Southwestern Centre. And having gone into the constituency, the very first place I went was the home of Dr. Neville Gallimore. And I recall that initial conversation, and Dr. Gallimore said to me that almost anything I wanted to know about the constituency, he is more than prepared to assist me. But if I wanted to know what it takes to be a good politician, I should go and speak with Shaini Robinson, because she was the best politician that he has ever worked with. And I'm particularly saddened by Dr. Gallimore's death, Mr. Speaker, because he has been involved in my life at every stage of my development. I remember as a little boy growing up, in my head at the time, there were only two politicians in this country. One with half of his hair black and the other half white. And then there was Neville Gallimore, a tall gentleman that drove a long Mercedes-Benz and had a special connection with the farmers. My mother worked as a social worker at the time, and he was able to convince her to become one of his political advisors, organizers. And later she became the counselor for the Gibraltar Division while he was member of Parliament. But Neville Gallimore entered the House of Parliament in 1967, and at that time, Mr. Speaker, other persons would have indicated, he was the youngest parliamentarian. And since that time, I believe that record has only been surpassed by two others.
our current Prime Minister and former Prime Minister Golding. So of course, that's just an indication of the nature of the group among which Dr. Gallimore belonged. But he was, however, born into a life of service. His father served as a member of parliament, and as Member Mackenzie indicated, his mother served as a parish councillor. So having graduated from medical school, he was unexpectedly thrown into the political sphere as a result of the resignation of his father as the Member of Parliament then. And he went on to win 7 consecutive elections. At his first, coming out of his first electoral success, he would have been appointed parliamentary secretary in Foreign Affairs, and thereafter he would have served as a minister of government in diverse portfolios. But as Member of Parliament, he was accessible to the people. He was deeply integrated into the daily lives of constituents, and he would share his knowledge of crops and livestock. He treated everybody with respect. He mentored many young persons, and he made the lives of several others better. As Member of Parliament, there were many achievements. The Aboknot Gallimore High School, which is the only high school in the constituency to date, was constructed under his watch. Several primary schools were constructed also, and many others were expanded. The construction of many community centers, clinics, paving of many roadways, the provision of electricity to several communities, all happened during his time. And his lasting legacy, Mr. Speaker, was that revolving tertiary education fund, where students who benefited from that fund, they would have to return to support that fund whenever they transition as working professionals. His retirement years, Mr. Speaker, he spent it in the constituency, continuing to give service to the people. Up to the point of his death, he was the chairman of the Abuka Institute. His home, the Sendeka House, he developed it into a mini zoo, offering tours to school children free of charge. And in all of this, never was a devoted Christian, a committed Adventist who gave not just his time to the church, but also he gave his wealth. A true servant of the people and a patriot of Jamaica has passed. Mr. Speaker, I am one of those persons who is lucky to have had the benefit of the teachings of Shaini Robinson. Firstly, as a student of the politics, and secondly, as her Minister of State. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to take time out to acknowledge and thank members of Minister Robinson's family, led by her sister, Mrs. Rosie Pilner, for being here with us this afternoon as we pay tribute to Minister Robinson. But I recall, Mr. Speaker, as a student at university on Chancellor Hall, I decided to journey to Northeast St. Ann in 2001 because there was a by-election there. And at that time, the grouping of us was so sparse on campus. But based on what we were hearing at the time, how much of an unusual find the candidate was, small in stature but fiery, industrious and beautiful, we decided to go there to do whatever we can to ensure that at the end of the day, she would be successful. And I do recall that we were walking in a cluster at Breadnut Hill when I first was introduced to Shahini. And the relationship evolved, having been addressing her as Minister Robinson, Mrs. Robinson, sorry. We evolved to Auntie Shahini and then Auntie Shai. And so it remained, save and except for the formal spaces, particularly where I would have worked with her for the last 2 years, at which time I would have given her the formal address as Honorable Minister. But Mr. Speaker, her political instinct, her wit, her work ethic, her ingenuity is all summed up in her constant quote to me, "Follow me and you can't go wrong." A better boss one would not hope for. Constantly engaging, always demanding the very best of your talent, and she demonstrated great care in the most minute detail of your daily life. Always willing to assist, and she was incredibly resourceful. But Mr. Speaker, this was a woman for which detail mattered. And what this means, Mr. Speaker, is that she would know almost everybody in her constituency, personally and by name. It meant visiting with them at home, visiting with them at church, visiting with them at school, sporting activities, sometimes at the dance. She was so integrated into the community that she was affectionately called Mama. And Mr. Speaker, if one wanted to know or want to know the impact of Shahini, I suggest that a search be conducted at the Registrar General's office to see the number of girl children between 2001 to present who would have been registered in the name Shahini. And I'm making the point, Mr. Speaker, because families had no difficulty naming their daughters Shahini because of the qualities that they saw in her. She was appointed as Minister of Labor and Social Security in 2016. And during this time, she discharged her duties with great humility. She was diligent, was of the utmost integrity, and she demonstrated great willingness to listen. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, why the staff at the ministry is devastated by this loss. Minister Robinson was loved by persons from the ground floor to the boardroom. Her negotiating skills, her belief in the talent of those around her, her passion for the vulnerable drove the way she discharged her duties at the ministry. She was in a hurry to level the playing field for those who would come to the ministry to seek support and guidance. She was always mindful that the ministry has a responsibility to everyone from the womb to the tomb, and she stressed policies to ensure that this mandate was fulfilled. She wanted a ministry that would lay a foundation for an inclusive society and spoke passionately about the need to formalize informality. Although her time was short, it was very impactful, Mr. Speaker. The ratification of, and I know the Prime Minister would have spoken of our respected she was at the ILO. But the ratification of ILO Convention C-189 goes to her credit. Domestic helpers now have rights like any other worker in this country. It was during her time that minimum wage earners would have seen the highest percentage increase at any single point. She established and opened an arm of the Industrial Disputes Tribunal in the western part of this country to ease the burden for those who would have had to travel all the way to Kingston to have their industrial disputes heard. She would have brought and laid in this house the Occupational Safety and Health Bill, which a bill, Mr. Speaker, which has been in gestation for decades. In fact, the member from Northern Clarendon at last week's sitting of the Joint Select Committee indicated that while he was minister, he had sight of the 10th draft of that bill. And if anyone should know Shahini, will understand why it would only take somebody like her to bring a bill like this before the Parliament. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure she would have loved to be around to see the implementation, the full passage and implementation of this game-changing bit of legislation. But Mr. Speaker, in whatever role you knew her, from whatever vantage point you knew her, Shiny Robinson always stood out as someone special. Her contribution to labor and social security in Jamaica has been very far-reaching, and her legacy will live in the hearts and minds of those she impacted. We are going to miss her, Mr. Speaker, and even though I am going to miss her, her warmth, her compassion, her integrity, her commitment to national service will always be remembered. So may her soul rest in peace and light.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to pay tribute to the Honorable Shahini Robinson, deceased, permit me to first put on record my expression of sympathies to the families of the late Audley Gilpin from Hanover, Milton Brown, Alison Anderson McLean, and Dr. Neville Gallimore. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the departed never truly die. I believe they simply change form. I do not know how that changed form relate to our current form, although myriad stories abound. I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, when we pause, as we now do, to honor the lived life of the departed, I believe we're effectively speaking to each other about what impacted us most about the deceased. Mr. Speaker, I found Shahini Robinson to be kind. Kind in spirit, kind in words, kind in deed. In my every encounter with her, she was kinder than necessary. She regularly mandated me to convey hello to her boyfriend, my husband, and in turn, he would ask me to give her his love. And in fact, she was the self-appointed mediator between the splenetic member Warmington and me when I came to the Jamaica Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, we are told that we can accomplish by kindness what we cannot by force. Because as Mark Twain said, kindness is the language which the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Mr. Speaker, I, along with the Minister of Health, was in her house when she took her last breath on Friday, May 29, at around 12:43 p.m. I recall her sister, Rosie, who is here walking out of the room. Mr. Speaker, I stood by her bedside as the priest read the last rites, and I watched as the undertaker took her body away. For these and other reasons, Shahini Elizabeth Robinson, Member of Parliament, Northeastern St. Anne, Minister of Labor and Social Security, an incredible woman, is indelibly etched in my heart. May God grant her families peace at this time of bereavement, and may the many beautiful memories of her keep you strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, much has been said, Mr. Speaker, and my intervention will certainly be repeating all the tributes and accolades that have been mentioned as it regards to the number of persons that we have mentioned here today. But I want to place on record, my own recognition and celebration of the lives of Milton Brown, former mayor of Maypen and councillor, Alison Anderson, who actually taught me at university. She did a few tutorials while I was a student, tutorials in politics, and who I was quite fond of, and clearly was an exceptional individual. And of course, Audley Gilpin and the contribution that he made. I want to, of course, specially recognize Dr. Neville Gallimore. I did not have the privilege of serving with him, but to interact with him, and really admired his approach in terms of representation, in terms of the care he showed for people generally, and his advice that he would offer even when it was not requested of him. I too had the occasion to visit his home or farm in St. Anne, and was quite impressed with the way in which he was fond of farming and the way in which he did it well, Mr. Speaker. For Shahini Robinson, I want to mention in particular, in addition to all that has been said, her outstanding performance as a member of parliament. I mean, that to my mind is where I will miss her most. I believe that for any individual, any Jamaican who is seeking to represent people at the constituency level, Shahini Robinson could be used as a benchmark, if you will, in which to learn to appreciate and to understand what constituency representation is all about. Indeed, I certainly have spent some time just watching her listening to her and tried to learn some of those lessons in terms of her approach. The Prime Minister said it well when he spoke. Shahini knew everybody's name, well, certainly the ones she came in contact with, and certainly while I was around, she was able to not only give a name, but she was able to give a story behind the name. And I don't think I could ever get to that point, no matter how hard I try. But that was the person that she was. She probably walked that constituency more than most other representatives would have walked theirs. And it's not a small constituency. She went to more funerals and public functions, as was said earlier, and it didn't matter whether the individual was green or orange in terms of their political persuasion. And perhaps most importantly, she demonstrated a genuine care for the lives of the citizens of the constituency that she represented. And from my perspective, we need more like Shahini Robinson in terms of representation to really fulfill the true meaning of that very important task. So I too join with my colleagues celebrating her life, to recognize her for her contribution, to say that I've learned a lot from her, and to really encourage all of us to allow the good that she represents continue to live through us and through the efforts that we continue to carry out in representing people and by extension the country. Thank you, Mr.
Witter, and then Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to two of our great servants who would have made invaluable contribution not only to this House but also to Jamaica as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak to my own personal relationship with Dr. Gallimore. I've met Dr. Gallimore in the 1990s when I first came into politics. He was the deputy leader at the time for Era Council 4. And I must admit, Mr. Speaker, that his support and guidance that he gave to me during those times would have been of great inspiration to me and has contributed a whole lot to my entire political journey. Dr. Gallimore always reminds me that we are families because he had so many relatives in St. Elizabeth. He was related to the Binns family, and he has always reminded me that we are family. Today, I am saddened by his passing, but I am also happy that I was given the chance to share great moments with him. And as we celebrate his life this evening, I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that it is my personal conviction that his soul is resting now with his Maker. For Shahini, she was like a mother to me. She was like a sister. She was like a mother. she was like a sister. Yes. And I must admit this afternoon that Shahini would have played an important role also in my political journey. She was always a helpful person. She was always a team person. You could call her at any time, and she would be there to give the kind of support that you need. I can recall in 2014 when I lost my father. And during that time of great loss, I was going through other challenges in my political career. Yes. And I remember one Saturday evening before this selection, Dr. Andrew Wheatley and Shahini came to pay me a visit. We went on the road and we started to make contact with the delegates of the constituency. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, I could not find Dr. Wheatley. He would have completed his task. But Shahini was there with me in the hills of Malvern until 2 a.m. the Sunday morning. Wow. Yes, until 2 a.m. the Sunday morning. She said to me, Frank, I will not leave you until you touch base with every single delegate. I was with you the next day. Yes. And the rest is history. The rest is history. But also, in this house, you could see me from time to time pushing my little notes across to Shahini, because I know that I could call on her anytime whenever I need her support. I can recall some of the times when I feel as if she might be tired of me. And I said, Shahini, this is the last one. And by the following week, I'm pushing another note to her. She will look across and say to me, Frank, you're sending over another love letter again. And that's the relationship that we had. Today, I know that I'm going to miss her. I remember when I learned of her death, I was by my daughter's house, which is close to my house, and I heard crying coming from my house, and I wonder what was happening. And I see my wife walked over, and she said to me, Frank, Shahini is no longer with us. She was crying. My daughter was crying. I joined. I shed tears because I would have lost one of the most important persons in my life. Yeah. Today, her contribution to my personal development, her contribution to my political development is inestimable. And I do hope that she's now resting with her Maker. May her soul rest in peace and light perpetually shine on her.
Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that this House has been very effusive with its encomiums on the members of this House who have transpired into another place. And equally so, references have been made to members of the local government structure that have also served and are taken to another place. But Mr. Speaker, there's another individual who I will refer to now, who perhaps escaped us a little bit in our tributes, but who has served in local government and has served the lay magistrates of this country, being president of the Portland Lay Magistrates Association, has served cricket as an assistant treasurer of the Jamaica Cricket Association and president of the Portland Cricket Association, has served the Chamber of Commerce of the said parish, and has also, Mr. Speaker, been a councillor on the Jamaica Labour Party ticket in the parish. A grateful nation accorded him the Order of Distinction. And he has been for many, and perhaps even now in death, he remains for many, the first serious Mr. Portland that no doubt my colleague and friend Darrell Vaz has succeeded in recent times. Hugh Perry really was what most people would call the quintessential man in Portland. And he worked hard, assiduously, and well for the people of that parish and Jamaica as a whole. And I want to specially recall him in this august body and these hallowed halls today. I want to indicate that his life was a good one. His contribution was a noble one. And his memory will be etched in the annals of time as one who indeed served and served well. May his soul rest in peace and light eternal shine on him. Mr. Speaker, Milton Brown, the former deputy mayor of Clarendon, Maypen, mayor, I beg your pardon, of Maypen, was one who I knew fairly well, more because of his lovely wife, who is a classmate of mine from high school. And when I met Milton first, we said, Milton, you sure that you can manage Ethel? And Ethel said, you want to know? But they have together created a wonderful family. So I want to speak about him too as a family man, because a lot of the time we talk about our politicians and we speak about their achievements in the political arena, and we sometimes neglect that key component of their lives and how indeed they have been able to straddle years and hours out in the field, away from their families, and still maintain family unity and have a family that has stayed together for years. And I want to commend that part of his legacy to all of us for emulation. Audley Gilpin, I knew also as a man who was a hard-working businessman while being a politician in Lucy. And Audley Gilpin made such a great contribution, not just to the political process, but his life touched people. And that's how Lucy recalled him, as a people's man. And he became the people's businessman in Lucy. Mr. Speaker, the two main players that we have focused on, and rightly so we should, one in particular, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Neville Gallimore. And a lot has been said about him. But Neville was a special human being. Neville had a way about him that only Mr. Siaga understood. And Mr. Siaga had some very beautiful gems to throw in describing Neville Gallimore. And Babsy and I always refer to him as the Brinksman. The Brinksman. Yes, money. And that whenever Mr. Siaga wanted anything to be done in certain type of company, he would send Neville as a John the Baptist, and he knew that Neville would take it this far, but leave it for him to come and finish. And that's why we say Brinksman. But for me, no. That one, when, at another time and in another place. Take it to the brink, yeah. But on a more serious note, I met Neville when I began my political career. And I recall the first political speech I made on a campaign was in South Trelawney, when Teacher Peart ran for us after A.U. Belinfanti died. And I was fresh and green out of young Jamaica, making my debut on the campaign trail. And Neville Gallimore introduced me. And he said, and I repeated with great humility, he said, "We have found a gem." And I say it with great humility. And the truth is, we became very close friends thereafter. And we would share a lot of very, very special moments. And his dear wife and my wife, Carmen, became very good friends also. And I must say that Neville Gallimore was perhaps the quintessential politician. He understood people. He respected people. He loved people. And he always embraced the simple fact that if you treat people well, people will treat you well in return. And so when you go to St. Dacres and Alexandria, as no doubt the member from Southwest St. Anne will attest, there are scores and scores and scores of young people who have now become adults, who have owed their own development and their education to Neville Gallimore. I learned the business of human capital development in your constituency from Neville Gallimore. And when I was in Eastern St. Andrew, as a young MP in 1980, Neville came and said, if you want to stay in that constituency for long, find the young people and work with them. And the best way to do it is to educate them. And we established the Eastern St. Andrew Education Program. And the rest is history, as even the current MP will tell you today. There is just no gainsaying to building human capital. And Neville Gallimore understood that. And I want to recall his memory in that critical area. So that it was not surprising that he became a Minister of Education in the late 80s. And he served well in that capacity as he had served before in Social Security and, of course, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Neville paid Babsy and I, perhaps Minister Grange and I, perhaps the greatest respect, and I say honor, when in the last few days of his life, and he came face to face with his mortality and accepted it. And he sent a message through the member from South Trelawney to say to us, tell Ed and Babsy that I'm on my way out. And that was very touching. That was a very touching moment for us. And I close by saying that for me, it's a great pleasure to have met him. It's a great honor, too, to have had his acquaintance and friendship. And I perhaps are the only person in this house that has actually served with Neville Gallimore in the cabinet of Jamaica. And Neville was a good minister and a good contributor to the discussions and the debates that we have had. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Mr. Speaker, Shahini Robinson, easily said to be the darling of the JLP politics, sorry Babsy, came to this political firmament as a shining star. A shining star that nobody thought would have illuminated the firmament the way she did. And the first time that we actually met, when Mr. Siaga brought her to Miss Grange and myself and said, I want you to talk and sit down with this lady because I want her to be the representative. There were many other people contending, as you know. Mr. Speaker, I think you can attest to that there were many other people contending. But Mr. Siaga saw something very special in Shahini, something unique in Shahini. And Babs and I sat with her the many evenings at the Sheraton as we worked together to build her confidence. Because she's never given a political speech before. She was never in any political hustings. And I had the honor too, Mr. Speaker, of taking the St. Anne's Bay Division with the team from Area 4. Took up residence at Duns River, the Hilton Duns River as it was then. And we are proud that we were able, during that very difficult period, when everybody thought it was a waste of time for us to try to take Northeast St. Anne, because it was a bastion of the PNP. And we worked night and day with someone who understood what it is to work hard and to show respect and love. And in bigging up that performance, Mr. Speaker, I have to talk about the ladies in St. Anne's Bay who were the soul and support of Shahini And if we are to talk about her achievements and her prowess, we cannot forget those ladies because they have been her heart and soul throughout the period. Mr. Speaker, you cannot speak about Ocho-Reyes in modern times without mentioning Shahini Robinson. She loved Ocho-Reyes. She is passionate about Ocho-Reyes. You couldn't do anything in Ocho-Reyes if Shahini wasn't the architect, the chief cook, and the bottle washer, as it were, in it. And she was as assiduous to her duty as she was jealous about the high performances that must be provided by everyone who did anything in Ocho-Reyes. She loved her craft vendors. She loved her ground transportation people. And she was always there rallying for them, rooting for them, and always seeing to it that we gave them the best deal that was possible. She became for them the voice they didn't have. She became for them the mommy they didn't have. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, she became for them the advocate that they needed to ensure that their well-being was properly taken care of. And so I want to say that we have lost a sterling champion of the people. We have lost a woman of great resolve, deep conviction, and one who is passionate about serving the people. And Jamaica has lost one of the finest representatives that this Parliament has ever seen. May her soul rest in peace and light eternal shine on her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Green, you're going to get 2 minutes, and the other young member will get 2 minutes, and we're going to close at that. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me express my deep condolences to all the members who we've gathered here to commemorate and celebrate their life today. Mr. Speaker, I will share my comments around Minister Shahini Robinson. Mr. Speaker, as a young person who gets involved in political activity, you may find the path a bit challenging. And there are some who are already in the political space who will offer encouragement, who will offer guidance, but very few who will not only offer encouragement and guidance, but will help in a very real and tangible way for young people to achieve their objectives in politics. Shahini Robinson, Auntie Shai, Miss Rob, as she was called by a number of us, really prided herself, Mr. Speaker, on giving young people a chance and giving them a real chance. When I got involved in political activity, I remember as a young member of G2K, not yet being president, we journeyed in December 2011 to our first political mass meeting. At that time, it was St. Anne's Bay in the height of the lead up to the general election. It was the biggest crowd that I had seen at a political meeting at that time, Mr. Speaker. And as young G2K members, we went and we sat on the platform waiting for the officials to speak. And Shahini turned to about 3 of us and said, "Go up, man, and talk. The people them want to hear what young people have to say." And gave us an opportunity to speak. And that is how she was. She would give real opportunity to young people. When I became president and we wanted to meet to form a chapter in St. Anne, she gave up her office. She coordinated the launch. She paid for the launch for us to gather young people to get involved in politics. And Mr. Speaker, as president, we gave her an award along with other ladies of the party who have contributed significantly. And she came and she stood up and spoke for 35 minutes. unscripted, in the most passionate and real terms in relation to what it means to serve and why she got involved. And I sat there, and after I thought to myself, Mr. Speaker, she really prided herself on 3 H's in her service: to put her heart into everything she did, to always remain humble, and to take every obstacle with a great sense of humor. Shahini had a tremendous sense of humor. She could tell a story in a way no other could, and she would laugh. And she told us a story about how when she got involved and how she embraced the PMP, and that on her journey she was with her workers and they saw a lady greater in Coconut, and they said to her, "Boy, Mama, nobody go talk to that one, because that one that comrade." And she said she went over and she asked her for a piece of coconut and asked her for a bottle of sugar. And she threw the sugar and the coconut. And she said to her when she finished, "Mommy, I don't know which P you be, but may I beg you to vote when election come." And she said, the lady said, "Me a PMP, you know, but when the PMP them come, they only call to me, they never come beg me coconut yet. I'll give you the vote." I'll give you the vote. So, Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate her legacy and her life of humility, heart, and humor, I will close in saying that she was extremely loyal and loving of her family. And I will make this point, Mr. Speaker. Shahini extended her family not just to the constituency, not just to her biological family, but to a lot of young people that people gave up on. A lot of young people who had lost their way. Shahini opened her doors and took them in and put them back on a solid path. And I know I speak for all of them when we say thank you, Auntie Shai, for all you did for so many of us. And we know that your soul will rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Charles, 2 minutes, and that closes the floor presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just echo the sentiments of my colleagues in expressing sincere condolences and acknowledgement to the families and for the service of all. Former Minister and Member Gallimore, who I had the pleasure and honor of knowing perhaps all my life, as he served in cabinet with you, Mr. Speaker. Also, I want to acknowledge Gilpin Perry and P.S. McLean. But I leave for last and quickly, Mr. Speaker, Minister Robinson, who, when I took the plunge into politics, I had a conversation with her, which was a very personal and direct conversation, asking her some questions. And it is the first time I'm revealing this, Mr. Speaker, that her responses to me gave me an assurance that I was going in the right path. The advice she gave to me, I will never forget. She was one of the most genuine and humble leaders that I've ever interacted with. And I want to say to her family, on behalf of all the young people, so many of us, as Minister Green has said, that she took into her arms, whether she knew you or not, and she gave us her advice willingly, freely, which not everyone is always willing to do. Mr. Speaker, you would permit me also to highlight and acknowledge the life of former Mayor and my councillor, Milton Brown, and to also, on behalf of his several constituents and the entire Southeast Clarendon family, we want to acknowledge Councillor Brown, who his family, his children call him Chief. And in Mineral Heights Division, he's known as a champion. He was a calm leader. And during the by-election, Mr. Speaker, Milton stood by me. And even through his illness, he was persistent in his advocacy and in his advice to me. I will never forget Milton, because, Mr. Speaker, it was only 2 days after the election that he was to meet me in his office, and he fainted and had to go to the hospital. I visited him quietly, Mr. Speaker, and had the opportunity to interact with his family and to get to know more about the man who gave so much to me to allow me to be here. I won't go on, but just to say again, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the several students that he has assisted in school, the several constituents that respect him, being the winning candidate over and over again since inception of the Mineral Heights Division, it would be remiss of me not to say on their behalf that we thank him for his service and his family for loaning him to Jamaica. I rest it there, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. I just beg your just a few seconds. It would be remiss of me. The tradition usually is that persons who speak on occasions such as this are those who have served with the departed over a very long period of time. I don't have that to say. However, having sat around a cabinet table with Shahini Robinson over the past 2 years, and with her here in Parliament, I could not miss this opportunity just to say a few words about her. You know, and it's at times like these that precious anecdotes come out. And I've had a very interesting relationship with Shahini. In 2001, when she won that historic election, as all people today have spoken, that reverberated across Jamaica. Everybody had an interest in what was happening. I was the furthest removed from politics as I could be, being in business. And when it came time for her to speak in Parliament in July, she wasn't, you know, she's a newcomer, she wasn't really sure what she's going to talk about, and someone was helping her with the speech. And then that person suddenly became unavailable, and she asked for a recommendation of who could help, and they said, this young guy. And so she approached myself. So she approached. So a friend of mine who would have been active at that time just became unavailable, and she said, you know, who can help? And say, hey, and I don't know anything about this thing. What do you want me to do? And she said, no, man, I just need some. And she sat down with me and told me what was on her heart and what she wanted to achieve. And as a young man in my 20s at the time, furthest removed from politics as I could be, but I sat with her and together penned that speech that she gave in July of 2001, her first speech in Parliament. And that created a special bond between us, because she trusted me as a complete new stranger. I did not know her before this. I was not involved in Northeast and had nothing, I didn't know her. And we just met through this series of circumstances. And the fact that she trusted me with what was something that was important to her, and I guess the fact that I trusted her just started what became a very wonderful relationship over a long period of time. Even as she became ill, serving her own cabinet, as in my capacity as Minister of Finance, I was very, very enthused to carry some of the things that she was working on, you know, with respect to reform of the NIS pension system, with the new social pension for elderly people. And Shahini exuded the warmth and the charm, the generosity of spirit that we all want to be associated with. And indeed, she was a shield of protection at times from, a lot of sparring sometimes happens here and all over. And Shahini, just, you wouldn't know if you weren't, just a word here or a word there, precisely placed, which just speaks to the power of her personality, a gentle giant. And it's funny, she invited me to speak last year at her constituency gala. And it was there I had an opportunity to speak with Dr. Neville Gallimore for an extensive period of time for the first time. Though I know his family, I know his sons, and I know his children, and I have met him at their house, that was the first time as having an extensive conversation with him. And I couldn't stop talking, in terms of, by talking I mean I couldn't stop conversing. Conversing. Just listening to his life story and rationalizing the choices and decisions that he has made. And he's just always struck me from afar and in person as a very gentle person, and a person of sincerity. And along with the others whose lives we celebrate today, Alison Anderson, who I overlapped with in the UK for graduate studies, I knew her from then, and her passion and her energy, her zeal and determination, and her larger-than-life personality. I just want to join myself with all the comments made here today and celebrate the lives of former Minister, Member of Parliament, Shahini Robinson. And there's no tribute that is powerful enough to celebrate her life and to celebrate the lives of Dr. Gallimore and the others, Councillor Brown, Alison Anderson, and Audley Gilpin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we had a full day, and I would like to close by saying today we pay tribute to two stalwarts of the political landscape in Jamaica. First, I'll deal with Dr. Gallimore, who took over from his father in the same constituency where I was born. We were friends from before 10. And at high school, we went to the same high school. I went without a recommendation and was delayed registering, but Gallimore was able to get word to his father to get me a recommendation. And therefore, I was able to enter high school with him. So from church days before 10, and then high school, and then we went away, and he went to Mexico, I went to New York, and we came back, we joined the same political party. We won seats, and we became members of the same cabinet. It has been a long period with him. When he entered Parliament in 1967, he had the distinction of being the youngest member of Parliament at that time. Dr. Gallimore served Jamaica people as a medical doctor for many years. His life truly guided by personal motto. His motto was God first, Jamaica second, and my party third. As for me, we had a close friendship, as I expressed before, and I wish to extend condolence to him, to his family, and may his soul rest in peace. Shahini Robinson was more than a colleague. She was more than a sister. She was a true friend of me and my family. She was gentle, kind, ever so strong. She treasured my family as members of Parliament being member of parliament for 19 years, she loved them, worked with them. She treasured her constituency, and she was humble and powerful at the same time. She has undoubtedly carved out a place in the political landscape of Jamaica. We are deeply saddened by her passing. She was exemplary parliamentarian. Her life demonstrated her commitment to the Jamaican people. Minister Robinson was known not only for her gentle spirit, but her calm demeanor. Calmness overshadowed her passion for the upliftment of the Jamaican people, especially the people of Centre and Northeast, who she loved so much. Minister Robinson dedicated her life in getting the job done and serving her people. Incidentally, when we went, she was a woman who was never faced by overwhelming odds. In fact, when she entered Parliament in March 2001, she was one of the only handful of opposition members. That did not deter her. Whether shining or rain, Shiny was always here to put her shoulder to the wheel on behalf of the people, not only in St. Ann, but in all Jamaica. We will all miss her, wish her a warm smile, wish her jokes, her composure, her dignity, and which she treated all of us. She'll remain irreplaceable in my heart, in the heart of many who know and loved her so much. She was closer than a sister to me, as I said. She was one of my dearest friends. It is a sad day for me to personally say goodbye. But again, I extend my condolences to the members of her family, those who are here, and we pray that her soul will rest in peace. Mr. Semuda, announcements. Oh, sorry. Please forgive my emotion at this time. We are going to stand and ask members of the press and family to stand for 1 minute in recognition of these two giants. Rest in peace and light perpetually shine on them. Thank you. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Minister Paper Number 25, an annual report of the Management Institute for National Development, MIND, for the year 2018-2019. Annual reports on of the Land Administration and Management Program, LAMP Fund, for the year 2013-2014 and 2014-2015. Annual report of land divestment for the year 2018-2019. Annual reports for the Scientific Research Council for the years 2016-2017 and 2017-2018. Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Number 1, Order 2020, under the Bauxite Production Levy Act, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions, Clarendon Alumina Production Limited, Associated Producer, Order 2020. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions, Clarendon Alumina Production Limited, Association Producer, Order 2020 Resolution. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2020, and the Jamaica Public Body's revised estimates of expenditure, revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021.
Reports from committees.
Dr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Public Administrations and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2021, and Jamaica Public Body's revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021.
Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
go ahead. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2021, and the Jamaica Public Body's revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2020.
Doctor.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. The Bauxite Production Levy Act, Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Number 1, Order 2020 Resolution. Be it resolved that the Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Number 1, Order 2020, under the Bauxite Production Levy Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2020, be approved.
Notice of motion given orally. Questions and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the member from Central Kingston, I wish to table these questions to the Minister of National Security.
Public business. Public business. We have skipped at that here. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Revenue Administration Amendment Act 2020.
The Revenue Administration Amendment Act 2020 read a first time.
We didn't do it last week, no. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of a second reading of the bill.
Public business. Public Business, Mr. Samuel. Dr. McNeil?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee. What in the world have you presented me here? I'm only the leader of government business. No, but what I'm at public business, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. That is for the Minister of Finance, not me. It's not me. Member from Westmoreland, I am told that I am to call on you to address the question of the report, although it is really not within my purview. It is not at all. So don't be alarmed if I am at sea as to what is presented to me.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Mr. McNeil.
Mr. Speaker, the time is late. I actually think that you're going to have to ask for extension shortly. So I'm going to be very brief. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary budget is a unique supplementary budget. And it was accompanied by the report from the Auditor General and a validation from the Auditor General and a report from the Planning Institute of Jamaica, both of which are required by the Fiscal Responsibility Framework. The budget that was presented as a supplementary, first supplementary budget, is a very unique budget. First of all, as a supplementary budget, we have never had one in history so early, within 2 months of the passing of the original budget, and obviously due to the exigencies of COVID. And of course, secondly, Mr. Speaker, this supplementary budget is of a magnitude that no supplementary budget has ever in the history of Jamaica been of this magnitude. As a matter of fact, it is actually replaces the old budget as a new budget. This is actually a new budget that is being presented before the Parliament. Because of that, it goes before our committee, the PAAC. And I would just say that the PAAC started its deliberations somewhere around 10:30 yesterday morning, and we didn't finish till after 6:30 yesterday afternoon. We had 8 ministries that we had to examine, as well as the Ministry of Finance, etc. I just want, for the record, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Secretary to the committee, who stayed throughout it, the consultant to the committee, the staff of the House, and also the members who are all participated, and many of them are here now. And when we finished the committee, we had nearly 3/4 of the members still at the committee at 6:30. So I want to commend them and tell them, as I told one member, who I shall not point out, that he earned his keep at the committee meeting yesterday. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, this budget was like no other. And as the Financial Secretary indicated in her presentation, she said that all major programs in the capital budget were cut. All major programs in the capital budget were cut. But the reductions in the recurrent budget, what was done is that they had used a methodology which she indicated to us. She said that, number one, they cut traveling, both foreign and domestic travel, local and foreign subsistence, hotel accommodation, mileage, and all of this was done across ministries, excluding the Jamaica Defense Force, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and RADA. There were also major cuts to overtime, filling up vacant vacations, payment in lieu of leave, training workshops, conferences, food and drink, and advertising and public relations. So in general sense, these were the sort of philosophical parameters that were taken. As I said earlier, I'm not going to go into detail. The report is there. It's a very extensive report. But I would like to just make a few observations of some of the things that rose in the committee. The first has to do with the Ministry of Health. Obviously, the Ministry of Health had the largest increase of any ministry based on the fact that we were facing a health crisis. However, there were 2 issues that came out of that were very relevant. The first is that there was a project slated to be done under the Ministry of Health, which was to create a field hospital at the National Indoor Arena. And the Ministry of Health indicated to us, the Permanent Secretary, that this project has been discontinued, and that what will be done is the funding that had been put in the budget for the hospital at the indoor arena will now be used to expand and build some wards in existing hospitals. She indicated that they have not yet determined which hospitals these wards will be built at. The second observation, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the Ministry of Education. And this ministry was affected as all other ministries. Number one, the recurrent budget was cut by 2.39 billion, and the capital budget was cut by $847 million. What was of note to us, Mr. Speaker, and I think important, is that of the money that was cut, 692 million was cut from the school construction program. Now, Mr. Speaker, what came out of the discussions is that we as a country have been moving towards taking schools off the shift system. And this program has been going on now for a number of years under multiple administrations. We have 36 schools that are left on the shift system. And the indication was that we were going to do 12 schools a year for 3 years and take us fully off the shift system. Because of the cuts that were made, what is going to happen is that of the 12 schools to be taken off this year, 9 will be affected and will not be able to come off. Now, why this is important is it is going to push back that program to take us off the shift system. But not only that, but because of what is happening now with COVID in the schools, we now have all the social distancing and the work that needs to be done. Putting in sanitizers, dispensers, wash stations, just the need for more space. And the permanent secretary made a point that was very alarming to us. She said, if we were to take all of these social distancing parameters, 6 foot, all the things that were given, when she looks at it, it would take the construction of 14,000 classrooms at a cost of $173 billion to accommodate the 500,000 students that we have in the system. What we recognize at the PAAC is that we have 14,000 classrooms at a cost of $173 billion to accommodate the 500,000 students. So, no, this is just the new, in other words, you have the shift system, which you have a problem, but now the new rules of social distancing. So we're going to have to look at it. Now, there's at the committee, I'm just reporting. What? Yes. No, I recall that it's, no, I may not have been here, by you. Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the other issue that exists is that we recognize that we have those issues in terms of the effect that it's going to have, these cuts, on the original plan for the shift system, but you're now going to have the problems of what needs to be done for back to school in September. And the permanent secretary made the point to us that they are going to be doing the report, and they will have a report ready first week of July. And it appears, Minister, just in the discussion with the committee, which is why I bring it up, that to do the back to school may actually take more funds, and that you may have to look. I don't know if it's going to require a supplementary or whether you can move around what you have during the time, just for the amount of assistance that they're indicating they may need for the education system to go back to school. The other point that I would make, and this is something that we saw and something that we just have to consider, point it out, we know cuts have to be made, so it's a difficult job always to cut. However, we know that 203 million was cut from the 328 million. That's 2/3 of the cut. From the information, communication, and technology services. We had a discussion with that, and our position is that given where we are going now and the need for more technology in the schools, how we're going to expand, how we're going to rely on it more, it's something that we should look at and make a consideration of going forward, because we're going to rely more and more on technology, yet in the ministry that budget has been cut by 2/3. The last point that I'd make on the education is the Student Loan Bureau. You made the point that you had taken out that budget. When we went through the budget, they have in their accounts approximately over $6 billion. So there is enough money for them to do what they have to do. But the committee in a discussion made the recommendation that whether it's the House
our house, or whether it is the minister, or there needs to be a look at the student loan bureaus, because with the sort of economic pressures that people are coming along under across the country, real challenges that parents are having sending their children back to school, that we may have to look at the parameters, the guidelines that the Student Loan Bureau has to determine whether or not we need to relax them, broaden them, whatever it is, and that we should look at it from now, because persons are going to start applying. I, for one, as a member of parliament, am seeing persons who normally would not ask for assistance coming now because their parents are off work. So it's something that we think we need to look at. Another observation, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation came, and one of the things that came out was a $1 billion grant to the Urban Development Commission, and it turned out that that grant, 900 and odd million of it, was a repayment to the investors in the Moon Palace, the rooms deal. So $1 billion was sent to UDC to refund the money for the rooms deal, and it is important for us to inform the House that we had on a previous occasion indicated that our Secretary Committee has written to UDC for a full report on that, and we will be examining that transaction in its entirety and determine what weaknesses or strengths are, arising out of that. With regard to the Ministry of National Security, just a point, it was brought to attention that there's an
House Leader, procedural matters with regards to the time.
Speaker, the time being 7:22, I move that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to enable it to do the business of the day.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Mr. McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the Ministry of National Security, an amendment, there had been a cut to the cyber security measures in the Ministry of National Security. There's an amendment to replace 450 million of that, which is in the budget, and that amendment will be placed today. The committee took note of it and was generally in agreement with all of that. There's a point that I think needs to be highlighted here, that 710 million of the 1.2 billion that was set aside for purchasing of motor vehicles have to be cut. So it's going to, given all the problems we have with crime, it's one of the things that is going to be affected even more. And based on that, we've inquired into the same issue of the used motor vehicles, and they have indicated to us that 50 of those vehicles have still not been received by the government of Jamaica, and we have instructed the ministry to indicate by next week the date on which the delivery of those vehicles must come, because given the fact that we have had to cut the budget so drastically, and we still have not gotten the vehicles from 2017. All right. There was a discussion. The Director of Elections was also present in the deliberations, and there was a discussion with him just on the elections. The $2.4 billion for elections, both local and general, are in the budget and remain in the budget. There was a discussion with him in general terms, and his position was, when asked about the possibility of doing the dual elections, doing 2 for 1, a general and local together, he indicated that he supported the concept of holding both elections, having 1 in 2, 2 in 1, and that it would give a savings of about $750 million. And in his determination thought it could be easier and cheaper. However, it is obviously not the determination of the date is not the determination of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, but he did make his comments on the feasibility of doing it. The other point, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries. We were happy to see that there has been an increase of $1 billion in the production incentives in the ministry. And if memory serves me correctly, there was some additional money there, and they said they will have a total available of about 1.6 million, which is good because of the issues that are affecting our agricultural sector. However, at the same time, the program for farm roads that had been started conceptually earlier this year was cut dramatically. It was cut by 725 million, leaving 525 million. What we have done, because they had sent an idea of what roads were to be done, and every year the PAAC reviews it, we have indicated to them that because of this dramatic cut, that we have asked them to send us the list, proposed list of roads that are there, and of course the discussion on how those roads are selected, etc. And it is our intention to review it and to send it to Parliament so that the members of Parliament should also be aware of that. Just one little side note, it's just a point that was there, that when we started the discussion early in the day, there was a long discussion with the Planning Institute, the Director General, about the issue of growth in the economy and the fact that we have not always, well, we have missed the targets that we have been setting. And a number of reasons are always given, and primary among those reasons are drought in agriculture. You know, you have other issues, whether it is mining but drought is always one of the main things. And it was of note that the budget for irrigation was cut by 173 million. We recognize in the committee that things have to be cut, and all of them are hard. But I think that going forward, we have to look at these issues and determine, because we have to, coming out of COVID, we have to find a way to ensure that we are more resilient going forward as an economy. Mr. Speaker, those are the observations. The report is extensive. I lay it before the House, and I now sit down to allow other members or anyone who would like to comment on the report.
Sophia Gunn.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask a question. I don't know, the report doesn't seem to capture those programs on the USF Hope Heart, mainly unattached youth programs. Already I am told that the number of persons who should have been recruited, who I should have recruited in the constituency for the unattached youth program, that has been cut to what level I don't know, but I don't know if there's any, new information on what cut has been made in respect to these programs. To the member from St. Catherine, after we send the report, there will be a meeting of the Finance Committee where the Minister, any further clarification, the Minister will be able to give that. And so I think it may be more appropriate at that point in time. All right, so, Mr. Speaker, if there are no other interventions, I'll close the debate and ask that the report be adopted by the Parliament.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House be adjourned in order to facilitate.
You adjourn it tonight, never get.
I ask that there be a recommittal of notice of motion given orally.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved, that the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021, which were laid on the table of the House on the 13th day of May 2020, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2020. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Committee to meet to consider the first supplementary estimates of expenditure and the Jamaica Public Body's revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The House will now resolve itself into the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House. Members, the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. Members, you would have remembered that on the 13th day of May 2020, the House of Representatives by resolution referred to the first supplementary estimate of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and Jamaica public bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021 to the Public and Administration and Appropriation Committee of the House of Representatives for deliberations and report. The committee's report, along with the first supplementary estimate of expenditure and Jamaica public bodies revised estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021, are now before us for consideration and report. The committee is now ready to start its deliberation, and I ask the leader of the House to inform us how we will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the findings of the report will be examined individually. Questions will be asked individually on each page, and at the completion of the questions on each page, we will then move to the other page until it is completed. However, should it be agreed by the committee, I would recommend that the opposition spokesman on finance be allowed to ask a series of questions up front, at the completion of which we could then proceed to any other matters contained in the report that may be addressed by other members, instead of everybody jumping in at the same time asking a question here and a question there. The Minister if the opposition spokesman on finance has a composite position that he wishes to address to the Minister of Finance, you may say. Yeah, but I'm saying when we committee convenes. Yeah. Right.
Minister Clark, welcome you to the and your team from the Ministry of Finance. You may now proceed with your preliminary statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, members of the Standing Finance Committee, the first supplementary estimates for 2021, tabled on the 13th of May, 2020, reflect adjustments to the 2021 approved budget in response to the economic impact of the COVID-19 global pandemic. The 2020-21 budget, as approved by the House in March 2020, provided for the total central government expenditure of $853.5 billion, comprised of non-debt above-the-line expenditure of $528.4 billion, of which recurrent expenditure of $454.2 billion and capital of $74.2, with public debt service at $287.8 and non-debt below the line of $37.3 billion. The first supplementary estimates, now before the House for approval, provide for a total central government expenditure of $838 billion, comprising non-debt above the line of $505.2 billion, recurrent expenditure of $459.1 billion, capital of $46.1 billion, public debt service of $295.7 billion, and non-debt below the line expenditure of $37.3 billion. The first supplementary estimates reflect a net reduction in central government expenditure of $15.3 billion, or 1.8%, after accommodating new spending in debt and non-debt expenditure. A gross reduction of $50.3 billion in non-debt above the line expenditure, while accommodating the new expenditure of which is non-debt of $27.1 billion. There's also new debt of $7.9. You put them together, you get $35 billion. And this has resulted in a total net reduction of $23 billion, or 4%, in non-debt expenditure. The new non-debt expenditure for COVID-related activities are as follows. We have approximately $16 billion for the CARE program, as has been previously announced, $14.3 billion for the core elements of the CARE program, followed by $1.1 billion in grants for PATH beneficiaries, $189 million through the CDF, $150 million through the Ministry of Local Government, $40 million to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for disability assistance, and $200 million to the Ministry of Jamaica for farmers and fishermen. In addition to that $16 billion of expenditure, there's $6 billion for the Ministry of Health, and there is for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security $1.2 billion for nutritional support to PATH students, and $800 million in productivity incentives for farmers. And in addition to that, $2.9 billion for self-financed public bodies, and I think I left out $140 million in grants to the municipal corporations under the CARE program. In terms of recurrent expenditure, therefore, 19.8 billion of the new COVID response expenditure came from expenditure cuts. So recurrent expenditure was reduced by 19.8 in order to accommodate the new COVID expenditure I just described. And there's a reduction in capital spending of 30.4 billion, while accommodating the $2.3 billion more in PATH. And so that led to overall reduction in capital of 28.1 billion, or 38% below the line capital expenditure. The projected increase in debt servicing of 7.9 billion moves debt servicing from 287.8 billion to 295.7 billion, and this is directly attributable to the higher level of depreciation arising from the COVID-19 impact on Jamaica. Several self-financed public bodies have forecasted a significant fall-off in revenues given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and they are receiving budgetary support through the supplementary estimates. And these public bodies include the National Water Commission, the UDC, the Bureau of Standards, and Port Security Corporation. Amendments have been tabled for some MDAs, which primarily relate to internal reallocations of budgetary provisions or the correction of errors. These amendments have not increased the gross total of the first supplementary estimates, which remain at $838.2 billion. Amendments to the budget of several MDAs reflect the programming of expenditure funded from grant resources donated to the GOJ by organizations. Total non-debt above-the-line expenditures also remained at $505.2 billion. However, the distribution between capital and recurrent has changed slightly, with total capital increasing from $46.1 billion to $46.6 billion, while total recurrent declines from $459.1 billion to $458.6 billion. This is due to the reallocation of $500 million from the Ministry of Finance's recurrent estimates to the Ministry of Finance's capital estimates to augment the budget of the Public Sector Transformation Implementation Program. Those are my opening remarks, Chairman.
Mr. Golding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is quite a complex recasting of the original approved budget. Well, I was just making a few remarks, and then I thought we would go into whatever questions we have. Yeah. The normal procedure. So, Mr. Chairman, we have a first supplementary budget which was tabled in May, and really is a fairly radical refashioning of the original budget. And the adjustments are quite complex because you have some cuts of recurrent, some additional expenditures of recurrent, you have substantial cuts of capital, but even some additional capital expenditures as well, for example, in the PATH program. Overall, the effect of it on a net basis is the primary balance is reduced to, I think, 3.5% of GDP from the 5.8 that was in the original budget. And the overall fiscal balance is now 2.9%, a deficit of 2.9% of GDP. As we're fully aware, that translates to a situation in which the targeted reduction of debt to 60% of GDP, even with the 2-year deferral from March 2026 to March 2028 as the date by which we are supposed to achieve that ratio of 60%, is not going to be possible based on the budget that we've recrafted, so that we have to suspend the fiscal rules for this fiscal year, and that has already been done. And the law does contemplate that when things normalize, as we hope they will soon, and there is a recovery process to claw back to some extent the situation, so that we will hit the target in the law, which is now March 2028. And in the report that the FS gave, in the documents that were tabled when we were discussing the suspension of fiscal rules, she indicated that that was indeed what would take place, and there would probably be a 1.5%, or at least a 1.5% of GDP adjustment next fiscal year, and we would be, barring unforeseen shocks and so on, we ought to be able to restore the pathway towards the sustainable debt level that we have chosen in our law as 60% of GDP. The challenges, of course, are that we are operating in a severe economic environment, an environment where we're in a deep recession. We have had negative growth for the first quarter of 1.7%, calendar quarter of 1.7% estimated by the PIOJ of GDP, and their estimate for the current quarter, the second quarter of the year, first fiscal quarter of the fiscal year, is between 12 and 14%, and that is a massive contraction in a very short space of time. And the overall projection for this fiscal year from the government is that we will see a real GDP reduction of 5.1% of GDP. That, of course, is affecting revenues, and the projected reduction in revenues, as we know at this point in time, is 81 billion. We don't know, in such a dynamic environment, it is difficult to say whether that is an understatement or hopefully an overstatement of the reduction. But it is the best guess that they have been able to make based on what they've seen happen thus far in terms of the collection since the crisis unfolded. And the minister indicated some time ago, I think, that there was an 18% fall in revenues for April, but that was partly because of logistical issues affecting payments and so on, and the closure of some of the revenue collecting entities. But with an $81 billion reduction in your revenue, obviously it is necessitating a massive recasting of the budget. As the minister indicated, fortunately, we're carrying forward a fairly substantial cash balance in the public sector, in central government, I assume, and that is has enabled the $87 billion is the number, and 70 of that, as I understand it from the minister, had originally been programmed to pay down debt, and we would have taken our debt to GDP ratio by the end of this fiscal year to the 80s, into the 80% range. That is not going to be possible this year because of what has transpired, but it does mean that the government is effectively putting together this first supplementary budget without any real substantial incremental borrowing to finance the budget. That is a very substantial, that is to some extent, I would say, surprising, and because it just shows why, fiscal prudence over time does create buffers that are there when you need them. From my point of view, I'm interested to hear more about the CARE program, the $14.295 billion that has been budgeted for that, and I will be asking some questions on that when we get to that. And I will as soon as I just finish my little summary. And apart from that, I don't have a whole load of questions on the supplementary budget. There are being tabled a number of amendment pages which I have not had a chance to look through, and I was asking the minister if he could just identify the main highlights that are in. Most of it is indicated is just fairly minor housekeeping adjustments, but if he could just point us to the main items. I think one of them is the additional CDF allocation that was funded from the contribution from Sandals or whoever it was. So I'd like to see how that is being reflected in the supplementary budget. So if we could just move to questions then. The first question I have, Minister, is this. The 14.295 for the CARE program, we have not really seen a breakout of how you anticipate that being allocated amongst the various elements that make up the CARE program, the different grants that are available. There are several of them. There is the compassionate grant, there is the general grant, there's a small business grant, there's the best cash, there's a set cash. Those are some of them. And I wanted to know how this is broken out amongst those. And I'm mindful, of course, that in the PAC report, we're now in June, and which is the last of the 3 months for which the employment salary replacement aspects of the CARE program, the best cash and the set cash, were to cover the months of April, May, and June. So we're now in June, well into June, and the FS, I think, had indicated that by the end of this week, the total expenditure that has been made under the CARE program will be $4.2 billion, of which I think 3.4 is for compassionate grants, and the other 0.8 of 1 billion is allocated amongst some of the other elements. So that would indicate that based on the budget, there's another $10 billion to be expended under the CARE program going forward. And I would like to hear how it is anticipated that that will be spent. So there's already two questions rolled up into one. First of all, what is the breakdown of the budget for the CARE program between the different grant elements that they have, total 14.295, and how does the minister anticipate the remaining 10 billion that has not yet been spent on that, partially because, or maybe mainly because the first supplementary budget hasn't yet been approved, and we've been funding the CARE program out of the contingency that was put in place. But how does he anticipate that 10 billion being expended? I suppose the answer to the first question may answer the second.
All right. Thank you. So, as you mentioned, we have so far advanced about 4.2 billion. The vast majority of that has been for the compassionate grant. I'm giving you rough numbers here of about 3.6. No, well, I'm giving you figures as at last night. Right? Of approximately 3.6 billion, and then the remainder will be mostly the small business grants for small business operators. Now, in terms of determining upfront how the rest is going to be allocated, it really depends on the eligibility and the verification process, right? Meaning that the best cash, we have the people who have applied, and if 100% of the companies that have applied are approved, then under the best cash, we could end up paying out, maybe about just under 2 billion or thereabouts. So let me take a different approach. So we have done 4.2 billion so far. The programs or the elements that we have not paid anything out on yet are best cash. We haven't, as at last night, we wouldn't have paid any grants for best cash. We wouldn't have on the tourism grants, which is 1.2, but that's a flat amount. Okay, that's just people applying, and if they businesses, small operators, for this.
Tourism grant.
Yes. So we have that one hasn't started. The tourism grant is for businesses in the tourism sector. They're going to make applications to a committee that is going to be set up. We have focused on the individuals first. And with the criteria that are set out, those operators can get a grant, a pretty sizable grant from most perspectives, to help those businesses reopen.
What's the maximum?
Post-COVID. The maximum would be 5 million.
5 million?
Yeah.
And how much do you anticipate you could spend on that?
1.2. We've allocated 1.2 billion for that.
Okay, so that's new.
No, that's not new. That was announced with everything else. But that was announced with the CARE program. We just have not started advertising and receiving applications for it yet. And it's a good thing that we haven't, because now those funds, given that we are reopening, those grants can go towards reopening and towards starting up and towards hiring, new people, or not hiring new people, hiring people who have been laid off, right? So the startup costs for a small operator whose business has been mothballed for 3 months are not insubstantial, and these grants can assist those operators to open up again and to receive visitors as conditions improve. But for that program, what we're going to do is have a multi-stakeholder committee or group with public sector, private sector, who looks at applications and makes the recommendations for grants. And we have all of the the structural elements in place, but we wanted to get through. First of all, because until the supplementary is passed, we could not activate that and focus on the individual benefits. And clearly the compassionate grant, which pays, there are other grants that actually transfer more, and so the strategy has to be to focus on the ones that transfer less until the supplementary budget is approved. So going back to the meat of your question, tourism grant would be 1.2 billion. The set cash, is going to be a few billion. And the set cash, yes, we have made over 40,000 set cash payments. That does not represent 40,000 unique individuals, because we started paying April. So in terms of unique individuals, it could be, I'm giving you rough numbers, in the region of 20, 25 or so. But we have made 40,000 set cash payments.
So you've done some May as well as
Some
some April?
April as well as some March, right? So,
March?
Huh?
Some March, did you say?
Yes, in respect of people who were laid off in March. Sorry, I'm giving you, we're paying 3 months. So if you're laid off in March, you get for April, May, and June, right? So for some people, yes, we have paid for April, and some people have gotten May as well. Yeah, and the payments are batched, and are every day there are payments that are going out, and we have sort of managed it carefully to such that we are right at the limit of the contingency amount as at last night.
So what are you anticipating you're going to spend on set cash?
Well, so in total, and I've been given periodic updates of every few weeks in Parliament. I give, but in total, again, the program is still open, and so people can still apply.
But you must be budgeting something. You have a figure. You have 14.29.
Yeah, so I'm giving you rough figures. We could spend up to 3 billion, or there about 3.3 billion on that. We could, about that. So what I am anticipating or working towards is, as soon as supplementary is approved, we want to be in a position that we can sort of accelerate the payments, and by the June 30th, I'd like to be in a position where the vast majority of eligible, validated recipients have received. And the word validate is important because we've had problems with bank accounts, where persons submit bank accounts that the banks don't validate. So we want for above 90% of eligible, validated applicants across all beneficiary types, with the exception of the tourism grant, which is going to take longer, for those to be those transfers to be made. And it is possible that we might have, which we are planning for, is to have some left over, because we are only in the third month of the year, and no one really knows how this is going to play out, and so it might be necessary. We have other, big expenditure seasons coming up. One of them is back to school, and so forth. So, and then you go in, you have Christmas, you have January. So, the approach and the strategy is to ensure that we are able to do something much, not as large and as expansive as this, but something more targeted probably, should the need arise, which it most certainly will, and obviously, in consultation with a number of stakeholders to make sure that the design of anything that we do, meets the same kinds of principles that we tried to meet here. But I want to be clear, going forward, we're going to be much more targeted, right? Having done this first approach, this first layer.
For the general grant,
yeah,
what is the budget for that?
Yeah, well, for the general grant, see, that one I don't even want to, because we have not done. The others I can give you a sense, because the validation has started, so I've seen what the error rate is. You can use the number. I've given you the numbers of all the applicants, so you can say if everybody were to be approved, you can calculate it. But for me to tell you what likely.
I'm just interested in how you came up with this 14.295 billion.
Yes.
And what you must have projected.
Yeah. So how we'd have come up with it?
What's the breakout of the projection?
Okay. So how we'd have come up with it is to look at the maximum possible payout based on the applications,
yeah,
and to assume, based on experience thus far, what the validation and eligibility rate is going to be,
yeah,
and to set our figure,
so what's
accordingly.
The figure for the general grant?
So, I mean, what we are looking at as potential, but this is unlikely to
Understood.
To be the case.
Validation,
subject to everything. We could be about 1.2 or thereabouts.
Okay.
Plus or minus. It could be less than that.
And for the small business grant?
For the small business grant, we could be, 400 million or so.
Okay.
But again, just giving you plus or minus. I mean, at the end of the day, the eligibility criteria.
And for the compassionate grant, where did you anticipate or what did you budget for that?
Well, not so much what we budgeted. It's compassionate grant, we are expecting that we've already done about 3.6, I mentioned earlier.
3.57.
Yeah, so it could go up to another 3.7 based as the validations come out, or it could be 3.8 as the bank accounts clear up and the transfers are made.
So we have 3.8, say. I'm just trying to understand the makeup of this 14.295. So you have 3.8 for compassion.
The best way to rather than those granular figures, if you were to, potentially assume that from the existing programs, we disburse, let's say, 11 billion, okay, plus or minus. So it could leave us with an additional amount that we can use in a supplementary in a phase 2, but a phase 2 that is much more targeted.
So you're anticipating roughly 11 billion?
I'm anticipating roughly. Yeah, I prefer to deal with the total figure, right? Because it's easier to control the error. No, what we might do,
something different.
We may do something different. So for this period, for example, the general. Correct, unless we have another supplementary or so, right? But so the idea is that we have sought to address some of the needs that arise now. The river tour guide doesn't have a job now. We're hoping that as the borders open, that he or she could have a job in October. However, other needs may still exist. like the back to school need. So the phase 2 of a care program might have an element that's focused on that through the right authorities and agencies, a couple of $100 million here to help deal with the exigencies of that. But we have to make provisions that the social and economic needs can persist throughout the year. And we have December, we have January, so we wouldn't either expect that back to school, we would apply a program to meet the needs at the time, but expect to keep things in reserve as well, as because this has to keep us for the 12 months of the fiscal year.
So just so the roughly 11 billion of the existing program, how that might be broken out based on how you came up with that number to begin with would be the compassionate grant around 3.8, the general grant about 1.2, that adds it to 5, the set cash 3.3, that takes to 8.3, the best cash 2, that takes to 10.3, and the tourism grant, which would be 1.2 to 11.5, and then there's a 400 million small business, so that'd be closer to 12.
Every number plus or minus.
Plus or minus.
All right. Don't hold. Give me some latitude.
The other question I had, Minister, is in relation to the Student Loan Bureau. So they're going to be funding. The idea is that they're going to fund the program of financing for students this fiscal year off their balance sheet because they have resources. They're not going to be receiving the normal subvention from the central government budget of about close to $3 billion, right? The question I have for you is, I know how boards think, and they have this nice cushion of cash that they've built up over time. They're probably jealously guarding that, and all of a sudden they're told, you have to spend that this year. What is their mandate? How do we know that they're actually going to do that, and that students won't be shortchanged?
No, and that's a good question to ask. The good news is that we have a board that is motivated to fund students, and I'll explain and justify what I'm saying. What we are seeing is, all right, first of all, let me back up. You remember the data from the student loan supports the view, or that basically 99% of people who apply, 99 point something % of persons who apply for student loans are successful. Okay? The rejection rate is minuscule, almost non-existent. Everybody virtually, but 1%, who walks through the door and applies, get through. If anything, what you have with student loan is a self-selection issue where people just don't like the idea of loans. Some people. But everybody who applies gets through, and that number has been increasing over time. What we are seeing with the COVID pandemic, however, is that self-selection is becoming much more acute, or self-deselection, self-exclusion, in that the applications to student loans have dropped significantly. The people who are saying, I want to go to university and I'm going to apply, that number has, and that is of concern because we want, as a society, enrollment rates to remain high and so forth. So it was the board, and I'll give them credit for that, have approached with the proposal, which I'm going to announce here, of because when they did their further analysis, what they found is that persons were not coming forward to apply because there are other costs associated, and in this time they saw those costs as being inhibitors. So I'm going to, when I speak to our what we're going to do there is for this year to waive all other application and processing fees and so forth for student loans, to try and encourage persons not to defer. So what's happening is people are self-deferring, for them not to defer and to come forward. So I said to you, the concern that you have shared, that as far as the board that we have in place, they're actually being very proactive in seeking to advocate for measures that can lead to the level of interest in student loan applications remaining as buoyant as as they've been. But we're having, as you can understand, people are just self-excluding.
I have one other question, and it relates to disasters. It is said that the Caribbean is going to experience an active hurricane season. It's very hot now every day and so on, and I'm wondering, with the adjustments to the budget and the use of contingencies and so on to fund the CARE program, and you had made a lot of effort to try and make Jamaica more resilient to natural disasters, which I fully support. And I'm just wondering where we're left right now if we had
Right.
God forbid,
Yeah.
if we had a bad
That's a good question.
a bad impact.
Yeah. So, as you know, we have used the contingencies to finance the CARE program to date. With the supplementary, we are going to return funds to that contingency. So after the supplementary is finished, the contingency will have approximately $2.2 billion. Right?
Where in the book is that
Where you'll see
allocation?
you're going to see it somewhere in the Ministry of Finance. shouldn't
Yeah,
you
I'm
see?
looking there. I just wanted
No.
to point it to me. Which page?
Wait, what page? Oh. Reimburse. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's like all things. It's going to be fragmented throughout the book because the accounting of it is, remember that what we have done is we have advanced from the contingencies. So all of the heads, who have been the beneficiary of those advances, they will repay. Okay? So you're not going to, it's going to be fragmented. You're not going to see the $2 billion in one place. But it's there. We're going to return, the 4.5 in total. Okay. So I wanted to, you remember that in 2018-19 we transferred $2 billion. There was $100 million in there before, and we transferred $2 billion. That's right. In March of last year, of 1920, in the middle of, even though we knew COVID was coming, this third supplementary, meaning the third supplementary was at the time of the closing, where we knew, right? So we transferred 2.5 or 2.4? 2.4 billion, right? So we came up now to 4.5. Of that 4.5, we have drawn down 4.3, so we only have 200 left. And in the supplementary, we're going to go back up to 4.5. So if we had, God forbid, we have that 4.5 back, that can only in these kind of emergencies. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Minister, in the tourism, two questions. Mr. Hilton, please put on your mic.
As I listened to you on the tourism fund grant, it sounds to me as if there's been already a repurposing of that to take account of the fact that started to open up the economy, probably still linked to the employment, but it seems to me that there is already some sort of shift to take into account the new phase.
Yes, I mean, that's fair to say. There's not a repurposing in terms of the intended beneficiaries. The beneficiaries remain the small operators in the tourism industry, but at the time they're going to receive in their grant, we'll be now trying to open up and get business, and that's a long road. So we want to assist the smaller operators in particular who, we don't get back to our full strength until not just the bigger players, but the smaller players are able to open. And so we're going to want to see that those grants are going to be used for that purpose. And also, one of the conditions is going to be that these operators are able to put support together from other sources, right? The grants will more than likely go to small operators who are able to demonstrate that they're able to marshal other resources from banks or from shareholders or old shareholders or new shareholders, and the government's grant is just supplementing, right? But yes, the public interest is that there's a renewal of activity in the sector, and that's what we want to support.
A follow-up on that. The small business grant, you said it's about 400 million at this point. Do you expect, is that the extent of it, it seems, at this point, or do you expect additional, have all the applications been addressed?
Yeah, based on the application, that's why I was kind of hesitant because the applications are still open. They're open until June the 30th. So who knows? You could have a flood of applications. But based on the numbers we have to date, that is what we estimate that it will turn out to be. Bear in mind that this is not the only program for small businesses. There are other programs that the DBJ and so forth. This was just a specific program to try and maintain employment in small business, and it's targeted at the formal small business who themselves have employees.
Even those specific programs you mentioned in DBJ, most of those, the ones that I've seen, the Big E and the access to finance, those have been cut significantly in the capital.
Well, I will sort of allude to it. We use the word cut is appropriate, but in reality, what's going to happen in most of the cases is that we've lost a quarter. We've lost a quarter, which is 25%. So just if you normally would have spent $100 over the 12 months, you've lost 3 months. Just if you go at the same pace as you'd normally go, you're going to spend 75. So in many ways, the cuts are natural, as opposed to going to require any major, I'm not saying for all cases, but I'm saying a lot of the cases, they're natural, because the natural expenditure interruption for a lot of categories, especially ones that require mobilization and organization and so on, is going to be about 25%. So in the case of what we're alluding to here, in those biggies and so forth, we expect that the level is going to be consistent with the demand that we're going to see in terms of processing time that's available, you have to remember that in any one year, the former Minister of Finance will tell you that getting a capital budget spent requires dedicated focus. Right? It requires you calling people every day and saying, where are you with this project? So if you just leave things on their own.
Mr. Minister, I can go back to the
Universal Service Fund.
Student loan.
Oh,
student loan. You would realize that a number of students who would normally go on these overseas programs, exchange holiday programs, to kind of shore themselves up for the new term. And I hear you saying that persons are not applying for the student loan as they usually do. Is there any provision to assist these students who would not have gotten the opportunity to travel for work-study program?
That's a good question. We have a number of programs here, like the Youth Employment in Digital Animation, the YEDI program, and the HOPE program that taking students to work in various areas. This may not be the direct answer to your question. And we obviously, in the Ministry of Health, will be employing 2,000 new community aides. So I think what you're going to see is a rotation of opportunity. The opportunity may not exist this summer to go abroad and work, but you may be able to get a job as a community health aide for a couple of months, or for the year, or for the year and a half or 2 years that job is available.
I'm talking about no, under normal circumstances, the students would have to pay, and they would getting ready for the next semester. I'm just asking.
Oh, you're saying people who go abroad to earn money to supplement?
Yes.
Which is why I was talking about earlier that when the next phase of social support is going to be, or needs to be, targeted towards back to school. And back to school is a broad area. It doesn't just mean the textbook program or the voucher program, but it could, it means supporting people at a level that we can afford with university tuition and so forth. In terms of grants or stipends, we are in the process of designing that now, and hopefully by the time this phase ends, we want to be in a position to say exactly what we're going to do so people can plan and know how they, obviously we won't be able to meet the expenses of every single student in Jamaica, but what we hope to do is to be able to provide assistance to the vulnerable ones so that enrollment can be maintained at pre-COVID levels. There's a public interest in that, because we all lose as a society if enrollment were to drop for these the temporary nature of the shock, and that would cause permanent damage.
Mr. Chairman, while I'm at it, I don't know if you'd allow me to just ask another question.
Colin, I just want to follow up on this before he leaves. Minister, I think really the question that the member is asking is against the background that many of these students who go on the travel work program abroad do not apply to student loan because they've worked sufficient amounts to pay the tuition for the next academic year. Now, having regard to the fact that they were not able to go, have provisions been made in student loan to beef up the resources so that they now will need to apply? Can they apply? Will the resources be there?
So the resources at student loan, can fund 2 normal years of loan applications. Okay? So the short answer is yes. The challenge that we want more people to apply, because they can. Yes, we can double it and be fine. Yeah.
Minister, I'd asked the question previously to the chairman of the committee in respect to the unattached youth programs.
So the Universal Service Fund?
Universal Service Fund and Heart and Hope program. Are you in a position to say what's the situation with those programs?
So the minister updated me on the USF. The USF program continues to operate. They have about 500 students now, unattached youth, under that program. The program was suspended during the COVID period, but it's going to restart, and I believe it will restart as soon as Monday. You will know that the USF resources primarily don't come from central government, they come from the tax, and that amount has been going down over time. So the USF has substantially less resources today than they would have had 5 years ago, but the unattached youth program continues. You're definitely going to see, like the Hope program. Those are going. Now is the time that we're going to be beefing those programs up and making sure that more and more Jamaicans have access to them. But I don't want you to dismiss what I said about the community health aids. Under this supplementary budget, we are approving $6 billion for the Ministry of Health. Of that $6 billion, approximately 1.8 billion of that is for the employment of 2,000 community aides. Okay, so that's there's a purpose that we want to help those persons to help us fight the COVID virus. It will also, provide employment opportunities for persons who fit the description that the Ministry of Health will be looking for.
Minister, I hear you, but I'm particularly interested in the unattached youth program that is operated by Heart.
Right.
Under normal circumstances, we would have recruited up to 200 persons for different skill areas. I'm now told that that number will be cut significantly because we have many of us as members of Parliament would not have the startup for those programs would not yet be realized. So I'm just asking, what is the situation with that now? Because personally, from my side, I'm not too sure.
Okay. On the Heart one specifically, I'd have to get back to you on the Heart. I can't answer that here. I have to get back to you on the heart one specifically. But I would believe that every effort would be made to maintain programs such as that at existing levels, subject to the difficulties that arise from social distancing guidelines and space, and you can't have more than X number of people in the training room and so on, subject to that.
One specific clarification that I want. In relation, we know that a number of the workers in tourism, for example, are contract workers, independent things. Now, my understanding, if you can confirm, is that both the best cash and the set cash require to be on the payroll of the affected enterprise, of the hotel or the attraction.
No, they need you to be you need to be on the payroll of someone who is filing payroll returns, right? So you could be employed by, you don't have to be employed by the hotel itself, as long as whoever you're employed by is filing returns on your behalf. Meaning, to be eligible for the set cash, you need a P45 uploaded on your behalf, and we would need to see that you didn't just appear suddenly. You were there, in January or in February.
I don't know if this happens in the hotel sector. This relates to that, but in some sectors, you have these labor broker companies that supply labor to firms that need labor, and they handle the payroll.
Same thing.
So XYZ Limited, which is a labor broker, would be the ones that generate the pay slips for the workers and presumably file whatever needs to be filed with the TAJ and so on. But the work is actually done for such and such a bakery or such and such a whatever enterprise. If that in the tourism industry, because this best and set are really for the tourism industry, right? Yeah. Does that happen? Do those arrangements?
My understanding is that you do have those arrangements in some places. I mean,
so if a hotel closed and the XYZ labor broker was told send them home, those workers would be able to,
as long as XYZ, has records and has paid over the NIS and NHT,
right?
And they file the P45.
I understand.
That evidences that's the support that we need. Then they would be successful.
I was
just
going to ask: are there employment arrangements in the tourism sector, in the hotel industry, where persons who are workers are not employed on terms where any statutory deductions are made on their behalf? They're treated as being independent contractors and are paid on a gross basis. Does that happen?
Well, I know that, by the way, set cash is not just for tourism. Set cash is for all its sectors. Best cash is only for tourism. I know that we've had a long-standing issue with the security guard sector, where persons are hired or are seen as independent contractors. But even then, NHT, it's just that the amounts are different, right? They file NHT returns for those people who are, the companies argue, are independent contractors, but they just pay at the self-employed rate.
Yes, and
as
I
opposed to at the. So I'm saying even those cases where the person is an independent contractor, the biggest example of that we have in Jamaica is the security guard sector, and even in that sector, NHT returns are made on behalf of the individuals. What the dispute is that, if there is one, or what the difference or the different ways of interpreting is, should those NHT contributions be at the 2% rate, which you would do if you're an employee, or should they be at the self-employed rate?
And if it's a self-employed rate, there's no employer contribution. It's just a self-employed person who will be paying.
But it's not those contributions are not being signed over by the individual, though, right? So whoever does the contributions would be the person to sign on the P45s.
Doctor, your mic.
Many of the brokerage houses secure the labor, but the worker thus secured is deemed to be an independent contractor by the employer at the place where they work. And so they are being paid, but not as worker as such. Would they be eligible? They are independent contractors. Would they be eligible under your set cash and best cash?
Let me see that. So you're saying you have the factory, and the factory employs somebody who employs labor, right? Which is prevalent in Jamaica. Would the person who works for that person who employs labor be eligible? And I'm saying as long as.
No, I follow that part. But
yeah.
I'm saying I have recruited the labor.
Your mic again, Dr. Phillips.
Really, the malfunction is not of, anyway, malfunction of the parliament. They, having recruited, they provide the labor to the factory, hotel, security guard company. But recruitment at a cost is their operation. Recruitment, and they charge a fee. The worker, at least in many instances to my understanding, then is an independent contractor, not a full-time employee of the company, is either paid by XYZ, but in many cases paid directly, but as a independent contractor, consultant. I am here. Now, my question is not being on the main payroll of the employing entity as a full-time employee. Would they be eligible?
Okay, so among the diverse set of employer-employee arrangements, there will be arrangements that would, constitute gaps. There's no doubt about that, right? Because there's a plethora of arrangements that exist. What I'd say is for the traditional, what we have seen in the set cash application, the traditional arrangement of having a company that might be separate from this brand who does the employment, that as long as they submit payroll returns on their behalf, which a lot do, I mean, I don't have the information to say everyone does, but which a lot do, they will be eligible. There is almost no, even for the companies themselves, they have their brand company and then they have their trading as, even if the labor company is owned by them, they tend to be separate anyway. So I'm saying that you will, I'm sure, there will be an instance of some arrangement somewhere. But I wouldn't say it's prevalent. I would say that the vast majority are covered as long as there is a payroll return on their behalf.
And the set cash is owned to
any industry, which is why the error rate there is going to be higher, okay? Because we'll have, there'll be a lot of people who would just
but also,
try it.
Given the high level of informality in the economy generally, this basically is focusing, and I understand it, in the formal sector.
Yes, which is why we have the compassionate.
Yes.
It's because, when we did this set, we said, okay, we recognize the gaps, so let us have something that's just unconditional. Just unconditional, as long as you're not on the formal payroll, you will be able to apply. It's not a lot, but for a lot of people, it is a lot, as you will know as a representative. And that's why we had that unconditional program to deal with the gap, the large numbers of informally employed who don't have any payroll deductions, don't have any P45, no questions asked, just all you need is a TRN, you're not on a formal system, and you get a grant. And we had over 360,000 of those. So
and you would estimate the universe of eligibility of those who would potentially be eligible simply by virtue of being in the informal you would figure about 600,
Yeah.
700,000.
Maybe not 700, but it could be 600. Yeah. But you know, there's no, and I think we are going to cover 400. But there's no social program that we have in Jamaica that has 100% coverage, right? The best literature that you find in social, you know, your coverage. So we just want to hit those coverage ratios that are in line with what best practices and what other countries are able to achieve. You know, you'll never be able to have 100% coverage. Yeah.
Okay.
We should put the pages. No. There are some questions I have, but not from under the Ministry of Finance. There's another one to ask. Last week, Minister, I spoke to you about the difficulty that some people who were physically challenged would applied and that they could not get to the remittance companies to collect. You indicated to me that arrangements have been made with them so that if their bearer brings their ID, the bearer's ID plus the TRN and the number that they've been given, that they would collect it. There's still challenges with one of your agencies, specifically MoneyGram, in that they still can't get it.
I've heard that. I've heard that from other people as well. Remember, brought a case as Member Golding, and I undertook to look into it. I did, and we're going to have to make another amendment to the agreement to accomplish it. But that, I was told yesterday when I looked at it, when I got a text on Tuesday, I believe, that it would take 2 days to get that done. So once it is done, I will let you know. But we have to make another amendment to achieve it. The first one did not achieve it.
All right. Minister.
No, with all of them.
I am looking at the report of the PAAC, and on page 9, it indicates a cut in the Ministry of Health's capital for Cornwall Regional Hospital, as well as the Western Children's Hospital. And the narrative says that the PAAC was assured that neither sets of cut would affect the delivery of services or the completion of a capital project. I understand the part about delivery of services, but how can you not affect the capital, the completion of a capital project if you have reduced the allocation by, say, 20%, or sorry, 30%?
Yeah, no, maybe the words used might be a little confusing. What it really means is that having lost the first quarter, where you're naturally going to complete, the reduction in the money that you see there is not going to slow the project down. They're going to work as they would normally work, and that's the amount they can spend in this fiscal year. Because they've lost the first quarter. If they were planning to spend $1,000 and they were planning to work 12 months, they've lost much of.
So basically, it's going to be about 3 months later. It's going to become.
It's going to be, yes.
Okay, all right. Because this, if one is to accept this, then you understand that.
Yeah, the wording is not. Yeah, could be confusing as you point out.
All right. Well, okay, we can move on.
Can put the pages.
In relation to the Southern Coastal Highway program, that cut of approximately $6 billion. What does it mean for the program?
So it's like, I mean, it's similar to what I described for Cornwall Regional in that the program would have slowed because in the months of April and the months of May, and I would even say June as well, the activity that we would have anticipated for those months did not occur. Right? So we've lost those 3 months. Activity is going to resume, and the funds are there for it to resume, and we are going to be delayed by at least 3 months vis-a-vis what our original timeline would have been.
Minister, I remember when we did, could have been the final supplementary budget or the one before in the 2019-20. I particularly raised the argument about why don't we go to, well, in technical sense, procurement. I know check would be the substantive contractor, but why weren't we going out to get subcontractors selected during that last quarter rather than start the process but coming into the 2021 financial year to save time? Now, what we would have done, and probably it might have been deliberate too, is to come into the first quarter of 2021, and then it would be easy. Because remember now, what we would have gotten was that there would have been advances for the Southern Coastal in the 1920 financial year. And I can't remember eventually how much, might have been 6 billion or somewhere there. In that first, in 1920. Where we are now, is it that, and I could get parochial, the parish of St. Thomas?
No.
Does that mean that all that we will have going is that those two first phases that have started is what we would expect to get from that program for 2021?
So I want to start by what's happening there with it. So it's unavoidable, right? The circumstances, it pains me, probably pains you a little more, but it pains me that we have had to make these adjustments. However, as I've just been alluding to, much of it is natural because we have just lost the time. Whether
that time is worth 6 billion?
Huh?
You're saying that time is worth 6 billion?
I'm saying it's worth at least 25% of what we were going to spend, and 25% would have been about 3.5 billion or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So you're asking whether or not you're going to have you're going to have more than the two, what do you call them again? Packages. That's what you're asking.
Right.
Yeah. That's going to depend on getting these first two done. But I will.
That was never contemplated.
Huh?
That was never contemplated, that you were going to be waiting on these contractors to determine whether.
We're going to have to find out. I have to get back to you on that level of that.
I would appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah, I know you have a particular interest.
The farm road program, you have taken off 750.
There are 5 packages overall, right? In both parishes.
Yes, I think that's what it was.
15 packages.
Huh?
Overall, it would be 15,
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
So only 5 have been contracted.
You know that we would love to put a ribbon and open it up. So our interests are aligned, right? Our interests are aligned on that.
I understand.
And we're going as fast as we can.
What's happening with the farm road? 750 million off.
Yes.
Implications. We're
Yes.
getting down to 500
But
million
you remember
now.
though that we increased the farm road provision substantially.
Yeah, you were looking
right?
at one
and I
point.
was very proud.
Because
I
you
stood
were
there,
bubbling.
I stood
you
there.
were bubbling, Minister.
And we're
So you were
Yes.
happy to announce 1.25 billion.
Yes,
but we told you at that time that what you were telling us wouldn't work.
No.
But you just wanted to bubble.
No.
You just want to bubble
No.
for a while. And
Not
then,
at all.
And then the bubble burst.
We were we shared the enthusiasm of all the beneficiaries that we were in a position to dramatically increase the allocation to rural farm roads, because we know what it means. Unfortunately, in a COVID environment, we've had to make adjustments. All right? We have to make, well, listen to some of your colleagues. They disagree with you on that.
Minister.
Yeah. And bear in mind that it's not that we have taken it out of the ministry. It's in the same ministry, and we're doing productive incentives. So the persons, the farmers who would have benefited from those at the increase in farm roads are going to be now benefiting from the productivity incentives, because productivity incentives have increased by $800 million. In fact, productivity incentives plus the $200 million to farmers have increased by $1 billion in COVID.
When we're going to start getting that, Minister? That's up.
I think as soon as you pass, you assist me
in
passing the budget.
You start the bubble again.
You're going to... the farmers will be in receipt of $1 billion.
Minister, the last time we dealt with the care package portion, there was an issue with joint accounts, and you said that it was one particular bank where persons who applied and who had joint accounts were not able to be approved. Has that been sorted out?
So for that particular institution, we had 20,000 accounts that were not validated for reasons that included joint, but included many other categories. As at last night, that number is down to approximately, I just have the report that I was reading before I came here, that number is down to 5,000. So with the help of that institution and their CEO being personally involved, we've been able to dramatically reduce the number. And that is why
That includes persons with joint accounts?
That includes persons with joint accounts,
Okay,
yes.
so
But it has been a manual exercise on the part of the financial institution working with the government. And here's a case now where people talk about public sector efficiency versus private sector efficiency. The public sector is ready. Here's the money. We want to give it. But challenges is getting it through these private sector institutions.
All right, so it is being sorted out.
It's being sorted out, yeah.
All right. Just lastly, the question was asked yesterday, and it really should be posed to the Prime Minister himself. But seeing that you are the former chairman of the Port Authority, and just by the revised supplementary in the public bodies to see where their revenues will be down by about 3.5, a variance of about $3.5 billion. But yet still there is still no substantive chairman that has been appointed to the board of the Port Authority since you exited as chairman. Is this something that has been discussed at the cabinet level, or what is happening? Why we're still not able to have a chairman appointed?
I mean, so as you know, this falls in the Ministry of Economic Growth. But what I would say in response to that is the Port Authority, for much of its existence, operated with, someone who occupied both seats, chairman and CEO. It was a matter of choice that this administration chose in the first few years of the administration to have the roles separate. But it doesn't mean that the organization can't function without somebody operating in the capacity as chairman, right? It's functioned for 30 years with the same person being chairman and CEO. Huh?
The very reason why you were proposing to separate the roles had validity, which I believe it does. It would be to enhance the oversight
of the institution,
capacities of the institution.
Yeah, so
and now more than ever you would need it.
So I don't think that the administration would be in any way sort of diluting its sort of preference for that model. But just in response to say that it is precisely because the Port Authority has grown and has functioned under a different model doesn't mean that not having a chairman means that it is going to be unnecessarily exposed, right? Right, but at the same time,
So who do you hold responsible then? At the board level, is it just the acting chairman at the time when a decision has been made? Who is it that is responsible then overall?
Yeah. So for the the portfolio minister, I'm sure will address it in due course. I accept your point. I accept your point that if you don't have that, or I'd say, let me put it in my words. One can debate the virtues of either model, but the point is you want to have somebody named in that position.
Well, Minister, the truth be told is that last year this time we asked the same question, and we are back at it.
I heard you.
And in my own sectoral presentation, I asked the question, and we're back here again asking the same question.
If I may, as I said, the portfolio minister will speak about it, but I do know that efforts have been made, and at least twice before, and then conflicts were raised, and those, they went back to the drawing board. So I know that it's not because there hasn't been any effort. It has gone through, proposals have come forward, and concerns have been raised that maybe that would not be the appropriate choice. So it's not that it has been ignored or that your advocacy has been ignored. I can definitely say that.
Minister.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Minister.
Just to say, I mean, I understand your zeal and, in fact, necessity of you to put up a defense. But in an administration that has had the experience of Petrogen, CMU, Nestle, and all those other breaches, it seems to me to be a pretty egregious breach to allow this layer of further accountability and control to go unmanned. And I would want to urge the government to really deal with it quickly and expeditiously.
Okay. All right. Minister, it has come to my attention that there may be a problem with result arising from the issue with the EU and the blacklisting with JSIF, because with Jamaica Social Investment Program, there is a project in my constituency that is about 6% complete and stopped, and we've been trying.
Not because of that.
It has nothing to do.
No.
But is there an issue with the budget with JSIF?
No. Oh, so is there an issue with the budget and JSIF?
With JSIF and its funding through.
What project are you talking about?
It's a community integrated program, community program.
No, those programs continue.
But JSIF has been saying they've not been able to work on it for the last 6 months.
Is it because of, you mean related to COVID, or are you saying?
No, it says it has to do with the EU and some issues with the European Union.
Oh, that sounds like procurement.
Some at that level.
That sounds like procurement, meaning that sometimes with the grants you have to satisfy certain procedures in order to procure goods and services.
Okay, just want to know it's nothing at your level.
No, not at all.
But you know I have a special interest in the Sandy Gully program. The capital project has been cut. Has that been affected in any way?
You mean the Gully project?
Yes, the Sandy Gully in particular.
I'm glad you're interested in it. Here's the fully intend to go ahead with it. The challenge is that under this crisis, it's affecting the NSWMA because property tax revenue is even lower than it normally is. And you know, property tax is one of the taxes with the lowest compliance rates. In this COVID period, we are seeing that the challenge is even greater, sometimes due to the fact that over the last 2 months, it might be difficult to pay, lines are long and so forth. And those are funds that through the parochial revenue, it goes directly essentially to local government and therefore to NSWMA. So the monies for the gullies are coming from central government to support NSWMA. Now, if NSWMA is going to come back in a month or two and say, look, property tax is low, I need more support from central government, then that's where we could get a little tension between the monies that we've already provided and any request for new funds. But I believe in that project. It's something that you heard me speak about passionately, and I'll do whatever I can within reason to try to make it happen. But I've been open and transparent with you about the likely challenges that I'm going to face.
Minister, on the local government, recognize that the capital budget is basically wiped out. There's hardly anything there going forward. And of course, when we look at the recurrent side,
no, man,
it is down by
local
about
government capex is not wipe out. No.
I mean, we're moving from 13.474 billion to 13.071 billion.
No, repeat those numbers.
I'm just looking at the report.
Yes.
And it is saying that the ministry's capital budget decreased from 13.474 billion
to 13.071 billion. And of course, when we look at based on this
But that's
report,
not a wipeout.
well, but I mean, Minister, when you think of it, there's hardly anything that is left there for capital. Local government. I'm looking at the report.
Local government.
I am going by the report, Minister, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, so look, the capex has been cut by $1 billion to $1 billion. Now, what we're doing there is, if you're asking a question about the capex,
yes,
what we're doing there with local government is a lot of the capex was to acquire new fire trucks and new garbage trucks.
So we're not buying any of those again?
No, man. No. What we're doing is, those take time to deliver, so we're paying the deposit on them, and we have paid the deposit already, so they're coming, and you normally have a deposit and a final payment. It's just that the final payment is going to be made in April. Instead of making a final payment next April, instead of the final payment being in February, we just shift it by a month or two into the next financial year in order to. No.
So what happened now on the, while I don't, I hear you, but I can't see you make provision in this year.
When I spoke in the budget,
yes.
I spoke about getting them in 2 tranches.
Yes.
Right? So it was always anticipated. So what I'm repeating myself, we just shifted the final payment into the first week of the next financial year under the circle, or the first month under these COVID circumstances.
But all right, thanks for that. But when you look now at the recurring side, I mean, you're down by 50%, 2.271 billion to 1.062 billion. How is the local government going to survive with this kind of cut on a recurring?
Look, you have this book here that was laid in the House on the 13th of May. Local government is on the heading 72,004. And it shows the recurrent is now went from 13.4 billion to 13.1 billion. A very modest shave.
Well, something is wrong with this report because I'm going by the report.
Oh, and there might be a little typo. Let me see.
Yes.
What page?
We're on page 14. Page 14, second paragraph, third paragraph, that's it. Ministry of Local Government and Community Development.
Yeah, the numbers are probably off. What?
I think they reverse the capital and the recurrent. They're calling the recurrent capital and capital recurrent.
You think there's an error? Yeah, okay.
There's a transposition of the numbers.
Yeah. Just you do.
Let me look at it. So recurrent here. Oh no. Oh yeah. This is not right. Yeah, they're a transposition. They have the capital numbers as the recurrent, and they have the recurrent as the capital.
Okay, so
good catch.
It should be on the reverse. Okay.
Good catch. Yeah. Pages.
What about the amendments?
Yes, amendments. Yeah. If we can, we don't normally go. Yeah, they normally just tabled. The main thing is to make sure that we can continue the public sector transformation program. That was, at the first brush, that was kind of taken out, and then some adjustments within ministries. Right, so the overall is not increased, but the permanent secretaries have taken another look and said, look, can we shift something here from another place, keeping the totals the same? And we've tried to accommodate.
With that, Minister, in that regard, in the office of the Superintendent of Insolvency, you expect that in the recovery program there will be the need for some stressed entities
a good point.
to call on the supervisor of insolvency. Has that been given the support? Are you satisfied that they have the support necessary to respond?
Well, I mean, I generally, from my own just general knowledge, know that since we passed that law
Insolvency Act
together
Yeah.
in the last parliament, I don't think it has been used that much.
It has been,
You think
yeah,
it will?
and been updated.
But
Yes.
no, but in terms of numbers. But no, we haven't made anything. Haven't done anything specific for that.
No, but nor have we had this kind of fallout. And it is one of the purposes.
It's a good point. I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, one of the purposes that it was intended for. No, I'm just asking in general.
They haven't normally, yeah.
It's going to be called upon, for sure.
That requires reviews, and it has passed that.
This year,
it has been reviewed.
Yeah, there was a 3-year review.
That's odd.
That's a complex bill, but.
And it was rushed. It could come in handy. I think I made an error as a force to do that. Such a hard way. It was very hard. And very few people understand it.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, man. I'm putting information out. You have the money? You can print it for me? No, man. All right, let's print it.
They finish the deliberation.
Yeah, I know. They always do this thing. So, Chairman, the amendments to the first supplementary estimates are before us. I'd like to put the amendments.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
The Jamaica body's revised estimates of revenue expenditure for the year ended March 2021 are before us. There are no amendments.
Okay. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I now put the estimate of expenditure as amended. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The members, the report of the supplementary estimates and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021 is before us. Is it the wish of the committee that I signed? Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for recommittal items, announcements, reports from committees, and notice of motion given oral.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Announcements.
Also laid on the House today are the following: Bauxite and Alumina Industries, Special Provisions, Clarendon Alumina Production Limited, Associated Producer, Order 2020. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries, Special Provisions, Clarendon General Alumina Production Limited, Annual Associated Producer Order 2020 Resolution. Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions, General Alumina Jamaica Limited, Associated Producer Order 2020. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions, General Alumina Jamaica Limited, Associated Producer Order 2020 Resolution. Under the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act.
Reports from committees.
Report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2021, and Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021.
Reports from committees. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of expenditure and revenue for the year ending March 2021.
Notices of motion given orally. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House. I'll move, be it resolved, that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2020, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to just open the debate on the first supplementary estimates. And I'm keenly aware of the time, and I don't want to be standing between persons and getting home. However, Mr. Speaker, these are extraordinary times, and the public record needs to reflect some of the facts and figures. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, unusual times. We're living through the worst pandemic in 100 years, and one that has turned normal life upside down for students, for parents, households, employees, businesses, and indeed for the government. The measures that have been taken by other countries, and universally so, and in addition measures that we have had to implement to slow the spread of the coronavirus, has significantly dampened economic activity, and this is why we are here today. When I spoke in the closing budget debate, I spoke about a massive economic shock. And since that time, we have seen where the IMF, the IDB, the Bank of Jamaica, and the PIOJ have all forecasted economic contraction for the fiscal year 2021 in the region of 5%. The IMF in their World Economic Outlook have forecasted GDP declines of 6% for the US, 6.5% for the UK, 6% for Canada, 9% for Italy, 8.5% for St. Lucia, 7.6% for Barbados, 4.5% for Trinidad. No country is spared. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we do not have a crystal ball. No one does. The world does not yet know how this pandemic and the related economic crisis ends. Will there be a vaccine? When will it become available? How long will it take to vaccinate the world? Will there be a second wave? The world is also in other parts choking in debt, and how will the world respond to that? Many imponderables, Mr. Speaker. Today, we seek to pass the first supplementary estimates for 2021. There will certainly be a second supplementary for the fiscal year, and perhaps even a third. We must remain nimble and agile as we respond to the effects of this pandemic, as we are facing an economic crisis that is unparalleled in Jamaica's independent history. The IMF, Mr. Speaker, coined the phrase the Great Lockdown to define this unfolding crisis. And the Great Lockdown is worse than the global financial crisis and only can be compared with the Great Depression. And we've had demand and supply shocks, something that's highly unusual to have at the same time. Demand shock meaning that demands for goods and services has declined dramatically, precipitously, because physical movements have come to a screeching halt. And at the same time, the supply and goods and services also been eviscerated as companies that supply tradable items are unable to produce at their usual levels. And the simultaneous demand and supply shock poses a unique challenge as the traditional means of stimulating economic activity are neutralized by this double-horned beast of a crisis. The economic crisis unfolds through several channels, Mr. Speaker. There's a monetary channel. Inflows of foreign exchange have been interrupted due to the closure of tourism, and tourism usually accounts for $3 billion US of foreign exchange over 12 months. Provided that our borders reopen and our international airport reopens, this amount could fall by as much as 2/3, or $2 billion US. We are also dependent on remittance flows as a source of foreign exchange. For the last fiscal year, we received about $2.3 billion US of remittances, and this is expected to decrease for this year. However, thus far, remittance inflows have been encouraging, having fallen by between 20% and 30% for the latter half of March and the first few weeks of April. Remittances have rebounded strongly since then, and for the 10-week period between the 10th of March and the 30th of May, remittance inflows to Jamaica were down only 2% in aggregate, which is very, very encouraging. Very, very encouraging, Mr. Speaker. The Jamaican diaspora have responded with massive show of strength. Yes, the Jamaican diaspora, Mr. Speaker. Of course, outflows of foreign exchange due to lower fuel prices and could be as much as 700 million, and imports of other items will be subdued, reflecting the economic times that we're in. Overall, however, we do face a balance of payment shock due to the pandemic, and it's for that reason that in April we applied to the IMF for access to the rapid financing instrument, and in mid-May, the executive board of the IMF approved a disbursement of $520 million, which will boost our foreign exchange reserves. And the scope of that financing at 100% of quota, the speed with which it was delivered, and the remarks issued by the IMF at the time of the disbursement are a testament to the strong track record of fiscal responsibility built by Jamaica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we spent much of the past 4 years under the IMF precautionary standby arrangement reforming our monetary systems, and these reforms led to an increase in non-borrowed exchange reserves by $1 billion US, providing us valuable extra buffer at this time of crisis. We strengthened the inflation targeting framework, much left to be done, but introduced transparent mechanisms for the BOJ to interact And for the first time, we saw a two-way movement of the exchange rates. And of course, we'd have had lots of debate and discussion around that period. And at each point, we'd have pointed out that our reserves don't exist to provide insulation to any particular business on any particular day, but are necessary for times of crisis like now. And don't exist to stop the rate from moving. Okay? And we came under significant pressure on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, but we would have had less reserves today had we caved into the pressure on each of those instances. The authorities were able to stand their ground, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that gives us a better chance in this crisis because we have more reserves in the central bank than we would have had we not pursued this path of reform. Mr. Speaker, we won't stop with the $520 million that we are accessing from the IMF. We are in dialogue with other multilaterals, and we have earmarked an amount of about $275 million that we should be able to pull in. I want to make it clear that this will not increase the program debt amounts that we have for the year. It will just see a shift between what we were seeking to raise in J dollars, we will now replace with funding from the multilaterals to the tune of $275 million US dollars, which will boost the $520 million that we have coming in from the fund. I will update as soon as those plans have reached fruition. Mr. Speaker, as far as the fiscal impact of the crisis, I just want to focus on the big picture first. And the big picture is that the budget for the fiscal year 2020-21 was predicated on overall expenditure of $853 billion. With the COVID crisis, the expenditure is now $838 billion. So despite the worst pandemic in 100 years that is shaking the foundation of economies around the world, expenditure in aggregate is only changing by 1.8%. For all intents and purposes, we're keeping the same levels of expenditure. Now, what changes, Mr. Speaker, is the composition, right? So we were, in February, we laid a budget that's going to spend $853. With COVID, we're spending $838, a difference of just under 2%. And only thing that changes, or what changes, which is the composition of that expenditure, where we are shifting the weight of expenditure towards social and economic support that can help in some way to sustain Jamaicans through this period, and also to health expenditures, even while we absorb a massive slash in our revenue base to the tune of $81 billion. So that's the first big picture. The second big picture, Mr. Speaker, is that despite the significant fall-off in revenue of $81 billion that we are anticipating, and despite the fact that we're keeping expenditures at pretty much the same level, barring 1.8%, we're doing this, Mr. Speaker, without programming borrowing in excess of what was already approved in the budget. And Mr. Speaker, this is something on both sides of the House, I think, is a moment to pause and to say that, look, policy choices have positive positive spin-off benefits. And we maintain a fiscally responsible path in all the ways that that implies. And when times of crises come, it gives us buffers and options that other countries simply do not have. So just to point out here, Mr. Speaker, I have a bar that shows expenditure that was approved originally, pre-COVID, $853 billion. We were financing that $853 with $661 billion of government revenues, new borrowing of $144 billion, cash brought forward of $17 billion, and other inflows of $32 billion. And here I'm rounding to the nearest billion, so when you round, you can have rounding differences as you add. But that is how we were financing when we laid the budget in February and the budget was passed in March. Post-COVID, we're spending the same amount, less 1.8%. And we are financing it with $580 billion of government revenue. So the revenues are down by $80 billion. Borrowing just moved slightly to 147, and that a lot of that is exchange rate related. And what the big difference is, the cash component. That cash that we had set aside to accelerate our repayment of debt. It's a bit painful, okay, because what it meant is that we would have been at 80-odd% roughly 84, 85%, give or take. But instead, we have to use that cash now to supplement, to supplement the revenues that we have lost. But for Jamaica to be in the position, there, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, having been through what we have been through and the work that many, many, many people have done, especially the work done by civil servants, to be in a position where we can deploy $88 billion of government of Jamaica cash at a time of crisis is something, even in a crisis, Mr. Speaker, to recognize as an achievement of Jamaica. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know I've heard some questions asked in PAC. I just wanted to spend a little time just to explain some more of this. So the $70 billion, I put in the same numbers here in another format so you can understand the big difference, right, in terms of how we are financing the expenditure is our revenues are down by 81 billion. We're keeping expenditure much the same because we have the cash, and it allows us to go forward without having any massive new borrowing. If we didn't have the cash, we'd have had to borrow. That represents about 3% of GDP, so our debt would have gone up by that amount. Now, clearly, the debt to GDP ratio increases because GDP is going to go down, and because our primary savings are going to also go down. So the amount that our savings rate is lower, so the debt is going to go up. And I mentioned in the opening remarks last time that our debt is likely to be in the range of 98% by the end of this fiscal year, with all things, as far as the forecasts for parameters, achievements remain. So the 70 billion, so I've used the 70 billion, which is the increase, but the total cash is 87 billion. Now, it's important to pause the sources of the cash that's brought forward, fiscal overperformance, when we have a primary surplus target and we achieve above it, that delivers cash. In the last financial year with a target of 6.5%, we delivered at 7%, that would have meant cash. Divestments, and we were able to divest a few public bodies last year, and reintegration of public bodies. Just to share, and there's more I could have added here, but just to give you things that people can immediately identify with. The Wigton sale, the net amount, not the gross was 5.5. The net amount in the consolidated fund was 4.7 billion. We refinanced the Wigton debt, which was $50 million US. The proceeds came back into the consol fund. Trans-Jamaica, you remember we bought and then sold. The net amount so far is 7.9 billion. We have 3.8 billion worth of preference shares, which we plan to sell in the year, which will increase our take from Trans-Jamaica. And then the reintegration of PCJ of 5.7 billion. Again, it's necessary to mention these things because, policy choices, positive policy choices do have positive benefits that can help at the times of crisis. Now, so we mentioned that our expenditure profile remains much the same as far as the big picture is concerned, but what changes is the composition of those expenditures. And the composition has to change because we have new expenditure that we wouldn't have had COVID not materialized. And here I've summarized it and trying to present the information in a way that's easy to digest and to discuss. We have $33.6 billion of new expenditure that arises as a result of COVID. $6 billion in the Ministry of Health, and I mentioned in the Standing Finance Committee, 1.3 billion, I think I said 1.3 billion for the employment of 2,000 community health aides to support the Ministry of Health in the fight against the COVID pandemic, well, the coronavirus, $573 million for the cost of quarantine and isolation facilities, $1 billion for the purchase of drugs, $947 million for medical equipment and other expenditures. The CARE program, broadly defined, which includes the core program that's accessible through the website, as well as the elements that go to the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Local Government, total about $16 billion. We added productivity incentives of $800 million, support to public bodies of $2.9 billion, and increased debt service costs of $7.9 billion, give you a total new expenditure of $33.6 billion. Now, as at yesterday, under the CARE program, we would have spent approximately $4.174 billion on the CARE program. Say and 400,000 persons have benefited, including 360,000 persons who have benefited from the compassionate grant. We still have a majority of the grants to pay in terms of dollar figures, and as soon as the supplementary is passed, that will put us in a position to get those transfers through the door. We aim to have 90% of the core CARE grants transferred by the 30th of June for, and I'm measuring the 90% of the eligible, verified recipients for whom valid bank accounts exist. These will include the small business grant, the general grants, the best cash grant, and the set cash grants. The tourism grants may take a little longer, as these are larger and require a different kind of application process. However, Mr. Speaker, the crisis has certainly laid bare some of the deficiencies in the structure of our society that we must work to resolve together. And I don't, because of the time, don't intend to elaborate on them, but I'll just mention that we need to improve our banking system to make it fit for purpose, to be able to deal with the realities of what we have here in Jamaica, and allow it to serve the population that exists in Jamaica, not some theoretical population that might represent only a minority of the society. We certainly need to have a ubiquitous identification, and the National Identification Program, I believe, is aligned with that objective. And we certainly, Mr. Speaker, need to have a society in which more people have access to the internet and digital means of transacting become more the norm. So, Mr. Speaker, just a little bit on how we have financed expenditure to date. In 2018-19, we'd have opened the year with $100 million in the contingency fund. And the contingency fund would be at $100 million for the previous 20 years. A resolution was moved in Parliament to increase the limit on the contingency fund to $10 billion. And in that year, we made a historic transfer of $2 billion to deal with natural disasters and other disasters. In the following financial year, March just gone, 2 months ago, we transferred $2.41 billion to the contingency. And so the closing balance for the last financial year, the opening balance as at the 1st of April this year, would have been $4.4 billion. Now, Mr. Speaker, at the time we made these transfers, I would have given assurance to the opposition that we would only draw these down in time of crisis. So we agreed to the transfers before the legislation was put in place. And on a matter of just principle and honor, right, the fact that that accommodation, that we had that level of agreement, then when it came to draw from the contingencies, I found it appropriate to inform the opposition that we were going to be drawing from the contingencies to support the CARE program, because there'd be no other way for those to be financed prior to a supplementary budget. So there was knowledge in, the member from South St. Andrew would have been we've been in dialogue. So he would have been aware that the contingencies were what was being used to finance the care program. And as at yesterday, the 9th of June, we would have drawn down approximately $4.2 billion from the contingency fund. Now, good practice is that we should never draw down the entire contingency because you never know what expenditures could arise. So the idea was to definitely leave $200 million there. So the maximum that we allocated for the care program was 4.3. So as at yesterday, we were at 4.2. If the supplementary budget is not passed today, it would mean that we would not be able to pay any care program grants on Thursday or on Friday, which would not be good. On the contrary, if the supplementary were passed today, then the amounts that we can pay Thursday, Friday, Monday could be in the billions of dollars up to the amount that is approved under the supplementary, which is $14 billion. And that, Mr. Speaker, sort of explains why we needed to have the supplementary dealt with in this week to allow for the continuity in payments. The payments are being made in batches, almost on a daily basis. In some cases, it can be every 2 days. Yeah, so yeah. What's missing there is that we wanted to keep a $200 million buffer. So the maximum that we allocated was 4.3. So we before we started, we said we're not going to spend more than 4.3 in order to keep a buffer of 200 million, and we are at that limit today. And in order for the transfers to not only continue but to be accelerated, we need to have the supplementary pass today. Now, I just want to just very quickly on some new initiatives that I want to just speak to. The first I mentioned in the Standing Finance Committee, that our commitment to ensuring that tertiary education remains affordable and accessible to all Jamaicans. We announced a waiver of late fees and a complete moratorium on all loan payments to the Student Loan Bureau for 3 months as a response to COVID-19. So today I want to announce an additional temporary measure. The Student Loan Bureau will waive all application and processing fees for loans related to the 2021 academic year. And as such, I want to take the opportunity to remind all prospective applicants that notwithstanding the challenges posed by COVID-19, the Student Loan Bureau remains open for business and taking into consideration all recent policy initiatives implemented by this administration, including reduced interest rates, extended moratorium periods, and now a temporary waiver of all application and processing fees, Mr. Speaker, has never been more affordable to access loans through the Student Loan Bureau, Mr. Speaker. We want our students to be able to access and to continue their education. Mr. Speaker, in the budget debate, the Prime Minister had so many things to announce. There are 1 or 2 things that he didn't get to. And so I want to take the opportunity, having discussed it with him, to make them here, not as they're not new, or this is not new in that it was in the original budget and it has been maintained for this. And it is that we have $345 million that has been set aside for the enhancement of community environs. And this activity supports the beautification of communities by replacing zinc fencing with aesthetically pleasing material. The program also aims to ensure the safety and security of residents. Now, in previous years, Mr. Speaker, the amounts allocated for this program were like 30 million and 40 million. As Member of Parliament, as a new Member of Parliament, I was fortunate my constituents were fortunate to benefit when I first got elected. The member who is my neighbor to the north was in the Ministry of Economic Growth, and something came my way as Member of Parliament. And when I saw the reaction and the impact it made to the lives of people, I said, no, we're going to try our best to increase it, and increase it dramatically so that more can benefit. So the idea here is that we're going to have $345 million, right, for the beautification of communities and removing of zinc fences. And the idea is to do it also in a way where the there are certain public interest benefits. So, for example, there are certain corridors where you have main roads and you have the zinc fence. It just is not right that in 2021 or 2020 we have big thoroughfares, major thoroughfares, where people or Washington Boulevard on both sides, right? You have some, I have some, etc. And the flyover, we shouldn't have zinc fences. Come on, this is Jamaica, where we can put aside, we have a lot. So 345 million is not going to by any means, right? But it's going to start it, and it's important to start it now. We want to see the Ministry of Economic Growth is going to have to speak to that. That we identify, but what we definitely want some of it to overlap with the main thoroughfares, like the flyovers, Washington Boulevard, Rockfort. Huh? No, we want it to be strategic, but you'll benefit. No. So, but Mr. Speaker, I want to hear, in this time of COVID, in this time of COVID, we're saying to the people, all our people who live, that we haven't forgotten, remember, that we care about them. And we not only care about giving them a compassionate grant, but we want to improve their environs in the good times and the bad times. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the CARE program comes to an end on the 30th of June. As we approach the 30th of June, Mr. Speaker, we will tally what has been spent, and we'll see what remains, and we'll make a decision at that point in time. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that any second phase would have to be more targeted than the first, and it would have to consider that the economic impact of this crisis will not pass quickly. Jobs will not return overnight, and we don't know whether things could get worse before they get better. As a result, we have to pace ourselves and phase the social and economic support expenditures. We know that as children go back to school in September, they'll face costs for uniforms, books, and other supplies that will be difficult to finance for the newly unemployed. And as we take steps to reopen our economy and restore lives, we will also continue to take steps to protect the vulnerable. And any new phase of the CARE program will seek to support vulnerable Jamaicans as they send their children back to school. In the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, we'll announce how any new phase of the CARE program will work. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about we need to reopen, and it's not lives and livelihoods, it's lives versus lives. And one area that falls within my ministry is the Caymanas tract. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the government of Jamaica is proud to announce, after consultation with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the restart of horse racing, an industry which directly employs over 4,000 persons, and I am told reaches out to in excess of 20,000 persons indirectly. The Jamaica Racing Commission and the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission have worked with all racing stakeholders, groups, and with the protocol consultants in developing COVID-19 protocols for a safe restart at the racetrack as well as the OTBs, mindful of the need to mitigate the health risks. The government understands the challenges facing the workers of the country, and we're committed to balancing lives and balance and lives. It's lives and lives. The restart of racing is going to be programmed for the 20th of June, Mr. Speaker, and it shows that the government is not only talking, but we are acting, and we'll continue to reopen the country in a phased manner with safety remaining a priority. So I want to recognize the hard work of the Jamaica Racing Commission, of the Betting, Gaming and Lottery Commission in leading the efforts that has brought us to the point today. And I also, Mr. Speaker, want to take time to recognize the promoters of horse racing in Jamaica, which include many entities that support the prizes, the purses for horse racing. It also includes the owner of the track, which the parent company being Supreme Ventures, Mr. Speaker. So, good news that we'll be reopening the Caymanas track. No. And yes, indeed. Now, Mr. Speaker, just and the Member of Parliament who represents that area has been advocating for balancing lives and balancing lives with the reopening, and I know that he's in full support of the action being announced today. Yeah, I hear you. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak a little bit. No, Mr. Speaker, I just want to give for the preliminary numbers for the month of May, Mr. Speaker, show that we are, no, next slide please, for the month of May. The revenues, let's start with the revenues, the preliminary numbers are 35.5 billion for May. No, this is very serious business. I would, Speaker, I ask for your restoring order to the House.
Members.
This is a very, look, this is very, very serious. Preliminary numbers for May, right, would indicate that revenues were 35.5 billion, which is lower by 25% on last year and lower by 27% on the approved budget. However, it's 4% above the supplementary estimates that we're approving today. Okay, so that is good news. But it just shows you the work that we have cut out for us and why we have no choice but to embark on a strategy where we are balancing lives in health, from a health point of view, and balancing lives with reopening the economy. This outturn, thank you, sir. This outturn is factored in. So this is not anything to be alarmed about. We would have, and I can, cases of persons, again, who wouldn't have paid in May, big instances of that, but have paid in June, for example. So, the months of April, May, and June, things are settling down and settling in. We have taken that into account, and the supplementary estimates for April were at 34.1 billion, and they are in the $580 billion of revenue that we have programmed for this year. And vis-a-vis those supplementary estimates, we're up 4.2%. And if we can keep at that, or even if it's 2 or 3% above the supplementary estimates, it will put us in good stead. But I wanted to just share that one of the areas where we receive, we have our revenues are in 3 parts: income and profits, production and consumption, international trade. Income and profits, where you have PAYE and corporate tax and so on, the least adjustment thus far, at 3% vis-a-vis the budget and last year. Right? PAYE is very sticky. A lot of people who have been laid off are below the threshold. Right? Production and consumption, lower by 17%. But when it comes to international trade, where you have goods coming through the port, right? Jamaica is a very open economy. That is where this is being channeled, and that's why a reopening is absolutely necessary, because the revenue from border activities, whether it be custom duty, stamp duty at the port, travel tax, GCT on imports, those are down by 44% in May, and a reopening for 15th of June, 30th of June, very timely to allow for some buoyancy to return. But again, that is programmed into the numbers, and the good news out of May is that we're tracking ahead of the supplementary estimates. But I want to make the point that it underscores that we need to ensure that our economy is reopened. Now, Mr. Speaker, just in closing, policy matters, Mr. Speaker. Policy matters. And policy choices, sometimes policy choices that we have to debate for, we have to argue for, we have to advocate for, make a difference, Mr. Speaker. And as a young country, only 58 years old, it's very important that we draw the lessons from our own history. And I'm always trying to bring this up. I get accused that I'm only looking at times when you're in office. Here I'm giving you from where, under this administration, that the policy choices Mr. Speaker, that have put us in a position to weather, to be in a better position. Yeah. Sorry, approved 2021. Yeah. That's what you said. Yes, sorry, the heading is wrong. Approved 2021. Thank you for that. So the policy choices matter, right? And as we have to develop our own lessons here locally that we can apply, teach at the university and so forth, not just drawing from Norway and Japan and Sweden. Okay? We have and the lessons are here and they're live, and if we learn the lessons as a people, as a society, as future parliaments, it means that Jamaica will only go from strength to strength. Mr. Speaker, with the help of the opposition, the funding of the contingencies fund in 2018-19 and 2019-20 is a policy choice that has served us well and makes a difference at this point of COVID. Mr. Speaker, the monetary reform that allowed us to build up $1 billion in non-borrowed reserves under the precautionary standby arrangement, Mr. Speaker, is a policy choice that has served us well, Mr. Speaker, and one that we need to continue. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal overperformance that comes from fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline, and here the civil servants in the ministry, the financial secretary, the deputy financial secretary are to be praised for these kinds of results, Mr. Speaker, of course, in addition to the policymakers, yes. But fiscal overperformance makes a difference, Mr. Speaker, and the public body reintegration and the divestments of assets that are not core to central government activities or to government activities are policy choices that come to our rescue at times of crisis, Mr. Speaker. Policy choices that make a difference and ones that we must recognize. Together, Mr. Speaker, these have provided the buffers at a time of great crisis. And may we continue, Mr. Speaker, long after this Parliament and the next, to continue to make decisions, not only thinking about today, but about tomorrow as well, creating buffers that protect our people at times of crisis. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Mr. Golden.
Miss? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's nearly 10 o'clock. The backdrop to the current crisis that we're in was in fact a disappointing 2019 for the Jamaican economy. And that flowed through into the first quarter when March was badly impacted by the COVID crisis and the border closing and so on. If you look at the data published by Statin, it shows that far from bubbling up, the bubble had basically burst in 2019 because we were seeing a steady decline in our real GDP growth rate. So for the first quarter of 2019, we had 1.7% growth. And for the second quarter, April to June, it fell to 1.3%. For the third quarter, it fell again to 0.6%, and that's the quarter in which Alpart closed. The fourth quarter was 0% growth, and that ended, I think it was 18 or 19 successive quarters of positive growth starting in 2015 with the success of the reform program. So the final quarter of 2019 ended that because we had 0% growth. And then for the first quarter of this year, with COVID coming on stream mid-March, we had negative real GDP growth, estimated at 1.7% negative growth. In fact, the measured results for the final quarter of 2019 were slightly negative, but they're rounded to zero. The PIOJ, in its report that was done for the debate on the suspension of the fiscal rules, indicated that they were adjusting their projections. So whereas for the fiscal year that ended in March, the original forecast had been for 0.6% real GDP growth, and 1.2% was projected for the fiscal year that we're now in, that had to be revised. So what they have indicated now is that their estimate for the total growth for the fiscal year just completed was in fact 0.1, down from 0.6%. And for the current fiscal year, with us being in the grip of the COVID crisis, they're projecting negative growth of between 4 and 6%, minus 4 to 6% GDP. And the government in the supplementary budget has said they think it's 5.1. The estimate currently, I think the IMF had said 5.6% negative growth. So when you look at what they attribute the first quarter of 2020's negative growth to, they speak to the COVID-related measures which commenced mid-March, so basically a sixth of the quarter really. They also speak to lower capacity utilization within the mining and quarrying industry. Obviously, Alpat is part of that, a big part of that. And they also mention a continued slowdown in construction-related activities consequent on major road infrastructure projects ending and the slow startup of new projects. And also a general slowing of building construction activities. So Jamaica hasn't really been rollicking along. We've had a declining situation over the last year to 15 months. And then, of course, the COVID crisis has hit us. And the situation as a result of that is particularly difficult. In their projection, their recent projection, post-COVID projection, they have pointed out that at 4 to 6% negative growth, it will be the weakest economic performance in almost 4 decades, since a contraction of minus 4.6% back in 1985, when the then government, Jamaica Labour Party government, was in office. So since that minus 4.6% growth back in 1985, we have not had a year as bad as we're now anticipating this will be. That's how serious, of course, the crisis that we're now in is. And underlying that projection of between 4 and 6% negative growth for this year, their key assumptions are that there will be no major second phase COVID outbreak. And that's a big if. We hope that's the case. But the risk of opening up is a risk of that, worsens the risk of a second wave. And now we're hearing, things like sporting events opening up and so on. I don't know what distancing arrangements will be accompany that. We haven't heard. We know that tourists are going to be able to come into the island without being tested and so on. So the assumption of a 4 to 6 negative growth is predicated on no major second phase COVID outbreak, a gradual relaxation on the restrictions on movement of persons, lower demand associated with the increase in unemployment, both locally and internationally, schools reopening in September, and they anticipate growth returning in the first quarter of 2021. So for 2020, what they anticipate seeing is increasing unemployment and underemployment. And interestingly, the January employment numbers, I think, actually unemployment numbers, crept up slightly relative to October last year. We were at 7.2 in October 2019, and in January 2020, that had gone up by 0.1 of 1% to 7.3. For 2020, as I said, they're anticipating increasing unemployment and underemployment, inconsistent or reduced income streams, including revenues and remittances. And the minister has indicated that after a sharp fall in the remittances, I think, in middle March, spilling over to early April, we've had very good recovery in the remittances, which is great news. And I would endorse the accolades being paid to the diaspora and our Jamaicans abroad who are supporting us in this difficult time. Of course, the major source of remittances for Jamaica is the United States, and there was a major cash payment by the US government, I think of $1,200 per citizen. And so that may have enabled the recovery of the remittances that we have seen to some extent. The PIOJ also speaks to risks to standards of living, including consumption of goods and services and risks of poverty. So that is what they are saying that they anticipate. We have gone through the budget in some detail. The minister has dissected it in his presentation. I had also done so in mine. I don't intend to repeat that at this stage in the day. I just wanted to speak specifically a bit more to the two things. One point to make, I think, is that the instability of the Jamaican dollar has hurt the budget. Because in the first supplementary estimates, there is an additional nearly $8 billion, which is really just attributable to the dollar having fallen relative to where it was at the end of March, at the time that the first supplementary estimates were tabled. So that is projected to cost an additional $5 billion in interest expense and an additional $2.8 billion in principal expense just from the foreign debt service being higher in Jamaican dollar terms. We are seeing presently in some revaluation of the currency. I think it was up at 147 or thereabouts, and it's now close to 140. Why that's happening in the middle of a balance of payments crisis, I don't know, but I'm sure it's welcome to everybody, including the minister. The minister has indicated that we anticipate the debt to GDP ratio now by the end of this fiscal year in March, moving to 98%. It was around 90 at the end of the fiscal year in March, and at the end of this year, he's anticipating currently it going to 98%. That's not because of any incremental borrowing, any material incremental borrowing. That is really a result of two things: nominal GDP falling, the projection for it to fall this year by about 1%, and of course the debt, the foreign currency debt, which is roughly 2/3 of the total debt, becoming more expensive in Jamaican dollar terms as a result of currency depreciation. Mr. Speaker, in a sharp and deep economic downturn like what Jamaica is going through, the critical issue is how to prioritize expenditures. The key objectives must be to protect vulnerable segments of the Jamaican population from falling deeper into poverty and despair, to preserve the fabric of society from the risks of social upheaval, and to position the economy to recover as quickly as possible from the deep recession we are in. It is in that context that we must analyze the choices made by the government in implementing the expenditure cuts in the first supplementary estimates. In approaching this matter, one must bear in mind that there remains around 46 billion of central government capital expenditure that has not been cut. And that includes around 10 billion in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, nearly 10 billion in the Ministry of National Security, 8.6 billion in Ministry of Labor and Social Security, excluding the additional amount for PATH, which has really been brought over from education, and the 4 billion in the Office of the Prime Minister. So there's still 46 billion of capital expenditure in central government that's being budgeted. But the government has chosen to implement the following cuts to their expenditure program. We've heard in national security The capital budget is being cut by 39%, $6.2 billion. That includes vehicles for the police force, telecoms equipment for the police force, work on police stations, renovations of police stations, the cyber security initiative for both the JDF and the JCF, and some marine vehicles for the marine vessels for the JDF. And there's also an $800 million cut in the recurrent budget for the Ministry of National Security. Now, Mr. Speaker, with murders running neck and neck this year so far with 2019, despite nearly 3 months of all-island nightly curfews, we have to wonder whether this is a sound place to eliminating substantial expenditure, national security. We see $1.3 billion being cut from the Ministry of Tourism's recurrent budget. Again, we know tourism has been hit very hard, and one would therefore expect their budget to remain intact as you try to put some effort, some fiscal effort behind reviving that industry in a very difficult world market. So I was surprised to see a cut in the tourism budget. Perhaps the Minister in his reply will explain that. We have a crisis in education now. Schools have been shut since March, not going to reopen till September. Online learning, we know is problematic. There are many children who don't have access to it, many thousands of children who don't have access to it, whether because they don't have devices or they don't have internet access at home and so on. The Ministry of Education's budget has been cut by over $1 billion. That doesn't include the new student nutrition amount, which has been reallocated to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And its capital budget has also been cut by $700 million. You know, as Jamaica faces an unfolding crisis in the school system, with over 3 months of school closures, one has to wonder why we're cutting the education budget. There is no additional funding for equipment and training to enable the online distribution of educational material, despite online access being effectively denied to many thousands of students from low-income and rural families. We would have expected an emergency program to try to address the deficit in these areas, as the current situation is further reinforcing the gaping inequities in Jamaica's educational system. We would have liked to have seen a targeted and strong program to deliver education to those students who are not currently getting it. Another area is financial inclusion and support for the MSME sector. $419 million is being cut from the Credit Enhancement Program in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation's capital budget. That's $419 million being cut there. $260 million is being cut from the access to finance of MSMEs, again in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. So that's nearly $700 million being removed from support for the MSME sector. Now, the MSME sector is a key driver of job creation and inclusive growth. With the job layoffs and economic dislocations since March and COVID, the reduction of expenditures to support the MSME sector is questionable. When you look at modernization and moving to a digital economy, we see $720 million being cut from the implementation of NIDS. We see $485 million being cut from the youth employment and youth employment in digital and animation industries. We see $385 million being cut from boosting innovation, growth, and entrepreneurship ecosystems. And we see $321 million being cut from Jamaica Foundations for Competitiveness and Growth. So those total about $1.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, the tremendous challenges that have emerged in effectively distributing the care relief through the financial system indicate that Jamaica's economic development will require greater investment to take the society much further into the 21st century digital age. One must therefore question the strategic thinking behind these particular expenditure cuts. The opposition has consistently supported a constitutionally compliant national identification legislation. while protecting the Jamaican people from the government's past attempt to rush through legislation which violated constitutional rights. Obviously, roads and infrastructure have suffered a major cut. The minister has spoken to. Basically, that's being deferred, as he put it, by 3 months. I'm not going to spend much time on that. But I would say that the cuts to spending on farm roads, which is $725 million, and from rehabilitation of irrigation infrastructure, $173 million, and a $580 million cut to Jamaica Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, those are questionable, I think. Farm roads, rehabilitation of irrigation infrastructure, and disaster vulnerability reduction, those total about $1.5 billion in cuts there. And we've mentioned Health in the West, 2 major projects where there are cuts which are going to push back the completion of the renovation, redevelopment of Corner Regional Hospital, which has been a terrible delayed project throughout the life of this administration, and the $125 million Western Children Adolescent Hospital. In terms of the COVID crisis and how the supplementary estimates address it, the minister has gone through that in some detail. My analysis of the budget shows that the supplementary estimates before us provide expenditure to the population from the negative economic impact of COVID of about just under $17 billion, which amounts to just under 0.8% of GDP, less than 1% of GDP. And that, of course, is significantly lower than the social safety net and economic protection expenditures being seen in many other countries as a percent of their GDP. About $3.75 billion is to be spent on the compassionate grant under the CARE program, and that is for the unemployed and who are really in the informal sector. And this is a one-time payment of $10,000, which has been made for the most part in May 2020. The minister has not yet indicated that this window of relief will be reopened to those who are eligible but are unable to apply before the applications were abruptly curtailed on April 16th. Many of those who have been left out in the cold are the most vulnerable in our society, who have no access to the internet to make an online application or are unaware of the existence of the care facility. I would have thought now that the supplementary budget is being approved, we would have reopened that window so that those persons who are eligible and didn't get to apply before April the 16th could do so. Unfortunately, the minister has not indicated that that's what he intends to do. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned that the care arrangements, as thus far announced by the minister, will be inadequate to protect thousands, many thousands of poor and vulnerable Jamaicans as our country weathers the COVID storm. We are already seeing disquieting signs that the social fabric of the country is under stress. Within the past few days, we had ugly scenes caught on camera and sent viral over the internet of the blocking of Hagley Park Road with rocks and other debris by enraged citizens in reaction to the fatal shooting of a young man in an adjacent community by the security forces. Then more recently in West Kingston, there was prolonged exchange of heavy gunfire between gunmen and the security forces, followed by the burning down of the Ray Ray Arcade by Coronation Market, apparently contributed to...
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
I just want
Raise your point of order, Mr. McKenzie.
Just want to make a correction. There was no burning down of an arcade at the Ray Ray ground, Mr. Speaker. What took place there, that were some stalls, wooden stalls, Mr. Speaker, were burnt. There is no physical building at the site. It is not a market with a structure. It is an open lot that stalls are placed in, where vendors would go take their trade on a daily basis and ply from there. So there is no structure outside of some wooden stalls and means of things that vendors would take to ply their goods in. I just want to make that correction, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for the an MP from West Kingston, my neighbour, for clarifying the nature of the arcade. But the fact is that it burnt down, you know, again, question of what happened that night in West Kingston. You know, there's a sense that it was one of the factors was the way in which the residents were being approached by the security forces for the enforcement of the curfew hours, and a sense that those curfew hours are not being enforced in equal measure and with an equal level of officiousness across the country, and a sense of double standards at play. Mr. Speaker, it has been said in Jamaica that a hungry mob is an angry mob. I think we must take sleep and mark death, Mr. Speaker. What these recent events are showing is that our society is on edge and we may be near the brink. The potent mixture of an inadequate response from the government in funding social safety measures to protect the vulnerable in a deep economic recession, when added to the daily examples of injustice which sadly remain a stark part of the post-colonial structure of Jamaica's society. That is a potentially toxic and flammable brew. We feel that much more can and should be done in terms of social expenditures to protect the population from the ravages of the deep recession now afflicting the economy. We feel that the government has been unduly conservative when what is called for is a strong and effective fiscal response to mitigate the worst effects of this crisis on our people. I fear that the government is being penny wise and pound foolish in this regard. Jamaica has learned the hard way the necessity for fiscal prudence, and there is bipartisan commitment to that. But we are now in an extraordinary crisis, and tinkering with the problem will not protect our society from the risks of social upheaval and a more lasting economic impact or damage that could result from that. The opposition has called for many additional measures to protect the population. We have suggested the compassionate grant window should be reopened so that those who are excluded by its abrupt closure on April the 16th have a chance to apply for it. We have suggested providing bi-monthly disbursements of the compassionate grants to all its beneficiaries for the duration of the economic crisis rather than a one-time $10,000. We need to repeat it periodically. We have suggested that the bureaucratic requirements for accessing the general grant by MSMEs, which have excluded many small business operators who ought to have received the benefit, those need to be relaxed. For example, Mr. Speaker, I had to do some research, and it seems that Section 3 of the Licenses on Trades and Business Act does not require bar operators who hold a spirit license from also acquiring a trade and business license. They're not required to double up that licensing. But the presentation of a trade and business license, as I understand it, is one of the requirements for them to access the general grant. I've written to the minister to ask him to have his technical people check it for me to see if I'm right or wrong on that. But the general point is, I think we're being, it's exclusionary in the MSME sector, where there's so much informality, to be too rigid in our approach to how we provide relief to them. I think we should look at substantially increasing the level of past benefits during this period until the economic crisis relents. We have added 1 month's payment to pass, which is good, but we think it's insufficient. We're also asking for an additional monthly allocation per constituency to the CDF, the Constituency Development Fund, to enable care packages to be provided to the elderly, lactating mothers, and unemployed parents of young children on an ongoing basis during the economic crisis. The 2 million, certainly in my constituency, enabled us to give close to 2,000 elderly people care packages. Depends on what you put in them. You know, we've given some more because there was also the additional sandals funded, 500,000, which enabled us to give some more. But that is, you know, for those of us who rolled that out in May, those funds are now exhausted, and the need is great, especially in constituencies which have a high level of poverty or deprivation. And there's the fuel hedge tax, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're suggesting that should be rolled back during this period of deep recession. The government retained the fuel hedge tax despite their failure to use the money to purchase a hedge to protect the country from a spike in fuel costs. And I don't know, we just had an extraordinary drop at the beginning of the crisis in the oil price to virtually zero. That would have been a good opportunity to explore buying a hedge. The price of fuel is starting to recover now. I don't know if the minister can report whether any efforts have been made. He did indicate that it's something that he was looking at. But a rollback of that tax would help consumers by reducing transportation costs and electricity rates at a time when they're really feeling it. So, Mr. Speaker, Jamaicans are a very resilient people, but the pressure out there is bitter indeed. The government has fashioned a response to the economic crisis, but in our view, it is underfunded and inadequate to meet the scale of the problem confronting the nation. And therefore, it fails to meet the increasingly dire needs of the population at this time. And then to add insult to injury, so to speak, the distribution channels established by the government for the care program have been fraught with frustrating technical glitches, some of which remain unresolved, despite hard work by the minister and no doubt his staff to try and resolve them. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister mentioned a second and possibly third supplementary budget. We believe the government is going to have to wheel and come again, because with the economy in such a deep recession and with us being so dependent on the tourism industry, and knowing that the whole question of foreign travel during a COVID crisis, you know, we can't expect a very rapid recovery in that industry. You know, the pain is going to be there, and much of the relief which has been budgeted for has already been spent, especially for those who probably have the least savings, those who qualified for the compassionate grant. So, Mr. Speaker, those are my comments on the supplementary budget. And I once again thank the Minister for his presentation and for his explanation of what's behind those numbers. And I anticipate we'll be going through this process again in due course as things evolve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for South St. Andrew for his presentation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I like to use data and facts and figures. And just start where the member would have started with the calendar first quarter growth. Mr. Speaker, if we are to accept the analysis by PIOJ, which I believe was published, if you could show the analysis, it sort of broke down the sectoral contributions to the growth outturn for the first quarter of calendar 2020. And you will recall that the overall growth projection is a decline of 1.7%. But interestingly, you'll see that for the first time in several years, the tourism sector is projected to have declined by 14% in the first quarter of this year. That is from January to March. The tourism sector has been growing uninterrupted for a minimum of 20 quarters, but for longer. I believe the period might have been a little longer than that. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, bam, drop by 14%. The tourism sector would have been having record visitor arrivals prior to March, with guests staying over for longer periods, with guests spending more than the previous years. And then bam, by the end of March, the tourism industry has declined by 14%. Now, what do you think caused that? The member would have you believe that a 14% drop in tourism, when tourism was growing for 20 quarters non-stop, when visitor arrivals for the tourist season beginning in November, December, January, and February registered gains far in excess of the previous year. And all of a sudden, we come to the first quarter, bam, tourism dropped 14%. And the member would want you to believe that that is not related to COVID. Well, I am here to tell you. No.
Mr. Speaker, that's why.
No, you said the gate, you said the decline started before. Okay, go ahead.
No one is disputing that in the second half of March, the tourism industry was badly impacted by COVID. Nobody is disputing. I just simply said that there were some other factors at play as well in the poor growth performance for the first quarter. That's all and those factors were drawn from the PIOJ report. So I don't think the minister needs to dwell on it.
Well, no, so I need to just make it clear, because the member wants to advance an argument that somehow the decline of 1.7% that we see in the March quarter is unrelated to COVID. And I'm trying to establish that that is not the case. Okay, well, I want to make it very clear that we would have normally had, tourism would have grown by 5%, 6%, 4% in the previous quarters. When you go from a 5% growth or a 6% growth to a 14% decline because of COVID, that's a 20-point swing for an industry that accounts for nearly 10% of the economy. You multiply 20% by 10%, you get a 2% result. Our decline is 1.7. What I'm putting to you is that the extent of the COVID impact of tourism in March led to a decline in tourism of 14%, which is a swing of 20% vis-a-vis the normal flow. And that is the primary, not the only, but the primary factor behind the decline in growth for January to March of 2020. And that is, in my view, incontrovertible. I should also mention that the challenge that we would have had with mining for the previous quarters carried over into the first quarter of 2020. You'll recall that with the problems that the Chinese GISCO was having, right? That because they're retooling, as the minister has said before, they shut down their operations or scale them down dramatically. And compared with the previous year, you see the previous year where we had mining that was growing at 40% in 18-19. It was growing by 25%, by 30%, by 40%, by 50%. So when you compare 19-20 with that growth, with GISCO's plant shut down, you get some dramatic falls. And mining declined in the quarter January to March by 37%. Now mining is only 3% of the economy, but when 40% declines by 3, that has a 1.2% effect overall. Okay? So the reasons are very, very easy to understand and don't reflect or did not reflect core domestic activity. Reflected fundamentally the COVID impact on tourism, where you got a 20% reversal in our main economic driver. For better or for worse, it is or has been, in that it's the only industry that has grown that has doubled over 20 years. There's no other industry in Jamaica where you take the output in 2019 and you compare it with the output pick your date, 1997, right? The output is almost double. There's no other industry with that record, right? So when that industry declines, has a movement of 20 points in one quarter, you're going to have a decline. So let it not be said that the decline in January to March is unrelated to COVID. It very much is. If there were no COVID, we would not have had that kind of decline. All right, so Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Speaker, no, I'm saying that one factor alone, member of Southern, that one factor alone, a 20-point difference for an industry that accounts for 10% of the economy. Let's do the math. That one factor alone would have pivoted you from growth to negative. Okay, that's all. And we'd have to just say it. Now, all right, wait. All right. So on other points, you asked about the protocols have been worked on and were submitted to the ministry, and I think that they're being advanced through, right? They've been advanced through the process. They've been advanced through. But I've shown you the figures from May in terms of our revenue outturn. We're going to have to whistle and ride. We're going to have to balance lives and lives. The supplementary is predicated, yes, on April being down, May being down, June being down, even July. But we cannot continue into September, October, November, December with that level of decline year over year, right? We have to start trending up so that the average for the whole year will be about 12% down. But as I say, no one has a crystal ball. No one knows how this is going to all materialize. Now, with respect to the cuts that the member spoke about, the first thing I was very keen to have you observe that overall our expenditure only declines by 1.8%. Our expenditure that was approved pre-COVID was 850 billion, and in COVID it's 838 billion. So when we use the word cut, I want to, the word is reallocation under the circumstances. No, can you move to the slide that shows the, not that, yes. So as far as capital expenditure is concerned, bear in mind that we are accommodating $34 billion of new expenditure. If we were not to reallocate capital, we would not have a care program. If we were not to reallocate capital, we would not have the $6 billion for health. We would not be able to hire 2,000 community health aides to allow us to restart the economy. We would not be able to buy extra drugs to the tune of $1 billion or spend nearly $1 billion of new medical equipment. So these are about choices. They're not about cuts. They're about taking resources from one area and deploying them to critical areas because of a crisis. It is the reallocation of capital that has allowed 360,000 Jamaicans to receive the compassionate grant. So every Jamaican who lined up and got a compassionate grant, they know that the resources came because we are able to reallocate from one area of expenditure to the area that would benefit them at this time of crisis. Now, in terms of the priorities of government, yes, you will see our priorities right here. Prior to COVID, the biggest capital expenditure that we had was in the Ministry of Economic Growth and the Ministry of National Security. So security top of mind. The numbers were 20 odd and 16 billion respectively, approximately. Post-COVID, Ministry of National Security is still, along with the Ministry of Economic Growth, the largest recipient as far as the capital budget is concerned. Our priorities are clear in the choices that we have made. But since you mentioned priorities in terms of choices, I want you to look at what we have shown here. That in spite of cuts to capital expenditure, or reallocations rather, the ministry, the only ministry where we have had an increase in capital expenditure. I wonder if you can guess what it is. I wonder if you can guess. Take a guess. It is the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. So the member from South Andrews talks about our capital budget reflecting our priorities. Absolutely. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security, in the worst pandemic in 100 years, gets more for CapEx, not less, Mr. Speaker. That reflects our priorities. Now, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the care program and the amounts that are being spent, the first thing I want to just say in response to that is that when you look at the fiscal measures that governments are doing in this time, you look at all that government is doing, right? Whether they label it as responsive or not. And the fact is that this government cut the rate of general consumption tax by 1% without imposing any new taxes. The first time that the GCT has been cut without at the same time imposing other new taxes. When you put that together with that 15 billion along with the 17 billion and you add it to the other things such as the small business tax credit, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, small businesses who earn below a certain level will not pay taxes on their first $1.5 million of income. That never was the case before. Since March, that has become law. When you put it all together, Mr. Speaker, and you compare the fiscal policy response overall, putting all things together, and you look at Jamaica compared to other countries in the Caribbean, and you scale it by debt to GDP, you will see that Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, is performing at a level that is beyond what countries who have lower percent to GDPs than we have, debt to GDPs than we have. And look at the other chart. When you look at what our fiscal policy response overall, when you add everything together, right, and you have to take into account as well that we are, you will see that not only when you measure by debt to GDP, but when you measure by another conditional variable, we are performing, along with our peers in some instances and in many instances above, Mr. Speaker. Jamaica is doing well as far as this crisis is concerned in terms of our ability to respond. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no other country in the Caribbean that is putting $70 billion of government cash in order to address this crisis, Mr. Speaker. We were the first country in the Caribbean to roll out a program such as the CARE program. And I'll tell you this, the minister in other Caribbean countries texted me, I have it on my WhatsApp here, and said, we are copying you. They came out the next 3 weeks later with a magazine that looked exactly, I don't want to name the country, right? But a magazine that looked exactly like our CARE brochure, and is one of your friends too, right? Came out, full imitation is the best form of flattery, and they imitated what we did here in Jamaica. Jamaica is setting the trend for the response to social and economic support within our means. Within our means, Mr. Speaker. We don't put out here that we are a nuclear power with inexhaustible resources. We are a small, developing country, and within our capacity, with good policy choices, we have been able to deploy $70 billion of cash to keep our expenditure at the pre-COVID levels, less 2%, and leading the way in the Caribbean to the point that we have been imitated with our social and economic response, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his suggestions and his comments and so forth. At the end of the day, when uses facts and figures, and we listen and we incorporate where we can. And yes, so that's the point, though. They're per capita. They have more resources per capita than we do. So for a country, we are doing better than they are, even though our per capita income is like $5,000, and for some of them it's $10,000 and $12,000 US dollars, and we're outshining them. So yeah, we are within our capacity. We are, and we will, Mr. Speaker, as I alluded to in my presentation, we will tally up once June 30th comes, or as we approach June 30th, it might be a few days before that. We'll see what the outflows are, and then we will decide what we do for the subsequent phases. But bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that we have to plan for the whole year. All right? And we have to make sure that we can step in, not just in the first 3 months or 4 months or 5 months, but that we have resources that we can assist where assistance is needed throughout the 12 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, I want to just thank all those who have worked on the supplementary budget, all the people at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. It has been a tough job, Mr. Speaker, having done a budget, to go through an exercise like this where every line item has had to be adjusted, and we had to do it within time, and I want to thank them for their for their hard work in getting us to this point. I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General and the PIOJ who did their part in terms of helping us to move forward with the fiscal rule suspension that we had to do. I want to thank the opposition for accommodating the PAC for meeting yesterday, Tuesday, which is their off day as far as they're concerned. The House Leader for facilitating, the Speaker, the staff of the Parliamentary Office. Mr. Speaker, these are extraordinary times, and I can say as a Jamaican, despite the fact that we do have political differences and that we are in a competitive system that policies, that Mr. Speaker, we're able to collaborate at times of crisis in the way that we have. Very happy about that. And Mr. Speaker, the everlasting message is that policy choices make a difference. And the policy choices that Jamaica has been pursuing over a number of years have put us in a position where we have buffers and reserves that other countries do not. And thank God for that. And may we long continue to make positive policy choices in a long-term interest, growth and development of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader, please. Minister Clark, you need to ask for the approval.
Mr. Speaker, I now put the supplementary estimates, let me do it formally. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion and notice of which I gave. No, sorry.
No.
I ask that the motion be approved, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business tonight, so I move that this Honourable House be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
The question is that this House be now adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.